Hello and welcome. Tonight we're going to explore something both familiar and mysterious. Creatures that have lived beside us for 10,000 years, yet remain wonderfully, stubbornly themselves. We're talking about cats. Those small, elegant beings who choose our laps for their afternoon naps, who move through our homes like liquid shadows, who seem to exist in two worlds at once, the domestic and the wild. Maybe you're settling in after a long day. Perhaps you're curled up in bed or stretched out on the couch with a cat purring somewhere nearby. Wherever you are, whatever kind of day you've had, whether it was filled with small victories or gentle frustrations, whether you conquered mountains or simply made it through, I'm glad you're here. Before we begin our journey into the science of cats, I'd love to hear from you. How was your day? Really, truly, how was it? Take a moment to write about it in the comments section below. Sometimes putting the day into words helps us release it, lets us transition from doing to simply being. And if you enjoy these gentle explorations into science, if you find yourself returning to drift off to sleep while learning something new, consider subscribing to the channel. It helps us keep making these quiet journeys together. Now, let's begin. Cats have been domesticated for approximately 10,000 years, first partnering with humans in the Fertile Crescent. But here's what makes this relationship so different from almost every other domesticated animal. Cats essentially domesticated themselves. Imagine the scene 10 millennia ago. Humans had just discovered agriculture, had just begun storing grain in concentrated amounts for the first time in our species' history. And with those grain stores came mice, waves and waves of mice, drawn to this sudden abundance of food. The cats, small wild cats native to the region, noticed something interesting. Where humans gathered, mice gathered. And where mice gathered in such ridiculous numbers, hunting became almost effortless. So the cats made a choice. They moved closer, not close enough to be truly tame, not at first, but close enough to take advantage of this new ecosystem humans had accidentally created. The humans, for their part, probably noticed that the cats were solving their mouse problem. A quiet agreement formed, unspoken, gradual. The friendlier cats. The ones more tolerant of human presence had better access to this easy food source. Generation by generation, those more sociable traits were passed down. It wasn't domestication in the traditional sense, where humans actively bred animals for specific traits. It was more like an evolutionary handshake, a mutual understanding that emerged over thousands of years. In a sense, cats chose us just as much as we chose them. Maybe that's why they still carry that air of independence, like that sense that they're doing us a favour by staying. A cat's purr vibrates at a frequency between 25 and 150 Hz, which is medically therapeutic. This frequency range is known to promote bone density and healing in both cats and humans. There's something almost magical about holding a purring cat. You can feel it through your whole body, that gentle rhythmic vibration that seems to travel from their small form into yours. But what if I told you that this feeling isn't just comforting in an emotional sense, but actually therapeutic on a physical level? Scientists have studied the specific frequencies at which cats purr and they've discovered something remarkable. The range between 25 and 150 Hz happens to be the exact frequency range that promotes tissue regeneration and bone density. It's the same frequency range used in certain medical treatments for osteoporosis and fractures. Vibrations at this frequency stimulate bone growth, reduce pain and swelling, and even help heal tendons and muscles. Cats, it seems, have been carrying their own healing device inside them all along. Some researchers believe this is why cats survive falls and injuries that would be devastating to other animals. They may literally be healing themselves through purring. And when they curl up on you, when you feel that rumbling vibration spreading through your chest, they might be sharing that healing frequency with you. Perhaps this is part of why cats have been associated with comfort and healing across so many cultures. Our ancestors might not have understood the physics, but they felt the effect. That gentle vibration, that sound like a tiny motor running, might be one of nature's oldest forms of medicine, and it's freely given every time a cat settles into your lap and begins their quiet song. The cats spend approximately 70% of their lives sleeping, which amounts to 13 to 16 hours per day. This isn't laziness, it's an evolutionary adaptation from their predator ancestors who needed to conserve energy between hunts. Imagine spending 2/3 of your entire existence asleep. For a cat that lives 15 years, that means roughly 10 years are spent in slumber. 10 years of dreams we'll never know, of rest so deep it looks like meditation. But here's the thing, this sleep pattern isn't indulgence, it's ancient strategy, written into their DNA by millions of years of evolution. Cats are predators, yes, but they're also relatively small predators. In the wild, their ancestors couldn't afford to be constantly active like grazing animals who need to eat continuously. Instead, they developed a different approach, explosive bursts of energy for hunting, followed by long periods of rest to conserve every precious calorie. Think about how a cat hunts, even in play. That focused stalking, the wiggling rear end, the explosive pounce, it's all incredibly energy intensive. Their muscles are designed for these quick, powerful movements, not for endurance. So between hunts, they sleep. They rest in sunny spots and hidden corners, conserving their strength, letting their bodies recover. Even now, thousands of years into domestication, with food served in bowls twice daily, cats still follow this ancient rhythm. They sleep in the sunbeams streaming through your window, they doze on the back of your couch, they curl into impossible positions and drift away for hours. It's not laziness, it's the echo of the savannah, the memory of the desert, the wisdom of knowing that energy is precious and rest is survival. Maybe there's something we could learn from that. Maybe all our rushing and constant activity isn't the only way to be. A group of cats is called a clowder, while a group of kittens is called a kindle. The word clowder comes from the Middle English clodder, meaning a clotted mass. Language has this beautiful way of capturing the essence of things, and nowhere is this more charming than in the collective nouns for animals. We have murders of crows, parliaments of owls, conspiracies of ravens, and for cats we have clowders and kindles. Clowder, say it slowly. It's not a word we use often in modern conversation, but it carries weight, texture. It comes from Middle English clodder, meaning a clotted mass, like cream clotting or clouds clustering together. There's something perfect about that, isn't there? Cats, who are so often solitary, who value their independence, when they do gather together, they form not a neat group but something more organic, more fluid, a clotted mass, a clustering. And then there's kindle for kittens, the same word we use for starting a fire, for that moment when separate sticks and paper become flame. A kindle of kittens, all that energy, that warmth, that chaos of tiny bodies tumbling over each other, mewing and playing and learning to be cats. The word feels exactly right. They do seem like small flames, don't they? All movement and heat and life. These words remind us that language isn't just functional, it's poetic. Someone, hundreds of years ago, we watched cats gathering and thought clodder, watched kittens playing and thought kindle. They gave us words that don't just label but evoke, that carry feeling and observation and a kind of gentle attention to the world. Maybe that's what we're doing here too, in a sense. Paying gentle attention, noticing, giving words to the quiet wonders around us. Cats have a specialized collarbone that allows them to always land on their feet, a phenomenon called the writing reflex. Their floating collarbone and flexible spine let them twist their body mid-air, typically developing this skill by 7 weeks old. There's a moment when a cat falls that seems to defy physics. They rotate in mid-air like gymnasts, like dancers, like something that understands geometry in their bones. And by the time they reach the ground, no matter how they started the fall, they land on their feet. Almost always. It's called the writing reflex. And it's one of the most elegant solutions to a problem that evolution has ever designed. Here's how it works. Unlike most mammals, cats have what's called a floating collarbone. It's not rigidly attached to other bones. It's barely connected at all, really, held in place by muscles rather than joints. This gives their skeleton an unusual flexibility, an ability to twist and rotate that would be impossible with a fixed frame. Combine this with their incredibly flexible spine, 34 vertebrae that move almost independently, and you have a creature that can essentially rotate the front half of their body separately from the back half. When a cat falls, they first rotate their head and front legs toward the ground, using their inner ear for balance. Then, arching their back, they bring their hindquarters around. Their tail acts as a counterbalance, adjusting the rotation. All of this happens in a fraction of a second, in the space of a few feet. Kittens develop this ability around 7 weeks old. Before that, they're still learning the geometry of their own bodies, still understanding how all the pieces work together, but once they've got it, it becomes as automatic as breathing. Perhaps there's something beautiful about that. The idea that grace isn't just given but learned, that these elegant movements come from practice and instinct working together. Even the most effortless-looking things often have complexity beneath them, physics and biology dancing together in ways we're only beginning to understand. A cat's nose print is as unique as a human fingerprint. The pattern of ridges on each cat's nose is completely distinct, like a personal signature in flesh. Look closely at a cat's nose sometime, really closely if they'll let you. You'll see it's not smooth but textured, covered in tiny ridges and patterns like a miniature landscape. And here's the remarkable thing, no two cats have the same pattern, ever. Just as our fingerprints are unique identifiers, formed in the womb and carried throughout life, a cat's nose print is theirs alone. The pattern of bumps and grooves, the specific topology of that small, often pink or black surface, is as individual as a signature. In theory, you could identify any cat in the world by their nose print, though actually getting cats to cooperate with a nose printing registry might prove challenging. It makes you think about identity, doesn't it? About all the ways living things are both alike and unique. Every cat has a nose, but every nose is different. There's something philosophical in that. Something that speaks to the balance between pattern and variation, between the general and the specific. These ridges serve a function too, of course. They help with gripping and sensing. But beyond function, they're also proof of individuality. Each cat carries their own unique mark, literally written on their face, and they have no idea. They go through their days sniffing and exploring, completely unaware that they're walking around with an identifier as unique as any human fingerprint, as distinctive as a snowflake. Perhaps we're all like that in some way, carrying marks of uniqueness we don't even recognize. We patterns that make us individually ourselves in ways we might never fully appreciate. Cats can't taste sweetness due to a mutation in their taste receptors. As obligate carnivores, they evolved without the need to detect sugars, making them indifferent to desserts. Imagine a world without sweetness, not just avoiding sweets, but literally being unable to perceive that entire dimension of flavor. For cats, this is reality. They possess a mutation in the gene responsible for sweet taste receptors, and because of this small genetic change, the entire category of sweet simply doesn't exist for them. It happened somewhere far back in their evolutionary history. Cats are what we call obligate carnivores, meaning they must eat meat to survive. Unlike omnivores who can thrive on varied diets, cats need specific amino acids found only in animal tissue. Over millions of years, as their ancestors became more and more specialized as hunters, their bodies trimmed away what wasn't needed. And detecting sugar, which they would never need to seek out, became expendable. So the gene mutated and the ability was lost, or perhaps not lost, perhaps abandoned, set down like unnecessary luggage. Cats navigate a flavor world different from ours. They can taste bitter, sour, salty, and umami, that savory, meaty taste. But sweet. It's not that they dislike it. It's not there at all. A blank space in their sensory map. If your cat shows interest in ice cream or cake, they're responding to the fat content, the texture, perhaps the salt, not the sugar. You could offer them pure honey, and they'd likely walk away, indifferent. There's something almost zen about that, isn't there? Not craving what you cannot perceive, not missing what you never had. Maybe we all have our own versions of this. Dimensions of experience we're not equipped to sense, flavors of reality that exist but remain forever outside our perception. The cats don't mourn their lack of sweetness. Perhaps they don't even know it exists, and they go on, perfectly content, living full lives in a world that's different from ours in ways we can try to understand but never truly experience. The ancient Egyptians revered cats so deeply that killing one, even accidentally, was punishable by death. When household cats died, Egyptian families would shave their eyebrows in mourning and hold elaborate funerals. In ancient Egypt, cats weren't just pets or pest control, they were sacred, divine, and they were earthly representatives of Bastet, the goddess of home, fertility and protection, and the Egyptians took this reverence to levels that might seem extreme to us today, but which speak to a profound connection between humans and these animals. If someone killed a cat, even by accident, the punishment was death. Death for death. The Greek historian Herodotus wrote about this, describing how crowds would sometimes kill a person who had harmed a cat before authorities could intervene. It seems harsh until you understand the context. Cats protected the grain stores that kept Egypt alive. They killed the snakes and scorpions that could kill children. In a very real sense, cats sustained Egyptian civilization. When a family's cat died naturally, the household went into mourning. They would shave their eyebrows, a sign of grief as visible as wearing black. They would mummify the cat's body with the same care given to human remains, wrapping it in fine linens, sometimes placing it in ornate caskets. Cat cemeteries have been found with hundreds of thousands of mummified cats, each one individually prepared, each one representing a family's loss. There's something touching about this, even across 4,000 years. These people felt genuine grief for their cats. They marked their loss publicly, performed rituals, believed they would see their cats again in the afterlife. Maybe they understood something we sometimes forget, that these small creatures matter, that the bonds we form with animals are real and worthy of recognition, that love doesn't require two humans to be valid. The Egyptians saw divinity in cats, but maybe what they were really seeing was the same thing we see when we look at our own cats today. A creature who chose to stay, who offers comfort, who exists in that strange space between wild and tame, independent and affectionate. Perhaps that's always been a kind of sacred thing. Cats have 32 muscles in each ear, allowing them to rotate their ears 180 degrees. This gives them the ability to pinpoint the exact location of sounds without moving their head. Watch a cat's ears sometime when they're resting. Even when their body is completely still, their ears are working, swiveling independently, tracking sounds you probably can't even hear. Each ear has 32 individual muscles controlling it. For comparison, humans have 6 muscles per ear, and most of us can barely wiggle them. Those 32 muscles allow for incredible precision. A cat can rotate each ear 180 degrees, can point them in different directions simultaneously. One ear forward, listening to something in front while the other swivels backward, monitoring what's behind. They can triangulate sound sources with remarkable accuracy, and pinpointing a mouse's scratching in grass or the rustle of a bird in a bush. This isn't just impressive, it's survival. For a small predator, hearing prey before seeing it makes the difference between eating and going hungry. For a creature that's also potential prey for larger predators, hearing danger approach from any direction is life or death. So evolution gave them these extraordinarily mobile ears, these organic radar dishes that can map the world through sound. There's something almost hypnotic about watching them work. The way the ears swivel and adjust, making constant micro-corrections, processing a symphony of sounds we can't access. Cats live in a richer acoustic world than we do. They hear higher frequencies, fainter sounds, more subtle variations. When your cat sits at the window seemingly staring at nothing, they might be listening to dramas playing out across the neighborhood. Other cats, birds, rodents, all creating a soundscape we can only imagine. Maybe that's why cats sometimes seem to be paying attention to empty rooms, to corners where nothing's happening. They're not seeing ghosts, they're just hearing a world we're deaf to, responding to sounds that exist outside our range. Living partially in a reality we can't access, which perhaps explains why they've always seemed a little mysterious, a little otherworldly. A cat's heart beats nearly twice as fast as a human's, between 140 and 220 beats per minute. This rapid rhythm powers their sudden bursts of incredible speed and agility. Put your hand on a cat's chest when they're resting calmly. Feel that? That rapid flutter, like a small drum being played at double speed. A cat's heart beats somewhere between 140 and 220 times per minute. When you're at rest, yours probably beats around 60 to 80 times. Their heart is racing through what we'd consider our normal state of being. This rapid heartbeat isn't stress or anxiety, it's design. Cats are built for explosive action. Those sudden sprints across the room at 3 a.m, those vertical leaps that seem to defy gravity, those lightning-fast pounces, all of that requires a cardiovascular system that can instantly deliver massive amounts of oxygen to muscles. A faster baseline heart rate means quicker response time, faster circulation, immediate access to energy. Think of it like keeping an engine idling at higher RPMs. It uses more fuel, sure, but when you need to accelerate, the response is instant. Cats traded efficiency for readiness. They're always, in a sense, prepared to act. Their bodies hum with a kind of constant, contained energy. It makes you wonder what the world feels like when your heart beats that fast. Does time feel different? Do moments stretch or compress? When a cat sits still, are they actively choosing stillness against that racing internal rhythm? Or does it feel normal to them, the way our slower heartbeat feels normal to us? Maybe this is part of why cats seem to live so intensely in the moment. With a heart that beats twice as fast, perhaps every second feels fuller, more immediate, or perhaps that's just poetic thinking, and they simply experience their normal as we experience ours. Either way, there's something beautiful about holding a creature whose heart races even in rest, whose very biology is tuned to a different tempo than our own. Cats can jump up to 6 times their body length in a single bound. Their powerful back leg muscles act like coiled springs, storing and releasing energy in explosive leaps. There's a moment, right before a cat jumps, where everything goes still. They crouch low, eyes fixed on their target, rear end wiggling slightly, and then, in an instant, They launch themselves through the air in an arc that seems to bend the rules of what small bodies should be capable of doing. 6 times their body length. For a cat that's 2 feet long from nose to tail, that's a 12-foot jump. If humans could jump proportionally to our body length the way cats do, we'd be leaping over cars, clearing buildings in single bounds like superheroes. But we can't, because our bodies aren't built that way. Cats are. The secret is in their back legs, specifically in the muscles and tendons that work like biological springs. When a cat crouches before a jump, they're compressing these springs, storing elastic energy in the tendons. Then, in one explosive release, all that stored energy converts to motion. Their powerful thigh muscles contract, their flexible spine extends, and suddenly they're airborne. But it's not just raw power, it's also calculation. Cats judge distance with remarkable accuracy, adjusting their crouch depth and launch angle based on where they need to land. They account for their own weight, the distance, the height difference. All of this happens in seconds, processed by a brain that runs these calculations instinctively, without conscious thought. Watch a cat make a difficult jump, from floor to countertop to refrigerator top. Each leap is precisely calibrated. They land exactly where they intend to, with room to spare, their body already adjusting for the next movement before they've fully settled from the last. It's physics and biology and practice all woven together into something that looks effortless. Perhaps that's what grace really is. Not the absence of effort, but the complete integration of effort with intention, where the machinery of muscle and bone works so perfectly in concert that the difficulty becomes invisible. Cats carry this grace in their legs, in those coiled springs that can launch them across impossible distances, making the extraordinary look like nothing at all. The ridged pattern on a cat's tongue, caused by backward-facing barbs called papillae, makes it work like a hairbrush. These tiny hooks are made of keratin and help cats groom efficiently while also stripping meat from bones. If you've ever been licked by a cat, you know the feeling. That's surprisingly rough. Almost sandpaper-like texture that's so different from a dog's smooth tongue. What you're feeling are hundreds of tiny backward-facing hooks called papillae, each one made of the same material as their claws, keratin. These aren't just bumps, they're sophisticated tools, shaped like miniature cat claws, all pointing toward the back of the throat. High-speed photography has revealed exactly how they work during grooming. When a cat licks its fur, these hooks penetrate through the top layer of fur down to the skin, catching loose hair, dirt, and debris. It's like running a very fine-toothed comb through their coat with every lick. But grooming is only half the story. These same papillae serve another crucial function. They're meat rasps. In the wild, cats use their tongues to strip every last bit of flesh from bones, to clean a carcass more thoroughly than their teeth alone could manage. The backward-facing hooks catch and tear, was working in conjunction with the licking motion to extract maximum nutrition from a kill. There's something efficient and elegant about this dual-purpose design. One tool, 2 essential functions. Evolution doesn't waste. the same structures that keep their coat clean and help regulate body temperature through saliva spreading, also turn their tongue into a butcher's tool. And perhaps there's a third function, one that's harder to measure but just as real. When a cat grooms you, when they lick your hand or your face with that rough tongue, they're treating you like family. They're using their grooming tool on you, incorporating you into their social circle. It might feel a bit abrasive, but it's an honor, really. You're being accepted, cared for, marked as one of their own through the same mechanism they use to care for themselves. Cats have a third eyelid called a nictitating membrane that protects their eyes. You can sometimes see this translucent lid when a cat is unwell or extremely relaxed. Most people don't know cats have 3 eyelids. There are the 2 obvious ones, upper and lower, the ones that close when they blink. But there's also a third, a pale, translucent membrane that normally stays tucked in the inner corner of the eye, hidden from view. It's called the nictitating membrane, and it's a feature cats share with many animals: birds, reptiles, sharks. In cats, sweeps across the eye from the inner corner outward, like a windshield wiper made of tissue. It provides an extra layer of protection without completely blocking vision, allowing the cat to shield its eyes from debris or injury while still being able to see movement and shapes. You usually only see this third eyelid in specific circumstances. Sometimes when a cat first wakes up still drowsy and relaxed, the membrane might be partially visible, or when a cat is unwell, dehydrated, feverish, or in pain, the membrane may protrude more than usual. It's often one of the first signs veterinarians look for, this subtle indicator that something's not quite right. There's something ancient about this feature, something that reminds us that cats, for all their domestication, still carry the equipment of wild hunters. This membrane protected their ancestors' eyes while navigating through tall grass, while fighting, while eating prey that might have sharp bones or claws. Its armor, as delicate and nearly invisible, always there but rarely noticed. When you do catch a glimpse of it, that pale, milky film sliding across your cat's eye, it can be startling. It looks almost alien, this hidden part suddenly visible. But it's just another reminder that these creatures living in our homes are more complex than they appear, carrying features we never see, mechanisms operating silently in the background, keeping them safe in ways we don't usually consider. A cat's whiskers are roughly as wide as its body, helping it gauge whether it can fit through tight spaces. These vibrissae are deeply embedded and connected to the muscular and nervous systems, acting as sophisticated spatial sensors. A cat approaches a narrow gap between furniture through a partially open door between fence posts. They pause. Their whiskers extend forward, trembling slightly as they assess. And somehow, they know. They know if they can fit, if they should try, or if they need to find another route. This works because whiskers aren't just hairs, they're vibrissae, specialized sensory organs deeply embedded in tissue that's rich with nerve endings and blood vessels. Each whisker is connected to proprioceptors, sensors that provide information about body position and spatial relationships. When the tips of the whiskers touch something, the information travels instantly to the brain, creating a three-dimensional map of the space. The width of a cat's whisker span roughly matches the width of their body at its widest point, usually the chest and shoulders. So when they are evaluating a gap, they're essentially using their whiskers as a measuring tape. If the whiskers can fit through without bending significantly, the body can follow. It's elegant biological engineering, a built-in ruler that accounts for their exact dimensions. But whiskers do more than measure spaces. They also detect air currents, changes in air pressure, even vibrations. A cat can sense a mouse moving nearby without seeing or hearing it, just by feeling the disturbance in the air through their whiskers. They can navigate in complete darkness, using their whiskers to create a sensory map of their environment that doesn't rely on vision at all. Imagine having that kind of spatial awareness, that direct, tactile sense of the world around you, extending beyond your skin. It's almost like having invisible fingers reaching out in all directions, are constantly gathering information. Cats live in a richer sensory landscape than we do, feeling dimensions of space and movement that we can only understand intellectually, never experientially. And here's something tender. Cats' whiskers also communicate emotion. When they're curious or hunting, the whiskers point forward. When they're scared or defensive, they flatten back against the face. Even these sensitive instruments of navigation also serve as signposts of feeling, broadcasting what's happening inside. Cats are crepuscular, meaning they're most active during dawn and dusk. This twilight hunting schedule aligned perfectly with when rodents were most active in the wild. There's a particular quality to the light at dawn and dusk. Not quite day, not quite night. The world exists in that in-between state, where shadows are long and colours muted, where the transition between darkness and light creates a kind of softness in the air. This is when cats come alive. And crepuscular. It's a beautiful word for a beautiful adaptation. While many animals are diurnal, active during the day, or nocturnal, active at night, cats chose the threshold times, the edges, those hours when the sun is low, when the world is quieter, when the light is dim but not absent. This timing wasn't random, it's perfectly calibrated to their prey. Rodents, the primary food source for wild cats, are also most active during these twilight hours. They emerge from their burrows at dusk to forage, and continue feeding into the early morning before the bright daylight drives them back underground. Cats, over millions of years, synchronized their active hours to match this schedule. Even now, domesticated and well-fed, cats follow this ancient rhythm. This is why your cat might race around the house at 5 in the morning, why they get the zoomies at dusk, or why they seem most energetic when you're trying to sleep or just settling in for the evening. They're not trying to annoy you. They're just following instructions written in their DNA millions of years ago, instructions that tell them this is hunting time. There's something poetic about being a creature of the threshold, most alive in the transitional moments, not fully committed to day or night, but finding your place in the spaces between. Maybe that's part of why cats have always seemed slightly mysterious, slightly otherworldly. They exist in the liminal times when the world itself feels more fluid, more open to possibility. And perhaps, in their own way, they're teaching us something about transitions. about how the in-between moments have their own value, their own particular beauty. Dawn and dusk aren't just times to get through on the way to day or night. They're destinations themselves, worth inhabiting, was worth being fully present for. The oldest known pet cat existed 9,500 years ago, discovered in a grave in Cyprus. The cat was buried with its human, suggesting a bond that transcended the purely practical. On the island of Cyprus, archaeologists found a grave. It was 9,500 years old enough that when it was dug, the pyramids of Egypt were still 5,000 years in the future. Inside this grave was a human, carefully laid to rest. And beside the human, arranged with obvious intention, was a cat. This discovery changed our understanding of the human-cat relationship. Cyprus is an island. Cats aren't native there. For a cat to be on Cyprus 9,500 years ago meant that humans had brought cats with them on boats across open water to a new land. And not just as cargo, this cat was buried beside its person with the same care you'd give to something precious. Think about what that burial means. Someone loved this cat enough to want it nearby in death. This wasn't a cat buried coincidentally near a human grave. It was deliberately placed, part of the funeral ritual. The bond between this person and this cat was considered important enough to honour in the most permanent way their culture knew. We can't know the details of their relationship. We can't know if the cat slept on this person's bed, if it purred when they came home, if it had a favourite spot to nap in a sunny window. But we know it mattered. We know that 9,500 years ago someone looked at a cat and saw not just a mouser, not just a useful animal, but a companion worth mourning, worth remembering, worth taking into the next world. It makes you think about all the cats and humans who have shared this bond across the millennia. Millions upon millions of individual relationships, each unique, each meaningful to the people and cats involved. Most left no trace in the archaeological record, but this one did. This one grave tells us that the love between humans and cats is ancient, deeper than civilization, older than cities. It's a partnership that has endured for nearly 10,000 years, and perhaps it will endure for 10,000 more. Cats have scent glands on their cheeks, paws, and flanks, which they use to mark their territory. When your cat rubs against you, they're not just showing affection, they're claiming you as their property. Your cat walks up to you and presses their cheek against your leg, rubbing back and forth with what looks like affection, and it is affection in a way. But it's also something else, claiming. You're being marked, tagged with chemical signatures invisible to you, but obvious to any other cat who might investigate. Cats have scent glands concentrated in specific places on their bodies, on their cheeks, around their ears, on their paws, along their flanks. These glands secrete pheromones, are chemical messages that communicate identity, emotional state, and ownership. When a cat rubs against something, furniture, door frames, your legs, they're depositing these pheromones, creating what amounts to a chemical map of their territory. This marking behaviour is called bunting, and it serves multiple functions. It's how cats create a communal scent in multi-cat households, mixing their pheromones with each other to establish a group identity. It's how they make new environments feel familiar, coating strange objects with their own scent to reduce anxiety. And yes, it's how they claim ownership of places, of objects, and of you. When your cat rubs their face on your hand, they're leaving a message that, if you could read it, might say something like, "Mine. This human is part of my territory, part of my family, part of my world." Other cats who encounter you will be able to smell this claim, though to you it's completely imperceptible. There's something both sweet and possessive about this behavior. Your cat isn't asking permission to claim you. They're just doing it, confidently marking you as theirs, and every time you wash or shower, erasing their scent, they patiently reapply it. It's a never-ending process, this maintenance of scent boundaries, this constant reinforcement of ownership. Maybe there's comfort in it for them, coming home to a place that smells like themselves, living with a human who carries their scent. It makes the world more predictable, more secure. We mark our territory too in different ways, with fences and doors and locks. Cats do it with chemistry, with invisible signatures that say, "I was here, this is mine, this is home." A cat's brain is 90% similar to a human brain, more so than to a dog's brain. Both species have similar regions responsible for emotion, suggesting cats experience feelings much like we do. Inside a cat's skull, there's a brain that weighs about 30 grams, roughly 1 ounce. It's small, wrinkled, complex, and if you were to compare its structure to a human brain, you'd find something surprising. We're 90% similar. This similarity is structural, architectural. The same regions exist in both species. Cats have a cerebral cortex, the wrinkled outer layer responsible for higher-order thinking. They have a hippocampus for memory formation. They have an amygdala for processing emotions. And the blueprints are remarkably alike, even though the scale is different. What this means is profound, though scientists are still working out the details. It suggests that cats don't just react to stimuli, they experience emotions in ways that might be similar to how we experience them. That fear, contentment, anxiety, joy. These aren't just anthropomorphic projections we're placing on cat behavior. They might be real emotional states generated by similar brain structures, yet processed through similar neural pathways. When your cat seems happy to see you, the emotion might be genuine happiness, created by the same type of brain chemistry that creates happiness in you. When they're anxious about a vet visit, it might be real anxiety, not just instinctive avoidance. The same brain regions that light up when you feel fear might light up when a cat feels fear. We're not the same, but we might be more similar than we thought. Interestingly, the cat's brains are more similar to ours than dogs' brains are. Dogs, despite being more outwardly emotionally expressive, have greater structural differences from human brains. Cats, reserved and often inscrutable, might actually be experiencing internal states closer to our own. This creates a kind of quiet tragedy and miscommunication. We've lived with cats for 10,000 years, but we're still learning their language, still trying to understand what's happening in those small, complex brains. They might be feeling more than we give them credit for, experiencing rich emotional lives that we're only beginning to recognize. Perhaps this is why cats have been such enduring companions despite their independence. On some level, maybe we recognize something of ourselves in them, not in their behavior, which is often alien to us, but in something deeper, in the architecture of emotion, in the possibility that behind those inscrutable eyes, there's an inner life not so different from our own. Cats can make over 100 different vocal sounds compared to dogs' approximately 10. Each cat develops a unique vocabulary to communicate specifically with their human companions. Dogs bark, whine, growl, howl. They have a limited repertoire, maybe 10 distinct vocalizations that mean different things in different contexts. Cats, though. Cats have over 100 different sounds they can make, each with subtle variations in pitch, duration, intensity. They have an entire language, and we're only beginning to understand its complexity. There are the sounds we recognize, the meow, the purr, the hiss, the yowl. But within each category there are endless variations. A demanding meow is different from a greeting meow, which is different from a questioning meow, which is different from a complaining meow. Some cats trill, making a rolling brrrup sound. Some chirp at birds through the window, a staccato chattering that seems to mimic prey sounds, where some make sounds we don't have names for, unique vocalizations that appear nowhere in the literature. And here's what's fascinating. Cats customize their vocabulary for their humans. Studies have shown that each cat develops a specific set of vocalizations used only with their person. The sounds they make to you are different from the sounds they'd make to another cat. They're learning what works, what gets responses, what achieves specific goals. Over time, cat and human develop a shared language that's unique to that relationship. Your cat's meow at feeding time is probably different from their neighbour's cat's feeding time meow. The sound they make when they want attention is calibrated specifically to your responses. They're testing, adjusting, remembering what vocalizations produce what results. It's a kind of linguistic evolution happening in real time, within a single lifetime. This means every cat-human pair speaks their own dialect. You might understand your cat perfectly while being confused by another cat's signals. You've learned their particular vocabulary, and they've learned how to communicate with you specifically. It's a private language, developed through years of living together, paying attention, negotiating meaning. Maybe this is part of the depth of the bond. You're not just living with a cat. You're in an ongoing conversation, a dialogue that's been developing since you first met. Their every meow is a word in a language you're both still writing, still refining, still learning to speak more fluently together. The record for the loudest purr is 67.8 decibels, roughly as loud as a shower running. This record holder, Merlin, could purr louder than most normal conversations. Most cat purrs hover around 25 decibels. Quiet, intimate, something you feel more than hear. But Merlin, a black and white cat from the United Kingdom, could purr at 67.8 decibels. That's louder than normal conversation, which averages around 60 decibels. That's as loud as a shower running, or background music in a restaurant, or traffic on a busy street. Imagine sitting in a quiet room with a cat whose purr dominates the space. Not a subtle rumble, but a sound that fills the air that you can't ignore even if you wanted to. Merlin's owner reported that the purr sometimes drowned out the television. That phone conversations were difficult when Merlin was purring nearby. It makes you wonder what makes one cat's purr so much louder than another's. Is it the size of the larynx, the force of the vibration, some quirk of anatomy that acts as an amplifier? Scientists aren't entirely sure. The mechanism of purring itself is still somewhat mysterious. We think it involves the rapid twitching of laryngeal muscles, but the details remain fuzzy. What we do know is that purring evolved as a communication tool. Kittens purr while nursing, creating a vibration that mother cats can feel even when they can't hear. Adult cats purr to signal contentment, to self-soothe during stress, sometimes even when they're injured or dying. It's a multifunctional sound, and volume might affect its function. A louder purr might be more effective at communicating, at being noticed, at achieving whatever goal the purr is meant to achieve. Merlin, presumably, was just being himself, living his life with maximum volume, making his contentment known to everyone within earshot. There's something joyful about that, about a cat who purrs so loudly it becomes a kind of announcement, a declaration that yes, this is good, this moment is good, and everyone should know it. Perhaps we could learn something from Merlin, from the willingness to express satisfaction loudly, unabashedly, without worrying about disturbing the quiet. Sometimes contentment deserves to be loud. Sometimes happiness should drown out the television. Cats walk like camels and giraffes, moving both right feet together, then both left feet. This gait, called pacing, is rare in the animal kingdom and contributes to their graceful stealth. Most four-legged animals walk in a diagonal pattern, right front with left rear, then left front with right rear. It's a stable, balanced way to move, the gait of horses and dogs and most mammals. But cats do something different. They pace. Watch a cat walk slowly across a room. Their right front foot moves forward, and at the same time their right rear foot moves forward. Then the left side does the same. Both feet on one side, then both feet on the other. It's a lateral gait, the same way camels walk, the same way giraffes walk. And in the mammal world it's unusual. This pacing gait gives cats something special. Silence. Because both feet on one side move together, and their weight shifts smoothly from side to side without the rocking motion that comes from diagonal stepping. There's less vibration, less disturbance. When combined with their ability to walk on their toes and retract their claws, this gait makes them extraordinarily quiet. It also contributes to that characteristic feline grace, that flowing quality to their movement. They don't plod or march, they glide. The pacing gait creates a sinuous motion, a kind of liquid progress that looks effortless. Watch a cat in slow motion, and you'll see their body moving like a wave, weight transferring smoothly, each step flowing into the next without disruption. There's an elegance to efficiency. This gait evolved because it worked. It helped cats hunt successfully, allowed them to stalk prey without giving away their position through sound or excessive movement. But it's beautiful too, in the way that well-designed things often are. Form following function, creating something that's both practical and aesthetically perfect. Maybe this is why cats seem so self-possessed, so graceful even when they're just walking across the kitchen. Every movement is optimized, refined by millions of years of evolution. They're not trying to be elegant, they just are, because elegance is what survival required. And now, millennia later, we watch them pace through our homes, moving like the desert hunters they once were, yes, carrying that ancient gait into our modern world. A cat's field of vision is about 200 degrees, compared to a human's 180 degrees. This wider peripheral vision helps them detect the slightest movement of potential prey or threats. Imagine seeing 20 degrees more of the world than you currently do. You're looking forward, but you can see more to the sides, more periphery, more context, more information about what's happening beyond the center of your focus. This is how cats see. 200 degrees of visual field compared to our 180. Those extra 20 degrees might not sound like much, but they matter. They mean a cat can see motion approaching from the side without turning their head. They mean better awareness of the environment, fewer blind spots, more information about potential threats or opportunities. For a small predator who is also potential prey, this wider view is survival. But there's a trade-off. Cats sacrifice some aspects of vision to gain this wider field. Their binocular vision, the area where both eyes see the same thing, allowing for depth perception, is narrower than ours. The periphery they gain is seen mostly monocularly, by one eye at a time. So while they see more broadly, they see less depth at the edges. This explains some of their behavior. Cats are excellent at detecting movement in their peripheral vision. It's what makes them such effective hunters. Yeah, but judging distance at the edges of their vision is harder. This is why they sometimes misjudge jumps, why they might swat at something and miss, why they excel at spotting things but sometimes struggle with exactly how far away those things are. There's something fascinating about the way different visual systems are optimized for different needs. We see a narrower field but with better depth perception throughout, because as primates we needed to judge the distance to tree branches. Cats see a wider field with better motion detection, because as hunters and hunted, they needed to know what was approaching from all directions. Neither system is better, they're just different, shaped by different evolutionary pressures, different survival needs. When you and your cat look at the same room, you're seeing different versions of it. Your version is narrower but deeper. Theirs is wider but shallower at the edges. Same room, different realities, yet each perfectly suited to the creature doing the seeing. Cats can't see directly below their nose, which is why they sometimes can't find treats right in front of them. Their whiskers compensate for this blind spot, sensing objects in that near field zone. You drop a treat directly in front of your cat. They saw it fall. They know it's there. And yet they search, sniffing the floor, sometimes walking right over it without noticing. It seems impossible. The treat is right there, be inches from their face, but to them, it's invisible. Cats have a blind spot directly below their nose. The way their eyes are positioned, angled slightly forward for binocular vision, creates a zone maybe 3 or 4 inches in front of their face that they simply can't see. It's a gap in their visual field, a place where vision doesn't reach, no matter how they adjust their gaze. For most purposes, this blind spot doesn't matter. Like, cats aren't designed to look at things right in front of their nose. They're designed to spot prey from a distance, to detect movement across a field or through grass. Close-up examination isn't their specialty, but it does explain these moments of apparent confusion when something is literally right in front of them and they can't find it. This is where whiskers come in. Those specialized sensory hairs that extend forward from their muzzle are perfectly positioned to sense objects in the exact zone where vision fails. When a cat is exploring something close to their face, they're not seeing it, they're feeling it, using their whiskers to create a tactile map of what's there. The whiskers compensate, filling in the information gap that vision leaves behind. It's an elegant complementary system. Eyes for distance, whiskers for proximity. Together, they create complete sensory coverage, each sense handling the ranges where it works best. But it means that different parts of a cat's world are perceived through completely different senses. The treat on the floor 6 feet away, that's visual. The same treat right under their nose, that's tactile, processed through whiskers, understood through touch rather than sight. Maybe this is a reminder that perception isn't monolithic. We think of seeing as one unified experience, but really it's a patchwork. Different systems covering different ranges stitched together by the brain into something that feels continuous. Cats just make the seams more obvious. The division between where vision ends and touch begins more apparent. They navigate their blind spots just as we navigate ours, relying on other senses to fill the gaps. Cats are one of the few animals that walk on their toes, a trait called digitigrade locomotion. This gives them their characteristic silent and stalking walk and explosive acceleration. Look at a cat's back leg sometime. Really look at the structure. What appears to be their knee, bending backward, that's actually their ankle. What looks like their foot, that's really just their toes. Cats, like many predators, walk on their tiptoes, never placing their heels on the ground. This is called digitigrade locomotion, walking on digits, on toes, and it's different from how humans move. We're plantigrade, walking with our whole foot flat on the ground, heel to toe. Cats, along with dogs and most carnivores, evolved a different approach. They raised their heels, lengthened their feet into a kind of extended lever, and walk balanced on just their toes. This design gives them several advantages. First, it makes them taller without making them heavier, giving them longer legs relative to their body size. Second, it turns their feet into springs. The long foot bones and raised heel create elastic energy storage, making their movements more efficient. Third, and perhaps most importantly, it makes them quieter. Walking on toes means less surface area touches the ground with each step. Combine this with retractable claws and soft paw pads, and you have an animal that can move in near-perfect silence. No heel strike, no heavy footfall, just the soft press of padded toes against whatever surface they're crossing. This is why cats can sneak up on you, why you might not hear them approaching until they're right beside you. It also enables their explosive speed. Those long legs act like compressed springs, storing and releasing energy with each step. When a cat needs to accelerate suddenly, chasing prey, or just racing across the room at 3 in the morning, those extended limbs provide incredible propulsion. They're basically sprinting on tiptoes, which if you've ever tried it, you know provides much more acceleration than running flat-footed. There's something balletic about it, this permanent on-point position. Cats move through the world like dancers, balanced on the smallest contact points, their bodies designed for grace and silence and sudden speed. They're not choosing to tiptoe. It's the only way they can walk. And perhaps that's why they seem so light, so ethereal sometimes. Because in a very real sense, they barely touch the ground at all. The technical term for a hairball is a trichobezoar. These accumulations of hair form in the stomach when grooming, a small price cats pay for their meticulous cleanliness. Trichobezoar. It's a word that sounds medical and slightly ominous, from the Greek tricho, meaning hair, and bezoar, meaning a mass found trapped in the gastrointestinal system. But really, and it's just the scientific name for something every cat owner knows, the hairball. Cats are obsessive groomers, spending up to 1/3 of their waking hours licking their fur, and that tongue, covered in those backward-facing hooks, is extremely efficient at removing loose hair. The problem is those same hooks that catch the hair also direct it backwards, toward the throat. Cats can't spit it out, so they swallow it. Most of the time, the hair passes through the digestive system without issue, emerging in the feces, but sometimes, especially in long-haired cats or during shedding season, too much hair accumulates in the stomach. It clumps together with digestive fluids and food, forming a compact mass. Eventually, the cat's body decides this mass can't move forward, so it moves it backward, up through the esophagus, out through the mouth, usually accompanied by that distinctive hacking, retching sound that sends cat owners running for the paper towels. The result is the hairball, a wet tubular mass of compressed hair shaped by the esophagus as it's expelled. It's unpleasant, but it's normal. It's the price of cleanliness, the inevitable consequence of having an efficient self-grooming system and a tongue that works too well. What's interesting is that some animals that groom themselves don't have this problem. Rabbits, for instance, can't vomit at all, so they must pass all ingested hair through their digestive system. Cats have the ability to vomit, which is both a blessing and a curse. It allows them to expel trichobezoars before they cause intestinal blockages, but it also means finding surprises on your carpet at 3 in the morning. There's something humble and slightly absurd about the fact that these elegant, graceful creatures periodically hack up hairballs. It's a reminder that biology is messy, that even the most refined systems have ungraceful moments, where cats maintain their beautiful coats through constant grooming, but the maintenance system itself has a flaw, a design compromise. They're too clean for their own good, and trichobezoars are the result. The small, gross price of being meticulous. Cats have been to space. A French cat named Félicette successfully travelled to space in 1963. She survived the mission and contributed valuable data about brain function in zero gravity. On October 18th, 1963, a small black and white cat with electrodes implanted in her brain sat inside a rocket at a French launch site. Her name was Félicette, and she was about to become the first and only cat to travel to space and return alive. The rocket launched, carrying Félicette beyond Earth's atmosphere into a suborbital flight. For about 5 minutes, she experienced weightlessness, true zero gravity, while the electrodes transmitted data about her brain activity back to scientists on the ground. And then the capsule descended, parachutes deployed, and she landed safely in the Sahara Desert, where recovery teams were waiting. Félicette didn't choose this journey. She was a stray cat from the streets of Paris, selected for the mission and trained alongside 13 other cats. The French space program wanted to understand how space travel affected living beings, and cats, with their size and physiology, were considered good test subjects. The mission was successful in its goals. It provided valuable neurological data that contributed to our understanding of brain function in microgravity. But Félicette herself was largely forgotten. Unlike Laika the dog, or the chimpanzees and monkeys that flew before her, Félicette never became famous. She didn't appear on stamps or in textbooks. She quietly lived out her life, we don't know for how long, and then disappeared from history until recently, when space enthusiasts began an effort to memorialize her contribution. There's something poignant about her story. She was a stray who became an astronaut, who experienced something only a handful of living beings have ever experienced, and then returned to obscurity. She felt weightlessness. She saw the curve of the Earth, or would have if the capsule had windows. She contributed to science, to human knowledge, and received almost nothing in return except her life. In 2019, a bronze statue of Félicette was unveiled at the International Space University in France. Finally, a monument. A recognition that this small cat from Paris did something extraordinary, something that mattered. She represents all the animals who contributed to space exploration, often without choice, often without recognition. And maybe, in remembering her, we're acknowledging a debt to all the creatures who helped us reach for the stars, even when they couldn't understand why. A cat's purr can switch frequencies between contentment, stress, and even a frequency that solicits food. The solicitation purr includes a high-frequency component similar to a baby's cry that humans find hard to ignore. Not all purrs are created equal. We tend to think of purring as a single thing, a sign of happiness, of contentment, and often it is. But cats have evolved something more sophisticated, more manipulative. They can modulate their purr, as shifting the frequency to communicate different things, to achieve different goals. The contentment purr is what we usually hear, that low, steady rumble somewhere between 25 and 50 hertz. It's soothing, rhythmic, the sound of a cat at peace. But there's also the stress purr, which can occur when a cat is frightened, injured, or even dying. Some researchers believe cats purr in these situations to self-soothe, to trigger the healing frequencies we talked about earlier, to comfort themselves when they're in distress. And then there's the solicitation purr. This one is different. It maintains the low-frequency baseline but adds a high-frequency component, usually between 200 and 600 hertz. This higher frequency, embedded within the normal purr, is remarkably similar in frequency to a human baby's cry, and our brains, wired by evolution to respond urgently to crying babies, find this frequency very hard to ignore, and cats use this solicitation purr when they want something, usually food. They've figured out through trial and error, or perhaps through evolutionary selection, that adding this high-frequency component makes their purr more effective at getting humans to act. It creates a sense of urgency, a mild discomfort that makes us want to respond, to fix whatever is causing that sound. Studies have shown that humans rate the solicitation purr as more urgent and less pleasant than a regular contentment purr, even when they can't consciously identify what's different about it. Cat owners often report feeling compelled to get up and feed their cat when they hear this particular purr, as if the cat is inside their head, pushing buttons they didn't know they had. It's manipulation, in a sense, but it's also communication, a sophisticated use of sound to convey specific needs. Cats have learned our weak points, the frequencies we can't ignore, and they use this knowledge to get what they want. They've hacked our evolutionary wiring, found the frequency that makes us listen, and they deploy it strategically. Perhaps that's what 10,000 years of cohabitation does. We shape them, and they shape us. They learn our languages, and we learn theirs. And in the process they develop tools, like the solicitation purr, that bridge the gap between species. That turn their needs into sounds we can't help but respond to. It's clever. It's effective. And every time you hear that urgent, slightly uncomfortable purr and find yourself getting up to check the food bowl, you're experiencing the result of thousands of years of cats learning exactly how to communicate with us. Cats only meow at humans, not at other cats. Adult cats developed this vocalization specifically to communicate with us, treating us like parent figures. Watch adult cats interact with each other. They communicate through body language, through scent, through various vocalizations, hisses, yowls, chirps, but they don't meow. The meow is reserved for us. Kittens meow to their mothers. It's a call for attention, for food, for warmth, for help. But as they mature into adults, they typically stop meowing to each other. The behavior is abandoned, replaced by other forms of feline communication that work better for adult cat-to-cat interactions. Except when there are humans around. With us, the meowing continues. At some point in their domestication process, cats figured out that humans respond to meows. Maybe it's because the frequency and rhythm of a cat's meow is similar to a human baby's cry, high-pitched, demanding, impossible to ignore. Maybe it's just that we're verbal creatures ourselves, and we pay attention to sounds in ways we don't pay attention to scent marks or ear positions. Whatever the reason, meowing worked. It got responses, so cats kept doing it. This means that every meow is directed at you. When your cat meows, they're specifically trying to communicate with you, using a vocalization they've maintained from kittenhood, because it's effective at getting through to these strange, large, relatively deaf creatures they live with. In a sense, they're treating us like parent figures, continuing the kitten behavior of meowing for attention, adapting it and refining it for their adult relationship with humans. different cats develop different meowing strategies. Some meow constantly, having learned that persistence works. Others rarely meow, having either decided it's not worth the effort or simply having different personalities. Some develop specific meows for specific requests, different sounds for feed me, let me out, pay attention to me, I'm lonely. It's a language created specifically for interspecies communication. Cats don't use it among themselves because they don't need to. They have better tools for talking to other cats. But for talking to us, meowing is their primary tool, developed and refined over generations of living alongside humans. It's a bridge between our species, a sound that exists only in the relationship between cats and people. When your cat meows at you, they're using a communication method they created for you. It's not their natural language. It's the language they invented to talk to you specifically because you wouldn't understand them otherwise. In its own way, that's a kind of love, or at least accommodation. They're making the effort to speak in ways you might understand, even though it's not natural for them. They're meeting you halfway. A cat's kidneys are so efficient they can survive on seawater. Their renal system can filter out the salt, an adaptation from their desert-dwelling ancestors. Imagine being able to drink seawater and survive. For most mammals, including humans, seawater is deadly. It's so salty that drinking it actually dehydrates you, pulling water from your cells through osmosis faster than you're taking water in. But cats, with their extraordinarily efficient kidneys, can process seawater and extract hydration from it. This adaptation comes from their evolutionary history. The ancestors of domestic cats evolved in desert regions, and as places where fresh water was scarce and precious. Any water they could access might be brackish, high in mineral content, far from the pure fresh water we think of as drinkable. So their kidneys evolved to be extremely efficient at concentrating urine, at extracting every possible bit of usable water and excreting waste in a highly concentrated form that requires minimal water loss. Modern cats still carry this desert adaptation. Their urine is remarkably concentrated. You've probably noticed its strong smell which comes from this concentration. They're losing minimal water with each urination, conserving every drop their body can use, and their kidneys can filter out salt content that would overwhelm most mammalian renal systems, pulling usable water from even heavily saline sources. This doesn't mean you should give your cat seawater to drink, of course. Just because they can process it doesn't mean it's optimal for them. Fresh water is still better, still easier on their system, but in an emergency, in a survival situation, a cat could sustain itself on seawater, where most other mammals would die of dehydration. There's something remarkable about carrying desert survival equipment inside your body, even when you're living in a suburban house with a bowl of fresh water always available. Evolution doesn't erase adaptations just because they're no longer necessary. These efficient kidneys, designed for scarcity, now operate in abundance. They're overqualified for the job, using their salt-filtering superpowers on regular tap water, maintaining the ability to survive in deserts even though most domestic cats will never see one. It makes you wonder what else cats are capable of that we never see. what other survival abilities they possess that their comfortable lives never require them to use. They're small, domestic, pampered, and yet they carry inside them the tools to survive in environments that would kill us. The desert is still there, encoded in their kidneys, ready if it's ever needed again. The world's longest domestic cat measured 48.5 inches long. My Maine Stuart Gilligan, a Maine Coon, stretched longer than a yardstick from nose to tail tip. 48.5 inches, 4 feet and half a foot. Longer than a yardstick, longer than most kindergartners are tall. That was my Maine Stuart Gilligan, Stewie to his friends, a Maine Coon who held the Guinness World Record for the longest domestic cat. Maine Coons are already large cats, known for their size and their luxurious fur, but Stewie was exceptional even among his breed. When he stretched out fully from the tip of his nose to the tip of his tail, he measured more than 4 feet long. Imagine a cat taking up that much space on your couch, stretching across your lap like a small dog or a very long furry scarf with paws. Stewie lived in Nevada with his owner, Robin Hendrickson, who must have needed extra large furniture to accommodate him. He was, by all accounts, a gentle giant, friendly, affectionate, comfortable with his size in the way some very large creatures are. He passed away in 2013 after a battle with cancer, mourned by his owner and by the internet, which had grown fond of this unusually long cat. There's something endearing about extreme records in animals. The smallest, the largest, the longest, the loudest. These outliers that push the boundaries of what we think a species can be. Stewie wasn't just a cat, he was the concept of cat extended to its maximum length, a demonstration of how much variation exists within the category we call domestic cat. And yet, despite his record-breaking length, he was still fundamentally cat-like. He still purred, still groomed himself, still did all the normal cat things. His size didn't make him a different kind of creature. It just made him more of what he already was. More cat per cat, if you will. Maybe there's something comforting about that. About the fact that exceptional size doesn't fundamentally change nature. That a 4-foot-long cat is still recognizably a cat, still moves through the world with feline logic and priorities. We scale up, but the essence remains. Stewie was extraordinary and ordinary at the same time, a paradox wrapped in an exceptionally long body, stretching the definition of cat-sized while remaining completely, thoroughly feline. Cats can rotate their ears independently, allowing them to monitor multiple sound sources simultaneously. That this gives them a kind of auditory omniscience in their environment. Picture yourself in a crowded room, conversations happening everywhere, sounds coming from all directions. To focus on any one sound, you have to turn your head, orient yourself toward the source. Now imagine if you could listen to the conversation behind you with your left ear, while simultaneously tracking what someone to your right is saying with your right ear, all without moving your head at all. This is how cats hear. Each ear operates independently, controlled by those 32 muscles we discussed earlier. While one ear swivels backward, tracking a sound from behind, the other can point forward, investigating something ahead. They can monitor multiple sound sources at once, building a complete acoustic map of their surroundings without needing to move anything except those mobile ear pinny. Watch a cat in a busy household. Their ears are constantly moving, twitching, adjusting. One ear tracks the dog walking through the kitchen. The other monitors the bird outside the window. Both ears briefly align toward an interesting sound, then split apart again to cover different zones. It's like having two independent microphones on a swivel mount, each one collecting different information, all being processed simultaneously. This ability is survival. For a small predator, knowing what's happening in all directions is crucial. A mouse might be rustling in the grass ahead, but a larger predator might be approaching from behind. Cats can't afford to be so focused on potential prey that they miss potential danger. Independent ear control means they can hunt and watch their back at the same time, but it also creates a kind of sensory richness we can barely imagine. The auditory world cats inhabit is multi-directional, multi-layered, constantly shifting. They're not choosing between sounds the way we do, focusing on one thing and filtering out the rest. Yeah, they're processing multiple sound streams simultaneously, maintaining awareness of the entire acoustic environment. Sometimes when a cat seems to be ignoring you, their ears tell a different story. One ear might swivel toward you when you call their name, acknowledging the sound even while their body remains still, their gaze fixed elsewhere. They heard you. They know you're there. They're just also listening to 6 other things at the same time, and they've decided those other things are more interesting right now. Perhaps this is why cats seem so alert even when they're resting. Their ears are always working, always scanning, always listening. They're never truly off duty. Even in sleep, you might see their ears twitching, rotating towards sounds, monitoring the world while the rest of them dreams. It's vigilance built into the architecture of their skull. A kind of awareness we can understand intellectually but never experience ourselves. A cat's cerebral cortex contains about twice as many neurons as a dog's. This higher neuron count may contribute to their complex problem-solving abilities and memory. Inside that small skull, in a brain that weighs about an ounce, there are approximately 300 million neurons. For comparison, a dog's brain, even in larger breeds, contains around 160 million neurons. Cats, despite having smaller brains overall, pack in nearly twice the neuron density in their cerebral cortex. Neurons are the processing units of the brain, the cells that handle information, form connections, create thoughts, and memories and decisions. More neurons generally means more processing power, more capacity for complex thinking, and cats, it seems, have been underestimated. This might explain some of their behaviours that frustrate and fascinate us in equal measure. Their ability to remember where things are hidden, even months or years later. Their capacity to figure out complex mechanisms, how to open doors, how to operate faucets, how to get into supposedly cat-proof containers. Their tendency to observe before acting, to study a problem rather than just attacking it with brute force. Dogs are often considered more intelligent because they're more eager to please, more trainable, more obviously responsive to human direction. But trainability isn't the same as intelligence. It's compliance, it's social bonding, it's a desire to work within human systems. Cats have less interest in pleasing us, which makes them seem less intelligent, but perhaps they're just more independent thinkers, less motivated by social approval, more focused on solving problems for their own sake. Those extra neurons might be doing something interesting. They might be creating longer memories, more complex spatial maps, a more nuanced understanding of cause and effect. When a cat sits and stares at a closed door for several minutes before meowing, they might not be stuck. They might be thinking, planning, deciding on the best approach. Of course, neuron count isn't everything. The structure matters, the connections matter, the specific arrangements of neural networks matter. A brain isn't just a neuron counting contest. But still, that density suggests something. It suggests complexity, capacity, potential that we're probably not fully recognizing or utilizing. Maybe this is why cats sometimes seem to be judging us, watching us with that steady, unblinking gaze. Maybe, with all those neurons processing information, they're understanding more than we give them credit for. They're solving us, the way they solve doors and drawers and puzzle feeders, and perhaps they've concluded that we're occasionally foolish, often predictable, and mostly manageable. Useful large creatures who can be trained to open cans and doors on command if you just meow at the right frequency. Cats are extremely sensitive to vibrations and can detect earthquake tremors 10 to 15 minutes before humans. They sense these through their paw pads, which are incredibly receptive to ground vibrations. There are stories, going back centuries across many cultures, of cats behaving strangely before earthquakes, running from buildings, hiding, yowling, showing signs of distress for no apparent reason. Then, minutes or sometimes hours later, the ground shakes. The earthquake arrives, and suddenly the cat's behavior makes sense. For a long time, these were just anecdotes, stories that sounded like superstition. But there's science behind it. Cats can detect the initial P waves of an earthquake, the primary waves that travel faster than the devastating S waves that cause the shaking we feel. These P waves are subtle, like creating vibrations too faint for humans to consciously detect. But cats feel them. Their paw pads are extraordinarily sensitive to vibration. They have to be. In the wild, this sensitivity helps them detect prey moving underground or nearby, feel the approach of other animals, navigate terrain in darkness. The same mechanism that lets them hunt also lets them feel the Earth's subtle warnings before a quake. 10 to 15 minutes of advance warning. Not much time, really. Not enough to evacuate a city or prevent damage, but enough time to get outside, to move away from buildings, to find safety. There are documented cases of cats waking their sleeping owners before earthquakes, of pets refusing to enter buildings that later collapsed, of animals providing warnings that, if heeded, saved lives. It's not magic or sixth sense, it's just physics and biology. The vibrations exist. Cats have the equipment to detect them. We don't. So to us it seems like prescience, like prediction. But they're not predicting the future. They're feeling the present in a frequency range we can't access. This makes you think about all the other information flowing through the world that we're simply not equipped to perceive. Vibrations, magnetic fields, ultraviolet patterns, ultrasonic sounds, whole layers of reality that exist but remain invisible and inaudible to us. We live in a reduced bandwidth version of the world, while cats and other animals experience frequencies and intensities we're completely blind to. Maybe this is why animals sometimes seem to react to nothing, why they stare at walls or run from empty rooms. They're not crazy, they're not seeing ghosts, they're just perceiving things we can't. Vibrations, sounds, changes in air pressure or electromagnetic fields. The world is richer and more complex than our senses reveal, and cats are tuned to frequencies we've long since lost access to, if we ever had it at all. The oldest cat on record lived to be 38 years and 3 days old. Creme Puff of Austin, Texas, lived from 1967 to 2005, witnessing nearly 4 decades of human history. 38 years and 3 days. Think about how much changes in 38 years. When Cream Puff was born in 1967, the Beatles were still together. Man hadn't walked on the moon. There were only 3 TV channels. Computers filled entire rooms. When she died in 2005, we had the internet, smartphones were emerging. The world was utterly transformed. Cream Puff lived through all of it. She was a cat living in Austin, Texas with her owner Jake Perry, who apparently had a gift for feline longevity. He also owned the previous record holder, a cat named Grandpa Rex Allen, who lived to 34. What Perry fed his cats, we can only guess. He claimed it was bacon and eggs, broccoli, coffee with cream, and the occasional eyedropper of red wine. Yet a veterinary nutritionist would probably disapprove, but something was working. 38 years is nearly 3 times the average cat lifespan. It's like a human living to 250. By the end, Cream Puff was ancient beyond reckoning in cat years, a feline Methuselah, a creature who had accumulated more years than seemed possible in such a small body. What did the world look like from her perspective? She would have seen Perry age from a young man to an older one, and she might have seen children grow up, leave home, return as adults. The neighborhood around her would have changed completely. Houses built and torn down, trees growing from saplings to full height, the entire landscape transforming while she remained, watching from window sills, napping in sunbeams, outlasting nearly everything around her. There's something both beautiful and melancholy about such a long life. More time to be loved, more time to give companionship, but also more time to witness loss, to see other pets come and go, to exist while the world keeps changing around you at its relentless pace. We don't know what Cream Puff thought about, if she thought in ways we'd recognize, but she was there, present, alive through decades most cats never see. She accumulated years like treasures, each day added to an improbable total. And when she finally died, just 3 days past her 38th birthday, she left behind a record that still stands. A reminder that sometimes, rarely but sometimes, life just keeps going, day after day, year after year, far longer than anyone expected. Cats have a special reflective layer behind their retinas called the tapetum lucidum. This mirror-like layer is what makes their eyes glow in the dark and helps them see in near darkness. Shine a flashlight at a cat in a dark room and their eyes light up, glowing green or gold or sometimes an eerie red. It looks supernatural, like something out of a horror movie. But it's just biology, just light bouncing off a structure called the tapetum lucidum. The name is Latin. Tapetum lucidum means bright carpet or bright tapestry, and that's essentially what it is, a reflective layer of cells behind the retina, positioned like a mirror at the back of the eye. When light enters the eye, it passes through the retina where photoreceptors absorb some of it. But whatever light isn't absorbed continues backward and hits the tapetum lucidum, which reflects it back through the retina again, giving the photoreceptors a second chance to catch it. This effectively doubles the light available for vision. Light gets 2 passes through the retina instead of 1. For an animal that hunts at dawn and dusk in low-light conditions where every photon matters, this is an enormous advantage. It's the difference between seeing prey and missing it, between navigating safely and stumbling blind. The trade-off is slightly reduced visual acuity in bright light. All that reflection can create some scatter, some loss of sharpness. But for cats, who evolved as crepuscular hunters, the trade-off is worth it. Sharp vision in bright daylight matters less than being able to see at all in near darkness. The colour of the glow, the eye shine as it's called, varies depending on the minerals in the tapetum lucidum. Zinc creates yellow-green, while riboflavin produces blue-green. Age can change the colour too, as the composition of the tapetum shifts over time. Some cats have one colour when they're young, and a different colour when they're old. There's something ancient and wild about this feature. When your house cat's eyes glow in the dark, you're seeing the same mechanism that allowed their ancestors to hunt in the twilight hours millions of years ago. You're seeing evolution's solution to the problem of darkness, a biological mirror that turns cats into creatures of the shadows, able to navigate and hunt in light levels that would leave us completely blind. It's a reminder that the cat sleeping on your couch carries equipment designed for a life nothing like the one they're living. They have night hunter's eyes, desert survivor's kidneys, sprint predator's muscles, all these adaptations for a wild existence, now deployed in the considerably less demanding environment of a modern home. But the equipment remains, ready, functional, turning living room shadows into spaces they can see clearly while you fumble for a light switch. A cat's nose has approximately 200 million scent receptors, compared to a human's 5 million. This makes their sense of smell about 14 times stronger than ours, revealing a hidden aromatic world. We live primarily in a visual world. What we see dominates our perception, shapes our understanding of reality. But cats live in a world of scent as much as sight, maybe more. 200 million scent receptors packed into that small nose. For context, we have about 5 million. Imagine if your sense of smell suddenly became 14 times more sensitive. The faint smell of yesterday's cooking would be overwhelming. You'd smell your neighbour's breakfast through closed windows. You'd track people by their scent trails, know who'd been in a room hours ago, detect emotions through the chemical changes they cause in sweat. This is closer to how cats experience the world. Every object carries a scent signature. Every person leaves a smell trail. The house is a layered map of scent information. Where the dog walked this morning, which chair the visiting guest sat in 3 days ago, that the window was open last Tuesday, and outside smells drifted through. This olfactory richness explains behaviors that might otherwise seem strange. Why cats spend so much time sniffing things, why they sometimes freeze, nose twitching, processing some scent we can't detect, why they have strong preferences about food freshness. They're not being fussy, they're smelling things we can't, detecting early spoilage or chemical changes invisible to our inferior noses. It also explains why scent is so central to their communication. Those scent glands we talked about earlier, on cheeks, paws, flanks, they're broadcasting messages continuously. And with 200 million receptors, other cats can read those messages in incredible detail. They don't just smell another cat was here, they smell which cat, what mood they were in, how long ago they passed by, whether they're friend or stranger or rival. When a cat refuses food that seems perfectly fine to us, or insists on sniffing your hand before allowing pets, or becomes agitated by a smell we can't even detect, they're not being difficult. Yeah, they're responding to information that's real and present in their world, just invisible in ours. We're the ones with the disability, walking round mostly scent blind, while cats navigate rich aromatic landscapes we can barely imagine. Maybe this is why they sometimes seem distracted, why their attention wanders to things we can't identify. They're not zoning out, they're processing the smell of the neighbour's cat from 2 yards away, the lingering scent of the mail carrier from 3 hours ago, the chemical signature of stress you're emitting without realizing it. They're reading a world written in molecules and carried on air currents, a world that exists in parallel to the visual one, just as real, just invisible to us. Cats have a specialized organ called the Jacobson's organ on the roof of their mouth. When cats make that strange open-mouthed grimace called Fleeman, they're drawing scents into this organ for chemical analysis. You've probably seen it. Your cat encounters an interesting smell. Maybe another cat's scent mark, maybe something unusual on your shoe. They open their mouth slightly, curl back their upper lip, and hold this strange grimace for several seconds. They look startled, or disgusted, or like they're caught mid-sneeze. This is the Fleeman response, and it's not about taste or disgust. It's about deep scent analysis. On the roof of a cat's mouth, just behind the front teeth, there's a special organ called the vomeronasal organ, or Jacobson's organ. It's a pair of fluid-filled sacs with receptors that specialize in detecting pheromones and other complex chemical signals. But these receptors can't analyze airborne scent the way the nose does. They need the scent molecules delivered directly. That's what the Fleeman response does. By opening their mouth and curling their lip, cats create a passage that draws air and scent molecules up through the front teeth and through small ducts directly into the Jacobson's organ. They're basically pumping scent molecules into a specialized chemical analyzer that can break down information the nose alone can't fully process. What kind of information? Primarily pheromones, chemical signals that convey sexual receptivity, territorial status, emotional state, individual identity. When cats encounter urine marks from other cats, the Fleeman response helps them read this chemical message in detail. Is this cat male or female? Sexually receptive? Friend or threat? Stressed or calm? The Fleeman response often looks comical to us. that frozen grimace that makes cats look startled or disturbed. But really they're just concentrating. They're processing complex chemical information through a sense we don't have, analysing data we can't access. It's the equivalent of us stopping to read a detailed notice board. They're just reading it with chemistry instead of with their eyes. Many mammals have Jacobson's organs. Horses do it, big cats do it. Some primates retain vestigial versions, but cats have perfected it, integrating this chemical analysis system into their daily navigation of social and territorial landscapes. Every interesting smell might warrant a Fleeman response, a brief pause to really analyse what they're dealing with. When you see your cat making that face, frozen with their mouth half open, they're not broken. They're not malfunctioning. They're reading. They're extracting meaning from molecules, translating chemical signatures into information about the world around them. They're using senses we barely understand to perceive dimensions of reality we can't access. And perhaps that's part of what makes them seem mysterious. They're constantly gathering information from sources invisible to us, building an understanding of the world that's fundamentally different from our own. A female cat can become pregnant as young as 4 months old. This early fertility is one reason why cat populations can explode so quickly without intervention. 4 months old, still a kitten by most measures, still playful and small, still figuring out how to be a cat, and yet already capable of reproduction. Female cats reach sexual maturity remarkably early, and this biological fact has enormous implications for cat populations. A female cat can have her first litter before she's even 6 months old. She can have multiple litters per year, typically 2 or 3, though sometimes more. Each litter averages 4 to 6 kittens, though it can range from 1 to 9 or more. Those kittens, if they're female, can start reproducing at 4 months themselves. The mathematics of this are exponential, explosive. One unspayed female cat, in theory, could be responsible for thousands of descendants in just a few years. Her daughters have daughters who have daughters, each generation overlapping with the others, breeding continuously. This is why areas without spay/neuter programs can become overrun with cats, why feral colonies grow so quickly, why shelters are constantly overwhelmed. There's no judgment in this biology. Cats evolved in environments where high mortality meant high fertility was necessary for species survival. In the wild, many kittens don't survive to adulthood. Predators, disease, starvation, natural pressures keep populations in balance, but in human environments, where food might be available and major predators absent, these natural checks don't function the same way. The fertility remains, but the mortality decreases and populations explode. This early sexual maturity also means physical immaturity. A 4-month-old cat having kittens is still growing herself, still developing. Pregnancy and nursing put enormous stress on a body that's not fully developed. It's not ideal, not what we'd choose for them if we could. But biology doesn't care about ideals. It cares about reproduction, about passing genes forward, about continuation of the species. Understanding this helps explain why spaying and neutering are so crucial. We're not fighting against cat behavior or preference. We're fighting against evolutionary programming that's millions of years old, that's designed for different circumstances than the ones most cats now live in. We're intervening in a biological system that works too well for the artificial environments we've created. Every spayed female is thousands of potential kittens that won't be born into a world that may not have room for them. It's a strange thing, preventing life to prevent suffering. But sometimes that's what compassion requires. Understanding the math, understanding the biology, and making choices that the cats themselves can't make. Cats only have sweat glands in their paw pads. Those little wet footprints on the vet's examination table are signs of a very nervous cat. Most mammals cool themselves through sweating, releasing heat through evaporation across their skin. But cats covered in fur took a different evolutionary path. They only have sweat glands in a few small hairless areas, primarily their paw pads. This means cats can't really cool themselves through sweating the way we do. On a hot day, we perspire across our entire body surface, an evaporative cooling keeping our temperature regulated. Cats don't have that option. They have other strategies, panting when overheated, seeking cool surfaces, grooming themselves so saliva evaporates from their fur. But the paw pad sweat glands aren't primarily for temperature regulation. Instead, they serve a different function. Those sweat glands activate in response to stress. When a cat is frightened, anxious, or nervous, their paw pads get sweaty. It's an autonomic response, like our own nervous sweating, but localized to these small areas. This is why you'll sometimes see wet paw prints on the vet's examination table, or on the floor when you bring out the cat carrier, or in the car during a drive. The cat isn't overheated. They're stressed. Their body is responding to perceived threat with this unconscious reaction, activating sweat glands that leave betraying evidence of their emotional state. There might be a functional reason for this beyond just stress response. Moist paw pads might provide better traction, which could be useful when a frightened cat needs to run or climb quickly. Enhanced grip in moments of danger. But mostly for us, it's just a readable sign. A way to know that our cat is more stressed than they might be outwardly showing. Cats are good at hiding fear and pain. It's a survival trait. Showing weakness in the wild is dangerous. But their paws tell a truth their faces might conceal. Those wet footprints are little flags of anxiety, physical evidence of internal distress. When you see them, you know, this cat is not okay. This cat needs reassurance or space, or whatever form of comfort they're willing to accept. It's oddly touching, these small tells that bypass a cat's attempts at stoicism. They're trying to appear calm, controlled, unfazed, and their paws are quietly sweating, leaving damp evidence that they're actually quite worried. Biology betraying their cool exterior, making their feelings visible despite themselves. A cat's normal body temperature is between 100.5 and 102.5 degrees Fahrenheit. This is why they seek out warm spots and feel like little furnaces when they sleep on you. Touch a sleeping cat. Feel that warmth radiating from them, that heat that seems almost too intense for such a small creature. They're not feverish. This is normal for them. Cats run hot, maintaining a body temperature about 2 to 4 degrees higher than humans. Our normal is around 98.6 Fahrenheit. cat's normal ranges from 100.5 to 102.5. This higher baseline temperature affects how they interact with the world, what feels comfortable to them, what temperatures they seek out. This is why cats are obsessed with warm spots. A patch of sunlight that feels merely pleasant to us feels necessary to them. A heating vent, a warm laptop, the top of a running appliance. These aren't just nice, they're optimal. Cats are constantly seeking external heat sources to supplement their own, to maintain that high body temperature without burning too many internal calories. It's also why they like sleeping on people. We're warm, and we're large, and we radiate heat continuously. From a cat's perspective, a sleeping human is essentially a perfectly sized heating pad that also provides security and companionship. The fact that we enjoy the arrangement is just fortunate coincidence. This higher temperature requires a faster metabolism, which connects back to their racing heart. Their need for protein-rich diets, their cycles of intense activity followed by long rest periods. Running hot means burning fuel faster, which means needing to conserve energy when possible and refuel efficiently when necessary. When a cat curls up in the tightest possible ball, they're not just being cute, they're minimizing surface area to conserve heat. When they sprawl out in summer, they're maximizing surface area to release it. Every position is calculated unconsciously to maintain that precise internal temperature that their body needs to function properly. And when they choose to sleep on you, pressed against your warmth, purring softly, they're doing complex biological math. They're using your lower body temperature as ballast, your steady warmth as a backup heat source, your presence as security. You become part of their temperature regulation system, conscripted into service as a supplementary heating element for a small creature that burns 2 to 4 degrees hotter than you do, and needs all the help it can get maintaining that internal fire. Cats can run up to 30 miles per hour in short bursts. This sprint speed rivals the residential speed limit in many neighborhoods, 30 miles per hour. That's the speed of a car cruising through a residential area, the pace of a bicycle going downhill, faster than any human sprinter in short distance acceleration. And a house cat, maybe 10 pounds, maybe less, can reach it. Of course, they can't maintain this speed. Cats aren't endurance runners, they're sprinters, as built for explosive acceleration and brief intense bursts of speed. They might only sustain 30 miles per hour for a few seconds, maybe covering 50 or 100 feet before they have to slow down. But in those few seconds, they're moving faster than you can run, faster than most dogs can accelerate, fast enough that if you blink you might miss the blur of motion. This speed is predatory equipment. In the wild, hunting means closing distance quickly before prey escapes. A mouse startles and runs. The cat has maybe 2 seconds to cover the ground between them. 30 miles per hour makes that possible. It turns intention into contact, potential into actual. Watch a cat in these moments before a sprint. They crouch low, weight on their haunches, every muscle coiled. Their eyes lock on target. Their rear end wiggles. That's the final calibration, the body adjusting for the perfect launch angle. And then, explosion. from stillness to maximum speed in a fraction of a second, covering ground so fast it barely seems possible. Those powerful back legs we talked about, those spring-loaded tendons, the flexible spine that can extend and compress like a whip, all of it working together to generate this incredible velocity. The digitigrade stance that turns legs into levers, the light frame that carries minimal excess weight. Every aspect of cat anatomy is optimized for this moment of sprint. Even indoor cats, who may never hunt anything more challenging than a toy mouse, retain this capability. That's why they get the zoomies, racing through the house at top speed for no apparent reason. They're not crazy. They're exercising equipment that evolution gave them, burning off energy that would have gone into hunting. The speed is still there, the capability unchanged, even if the purpose has vanished. There's something thrilling about harboring a creature capable of 30 miles per hour in your home. This small, apparently lazy animal that spends most of its time sleeping could, if motivated, outrun you easily, could accelerate faster than you can react, could cross a room in the time it takes you to register that they've moved. They just usually choose not to, because frankly, most of the time there's no reason to. But the potential is always there, coiled in those compact muscles, ready to deploy in an eye blink. The ridges on a cat's paw pads help them grip surfaces and provide shock absorption. These pads are also incredibly sensitive, allowing cats to detect subtle vibrations and textures. Look at a cat's paw pad closely, the soft, usually pink or black surface that cushions their feet. It's not smooth. It's covered in small ridges and bumps, a texture almost like a fingerprint unique to each cat. These ridges aren't decorative. They're functional, providing grip on smooth or slippery surfaces, are helping cats maintain traction during jumps and sprints. But grip is only part of the story. Those paw pads are also incredibly sensitive, packed with nerve endings that turn them into sophisticated sensory instruments. Cats can feel textures through their pads with remarkable precision. The difference between carpet and hardwood, between cool tile and warm concrete, between rough stone and smooth metal. This sensitivity extends to vibration detection. We talked about how cats can feel earthquake tremors before we do. That's happening through their paw pads. But it's not just earthquakes. They can feel the vibrations of prey moving underground or nearby. They can detect the approach of other animals through ground vibrations before those animals come into view or earshot. Their pads are seismometers, constantly monitoring the subtle tremors travelling through whatever surface they're standing on. The pads also provide shock absorption, ease cushioning impacts from jumps and falls. The tissue is thick, elastic, designed to compress and rebound. When a cat lands from a height, those pads absorb some of the force, protecting joints and bones from the full impact. It's biological suspension, built into their feet. Temperature sensitivity runs through these pads too. Cats can feel heat and cold through their feet with precision that influences where they walk, where they sit, where they choose to rest. A cold floor is unpleasant not just because it's chilly, but because they feel it intensely through those sensitive pads. This is why cats are so particular about surfaces, why they avoid walking on things that feel wrong. There's a vulnerability here too. Because the pads are so sensitive, injuries to them are particularly painful. A cut, a burn, a thorn. These cause distress beyond the physical damage because they're happening to tissue that's designed to feel everything. Cats with injured paws often become reluctant to walk, not just from pain but from the disturbing sensation of their primary sensory contact with the world being compromised. When a cat kneads on you, pressing those pads rhythmically against your body, they're not just performing a comforting behavior from kittenhood, they're also feeling you, texture, warmth, the give of your flesh, your heartbeat if they press deeply enough. Those pads are reading you, gathering sensory data, and creating a tactile understanding of this large, warm creature they've chosen to knead. Every touch is information, every press a form of knowing. Cats have a limited range of facial expressions compared to dogs due to their facial structure. Yet cat owners learn to read the subtle shifts in ear position, whisker angle, and eye dilation that speak volumes. Dogs have incredibly expressive faces. Their eyebrows move, their mouths form different shapes. Their entire face shifts to broadcast emotion clearly. We've bred them that way, selecting for expressiveness over thousands of years. Cats weren't bred for that. Their faces are less mobile, more static, harder to read at a glance. This comes from their facial structure. The bones, the muscle attachments, the way their features are arranged, all of it creates fewer possibilities for obvious expression. A cat's face in fear doesn't look dramatically different from a cat's face in anger or contentment, at least not to untrained eyes. They're not being deliberately inscrutable, they're just working with different equipment, but cat owners learn. We become fluent in a more subtle language. We learn that ear position tells stories. Ears forward means interest. Ears back means annoyance. Ears flat means fear or aggression. We learn that whiskers broadcast mood, relaxed and neutral when content, are pushed forward when hunting or investigating, pulled back when defensive. Eye dilation becomes readable. Slow blinks mean trust and affection. Wide pupils can mean excitement, fear, or arousal. Context determines which. Narrow pupils might mean contentment or might mean aggression. Again, context. The same physical sign means different things in different situations, making the language more complex than simple one-to-one translation, and we learn combinations. Ears slightly back plus dilated pupils plus tail position equals this particular emotional state. Forward whiskers plus slow tail swish plus particular body posture equals something else entirely. Cat communication becomes a symphony of small signals, all playing together to create meaning that's rich and specific if you know how to read it. This subtlety might actually create deeper observation skills in cat owners. Because the signals are understated, we learn to pay closer attention. We become attuned to tiny shifts, minor adjustments in posture or expression that we might never notice in a more obviously expressive animal. We develop sensitivity to nuance, and maybe there's something satisfying about that. About earning fluency in a difficult language, about learning to read signals that aren't broadcast loudly. When you understand what your cat is communicating through a slight ear twitch or a particular whisker angle, you've achieved something. You've learned to see what's not obvious, to read what's not meant for the casual observer. You and your cat share a private language built on subtlety, and that creates a bond that's perhaps deeper for requiring actual effort to understand. A cat's skeleton contains 244 bones, about 40 more than humans have. Many of these extra bones are in the tail and contribute to their extraordinary flexibility. 244 bones. For comparison, we adult humans have 206. Where are all these extra bones in a creature so much smaller than us? Many are in the tail, anywhere from 19 to 23 caudal vertebrae, depending on the cat and the breed. The tail is essentially an extension of the spine, extremely flexible, capable of moving independently in multiple directions. It's used for balance, for communication, as a counterweight during jumps and tight turns. All those bones give it the articulation it needs for these multiple functions. More vertebrae in the spine itself too, around 53 total compared to our 33 or 34. This is what gives cats their famous flexibility, their ability to twist and compress and extend their bodies in ways that seem impossible. Each vertebra is relatively loosely connected to the next, allowing for extraordinary range of motion. They can rotate their spine, arch it dramatically, decompress it into tight spaces. The skeleton itself is designed for fluidity. There's no rigid collarbone locking everything in place. There are extra bones in the paws for fine motor control. The entire skeletal structure prioritizes flexibility and articulation over rigid stability. Where our skeleton is designed to hold us upright and stable in bipedal posture, a cat's skeleton is designed for fluidity, for fitting through tight spaces, for absorbing impacts, for twisting mid-air. This creates interesting consequences. Cats can suffer injuries we wouldn't, tail fractures for instance, because they have this long, many-boned appendage that we lack entirely. But they can also do things we can't. They can turn in spaces too narrow for us to navigate. They can compress their bodies through openings that seem impossibly small. They can twist and rotate with ranges of motion that would require multiple joints for us to approximate. Well, every one of those 244 bones serves a purpose, contributes to the overall design of cat. None are vestigial, none are wasted. Evolution is efficient. Extra bones mean extra complexity in development, extra calcium requirements, extra things that can break. You don't retain them unless they're earning their keep. What they earn is that characteristic feline grace, that liquid quality to movement, that ability to seem like they don't quite follow the same physical rules as other animals. All those extra bones, loosely articulated, carefully balanced, create a skeleton that's more like a string of beads than a rigid frame. And from that flexibility comes everything we recognize as distinctly, impossibly cat-like. The contortions, the compressions, the twists and turns that make them seem almost boneless, even though they actually have 40 more bones than we do. Cats lack a true collarbone, which allows them to squeeze through any opening the size of their head. Their free-floating clavicle gives them an almost liquid quality as they compress through impossibly small spaces. We have collarbones, clavicles, that connect our shoulder blades to our sternum, creating a rigid frame for our upper body. This gives us stability allows us to use our arms for lifting and throwing and manipulating objects with force. But it also locks our shoulders in place, limits how narrow we can make ourselves. Cats took a different evolutionary path. Their clavicle is vestigial, tiny, free-floating in muscle tissue rather than connecting to anything. Functionally, they don't have a collarbone at all. Their shoulder blades are attached only by muscle, not by bone. This means their shoulders can move independently, can compress inward, can narrow their entire front profile. The practical result: if a cat can get their head through an opening, their body can follow. The head is the widest rigid part. The skull doesn't compress, but everything behind it is flexible. The shoulders can narrow. The rib cage, though obviously not collapsible, has enough give and the right shape to compress slightly and angle through tight spaces. The spine flexes, the hips rotate. Watch a cat squeeze through a fence gap or under a door or into a box that seems far too small. They lead with their head, testing the opening with their whiskers first. Once the head is through, the rest seems to flow like liquid, shoulders narrowing impossibly, body elongating, somehow compressing three-dimensional volume into a two-dimensional profile. It's mesmerizing, slightly unsettling, like watching physics bend. This adaptation probably evolved for navigating through dense vegetation, through rock crevices, through the tight spaces where prey might hide or escape. Being able to follow prey into narrow burrows or dense brush gave cats an advantage. Being able to escape danger by fitting through gaps that pursuers couldn't follow gave them survival edge. But it creates some problems too. Without a rigid collarbone, cats can't really use their front legs for powerful pulling or lifting. They're not built to drag heavy things or climb using primarily arm strength the way primates do. They excel at pushing, at jumping, at quick strikes, but not at sustained pulling or lifting. The same adaptation that gives them flexibility takes away certain kinds of strength. For cat owners, this floating collarbone means eternal vigilance. That gap you thought was too small is probably not. That window you left cracked might be enough. That fence you assumed was cat-proof. Test it with their head size, because if their head fits, they can become two-dimensional and slip right through. They're compression experts, shapeshifters, creatures that seem to pour themselves through spaces that shouldn't accommodate them, all because of a bone they don't really have, an evolutionary choice made millions of years ago that turned their entire skeleton into something more fluid than rigid, more adaptable than fixed. The mutation that causes polydactyly, extra toes, in cats is a simple dominant gene. Ernest Hemingway's cats, famous for having 6 or 7 toes, all descended from a single polydactyl cat. Now most cats have 18 toes total, 5 on each front paw, 4 on each back paw, but some cats have more. 6-toed cats, 7-toed cats, cats with extra digits that look like thumbs or give their paws a mitten-like appearance. This condition is called polydactyly, from the Greek for many digits. It's caused by a simple genetic mutation, a dominant gene that affects limb development in the womb. Dominant means if one parent carries it, roughly half their offspring will inherit it. The mutation is relatively common in certain cat populations, particularly in coastal areas of North America and southwest England, where it may have provided some advantage. perhaps better grip on ships, making polydactyl cats preferred by sailors. The most famous colony of polydactyl cats lives at Ernest Hemingway's former home in Key West, Florida. Hemingway was given a 6-toed cat by a ship's captain in the 1930s. That cat had kittens. Those kittens had kittens. And now there are around 40 to 50 cats living on the property, about half of them polydactyl, all descended from that original 6-toed ancestor. These cats are well cared for, protected, living in a kind of genetic time capsule. They're evidence of how quickly a mutation can spread through a population when it's dominant, and when the population is relatively isolated. One cat with extra toes became 40 cats with extra toes in just a few generations. A polydactyly doesn't seem to harm cats. The extra toes are usually fully formed, functional, with their own claws and pads. Some people think it makes the cats clumsier, but there's no evidence for this. They navigate just fine, perhaps even better in some cases. Those extra wide paws might provide better balance, better grip, slight advantages that the mutation has persisted in some bloodlines. There's something charming about these cats with their oversized mittens. Their extra beans, as the internet fondly calls toe pads. They're mutations, yes, but benign ones, variations on the standard template that don't hurt anything and might even help. They're reminders that genetic variation is constant, that mutations happen all the time, and that most of them are neither good nor bad, they're just different, creating diversity within the species. The Hemingway cats have become tourist attractions, living monuments to both the author and to the simple fact of genetic variation. People come to see cats with extra toes, these gentle anomalies, these living examples of how DNA sometimes adds a little extra, how mutations can persist and spread, how one unusual cat can become the ancestor of an entire distinctive lineage. Cats spend nearly a third of their waking hours grooming themselves. This obsessive cleanliness isn't vanity. It regulates body temperature, stimulates circulation, and provides comfort. Do the math. If a cat is awake for 8 hours a day, they spend roughly 2.5 of those hours grooming. That's a part-time job's worth of self-maintenance, an enormous investment of time and energy into keeping their coat clean. This isn't optional for them, isn't a choice or a preference. It's biological imperative, driven by instinct so strong it can become compulsive. The grooming serves multiple essential functions, each one important enough that cats are willing to dedicate hours daily to the task. First, temperature regulation. Cats can't sweat across their body, remember, just those paw pads. So they spread saliva across their fur, and as it evaporates, it cools them. In hot weather, grooming increases. They're literally air conditioning themselves with spit, using evaporative cooling to manage body temperature. Second, circulation and skin health. All that licking stimulates blood flow to the skin, distributes natural oils through the coat, removes dead hair and skin cells. It's maintenance, keeping the skin healthy, the coat waterproof and insulating. A well-groomed coat performs better, provides better protection from weather, from parasites, from minor injuries. Third, psychological comfort. Grooming releases endorphins, those natural feel-good chemicals. When cats are stressed, they often groom excessively. It's self-soothing, a way to calm themselves. The rhythmic, or repetitive motion is meditative for them, similar to how some people find comfort in repetitive activities. Fourth, scent management. Grooming spreads their scent evenly across their body, maintaining their chemical signature. It also removes foreign scents. This is why cats often groom intensely after being petted, not because they dislike you, but because you've contaminated their scent profile and they need to fix it, restore themselves to smelling properly like themselves. But this obsessive grooming has downsides. Those trichobezoars we mentioned, hairballs, are the result. And when grooming becomes excessive, when stress or illness triggers over-grooming, cats can create bald patches, can damage their skin, can turn comfort behaviour into harm. There's also the time cost. 2.5 hours daily is significant. That's time not spent hunting, exploring, playing, resting. But cats have apparently decided, through millions of years of evolution, that the trade-off is worth it. Cleanliness matters enough to dedicate a third of waking life to achieving it. Maybe there's something admirable about that level of commitment to self-maintenance. We think of cats as lazy, but they're meticulous. They have standards. They understand that their coat is their interface with the world. Protection, insulation, waterproofing, camouflage. And they maintain it with the dedication of someone caring for critical equipment. Because that's what it is. Their coat isn't decoration, it's survival gear, and they treat it accordingly. A cat's average lifespan has increased from 7 years in the 1980s to 15 years today. Improved veterinary care and indoor living have essentially doubled their time with us in just a few decades. 7 years. That was the average lifespan of a cat in the 1980s. Today, it's 15. In just 40 years, we've doubled how long cats typically live. That's an extraordinary change. A massive improvement in such a short time, and it tells us something about how much veterinary medicine and cat care have advanced. What changed? Several things, all at once. Better nutrition. We understand cat dietary needs now in ways we didn't before. We know they need taurine, need high protein, need certain nutrients. Commercial cat food has improved dramatically. Veterinary care has advanced. Vaccines, preventive medicine, better diagnostics. Treatments for diseases that used to be death sentences. But perhaps the biggest factor, more cats live indoors exclusively. An outdoor cat faces risks an indoor cat never encounters. Cars, predators, diseases, parasites, fights with other cats, exposure to toxins, getting lost or trapped. The average lifespan of an outdoor cat is still only 2 to 5 years. Indoor cats, protected from these hazards, routinely live 15 years or more, often into their late teens or early 20s. This doubling of lifespan changes the human-cat relationship profoundly. A cat that lives 7 years is with you through one phase of your life. A cat that lives 15 years is with you through multiple phases, through jobs, moves, relationships, major life changes. They become more integral to your story, more woven into the fabric of your daily existence. It also means more aging, more geriatric care, more time spent with senior cats who need extra attention and medical intervention. The final years are often expensive, emotionally challenging, requiring difficult decisions, but they're also bonus time, extra years that previous generations of cat owners didn't get. More time to deepen bonds, more mornings waking up to purring, more years of companionship. There's something beautiful about this achievement, about the fact that we've collectively gotten better at keeping cats alive and healthy. All the research, the improved food formulations, the advanced veterinary techniques, the understanding that cats do better indoors, all of it adds up to cats living longer, fuller lives. And perhaps there's responsibility in it too. When you get a cat now, you're potentially committing to 15 or 20 years. That's a longer relationship than many marriages, longer than most jobs, longer than some friendships. It's worth considering, worth taking seriously, but also worth celebrating that we get this much time with them, that the small kitten you bring home might still be with you when that kitten would have already been old and gone by 1980s standards. We've bought time for them and for ourselves, and that's no small gift. Cats can't digest lactose well after kittenhood, making milk actually harmful to most adult cats. The classic image of cats lapping up milk is actually offering them something that often causes digestive distress. The image is everywhere, in children's books, cartoons, advertisements. A cat, a saucer of milk, the cat lapping contentedly. It's iconic, embedded in cultural consciousness as the natural order of things. But it's wrong. Kittens produce lactase, the enzyme that breaks down lactose, the sugar in milk. They need it. They're nursing, drinking their mother's milk, and lactase allows them to digest it properly. But after weaning, most cats stop producing significant amounts of lactase. They become lactose intolerant, just like the majority of adult humans. What happens when a lactose intolerant cat drinks milk? The undigested lactose moves through their digestive system, fermenting in the intestines, causing gas, cramping, diarrhea. It's not toxic, it won't kill them, but it's uncomfortable, sometimes painful. Yet cats will often drink milk if offered, because it tastes good, because the fat and protein are appealing, because they don't make the connection between drinking it and feeling bad later. This misunderstanding probably persists because historically cats and milk were often found together. Cats lived in barns, protecting grain from rodents. Cows were milked in those same barns. Milk was plentiful, and giving some to the barn cat seemed natural. The cats drank it because they were likely hungry and thirsty, and milk contains calories. The resulting digestive upset went unnoticed, or was considered normal, so the image became cultural shorthand. Cats like milk. We've been perpetuating it for generations, despite it being, at best, incomplete truth. Some cats retain more lactase production than others. They can handle small amounts of milk without problems, but most can't, and we're essentially offering them something that will make them sick, thinking we're giving them a treat. There are lactose-free alternatives now, special cat milk products, with the lactose removed or broken down. Water is still best, but if you want to give a cat something special, these are options that won't cause distress, or just give them actual cat treats designed for their digestive system. It's a small thing, this milk misconception, but it illustrates something larger, how cultural images can persist even when they're wrong. How What we think we know about animals is often based more on tradition and representation than on biology. The cats don't know they're being offered something harmful. They just know it tastes good. We're the ones who need to know better. To update our understanding, to let go of the charming image in favour of actual cat welfare. The mutation for folded ears in Scottish fold cats also affects their cartilage throughout their body. This same genetic change can cause painful arthritis, raising ethical questions about breeding for appearance. Scottish fold cats are distinctive, recognisable instantly by their folded ears that give them a perpetually surprised or owl-like expression. The mutation that causes this is dominant. One copy of the gene produces the folded ear phenotype, and people find them adorable, pay premium prices for them, breed them specifically for this trait. But here's what's less advertised. That mutation doesn't just affect ears. It's a cartilage disorder, a condition called osteochondrodysplasia. It affects cartilage throughout the body, in joints, in the spine, in the tail. The cats with 2 copies of the gene, from breeding 2 Scottish folds together, develop severe, painful arthritis and skeletal abnormalities, often becoming crippled. It's so severe that responsible breeders never breed fold to fold, always fold to non-fold, trying to produce the appearance without the worst health consequences. But even with just 1 copy of the gene, even in cats with only the ear fold and no obvious skeletal problems, the cartilage is affected. Many develop arthritis earlier than other cats, painful joint conditions, reduced mobility. The severity varies, but the risk is always present, inherent in the mutation that creates the look people prize. This raises uncomfortable questions. Is it ethical to breed animals for an appearance we find appealing when that appearance is inseparable from a health condition? Are folded ears worth chronic pain? Who makes that choice? The breeders, the buyers, the cats who can't consent to being born with a genetic condition that may cause them suffering. Some countries have moved to restrict or ban Scottish fold breeding for welfare reasons. Others haven't. The cats remain popular, the breeding continues, and individual cats live with the consequences of a mutation we've chosen to perpetuate because we like how it looks. There's no easy answer here. The cats exist. Many live relatively normal lives with careful management. Many owners love them deeply, provide excellent care, manage the health issues that arise. But the underlying problem remains. We've taken a mutation that causes a disorder and turned it into a breed standard, prioritizing aesthetics over animal welfare. Perhaps this is worth thinking about whenever we're drawn to extreme appearances in animals. The flattened faces of Persian cats that cause breathing problems, the short legs of munchkin cats, the hairlessness of Sphinx cats that leaves them vulnerable to temperature extremes and sunburn. What are we asking animals to pay for our aesthetic preferences? And is what we're asking fair? Cats have a special hunting behaviour called the wiggle before they pounce. This rear-end wiggle might help them test their footing or build anticipation for the explosive launch. Every cat owner has seen it. The cat spots something, a toy, a bug, perhaps your foot moving under the blanket. They crouch low, eyes locked on target, completely focused, and then, just before they pounce, their hindquarters start to wiggle. Back and forth, a little shimmy, sometimes barely perceptible, sometimes comically exaggerated, and then explosion into motion. Scientists aren't entirely certain why cats do this wiggle. Several theories exist, each plausible, possibly all working together. One theory suggests it's about testing footing, making micro adjustments to ensure their back paws have solid grip before launching. The wiggle shifts weight slightly, lets them feel whether the surface beneath them will support the explosive push they're about to demand from their muscles. Another theory proposes it's about muscle preparation, a kind of final rev of the engine before launch. The small movements might be warming up the muscles, priming them for maximum force production, or like a sprinter at the blocks doing tiny adjustments before the starting gun. A third possibility, it's about targeting refinement. The wiggle might help them make final adjustments to their aim, ensuring their trajectory is perfect. Cats are remarkably accurate pouncers, and perhaps this last-second calibration is part of how they achieve that precision. Or maybe it's all three. Maybe the wiggle serves multiple functions simultaneously. Grip check, muscle prep, aim refinement, all happening in those brief seconds before launch. Nature often finds ways to make single behaviors serve multiple purposes, efficiency encoded into instinct. What's charming is that house cats do this even when hunting toys, even when there's no real prey, no actual consequence to missing. The behavior is hardwired so deeply that it activates regardless of context. A cat about to pounce on a feather toy wiggles just as seriously as a wild cat preparing to catch actual food. The instinct doesn't care whether the hunt is practice or survival. It executes the same sequence either way. There's something endearing about this telegraphing of intent. Most predators try to remain completely still before striking, maximizing surprise. But cats do this little wiggle, announcing I'm about to pounce to anyone watching. It's inefficient from a pure hunting standpoint. Prey could use that warning to escape, but cats do it anyway, unable to help themselves, be compelled by something in their neurology that says the wiggle is necessary, even if it sacrifices some element of surprise. When you see your cat wiggle before pouncing, you're witnessing ancient programming executing in real time. Millions of years of evolution have determined that this wiggle matters, that whatever combination of functions it serves is worth the cost of the warning it provides. And in our living rooms, on our couches, with toy mice and laser dots, the same ancient sequence plays out, unchanged, earnest, as serious as if their survival depended on it. A cat's whiskers are connected to proprioceptors that provide spatial awareness in complete darkness. They're essentially navigating by feeling the air currents change around objects, like a biological sonar system. We've talked about whiskers as measuring tools, as emotional indicators. But there's another function, perhaps the most remarkable: navigation in total darkness. Whiskers are called vibrissae in scientific terminology, and they're not like regular hairs. Each whisker is embedded in a follicle that's packed with nerve endings and proprioceptors, sensors that detect position and movement. When a whisker moves, even slightly, information travels immediately to the brain, creating a map of what's around the cat. But they don't need to touch something to detect it. Whiskers are so sensitive they can feel air currents, the way air moves and changes when it flows around objects. As a cat moves through space, they create a bow wave of air pressure that pushes ahead of them. When this air encounters an object, it deflects, creates eddies and changes in pressure. The whiskers feel these changes. This means a cat can navigate through a completely dark room without bumping into furniture. They're not seeing anything. Their eyes need some light to function. But they feel the furniture through air pressure changes detected by their whiskers. It's like echolocation, but using air pressure instead of sound. Biological sonar, but tactile rather than auditory. This is part of why cats are so confident in darkness. We fumble and reach and stumble. They walk normally at full speed, navigating obstacles they can't see through a sense we don't possess. To them, darkness isn't blindness. It's just a shift to different sensory inputs. Vision becomes less useful. Whiskers become primary. The whiskers above their eyes serve a similar function. They protect the eyes by triggering a blink reflex when something gets too close. The whiskers on the backs of their front legs, called carpal whiskers, help them feel prey they're holding in their paws. The chin whiskers help them sense surfaces when eating or drinking. It's a comprehensive sensory system, providing information from all angles. Damage to whiskers is disorienting for cats. If whiskers are cut or damaged, cats become uncertain in their movements, bump into things, misjudge spaces. They're not in pain necessarily. Whiskers don't have nerves inside the hair itself, but they've lost crucial sensory input, like losing peripheral vision or depth perception. The world becomes harder to navigate when you're missing your primary touch at a distance sense. When your cat is moving confidently through your darkened bedroom at night, they're not lucky or memorizing furniture positions, though they do that too. They're feeling their way through space using a sense we can barely comprehend, detecting the presence of objects before contact through microscopic changes in air pressure. They're navigating through touch that doesn't require touching, through feeling that happens at a distance. It's a superpower that seems impossible until you understand the mechanism, and even then, it remains almost magical. Cats experience REM sleep and likely dream, just like humans do. Those twitching paws and whiskers might indicate dreams of hunting mice or exploring territories. Watch a cat deep in sleep. Sometimes they're perfectly still, breathing slowly, completely relaxed. But sometimes their paws twitch, their whiskers tremble, their eyes move rapidly beneath closed lids, their claws extend and retract. Tiny mews escape their throat. They're dreaming. We cats experience REM sleep, rapid eye movement sleep, the stage where humans dream most vividly. Brainwave studies show patterns similar to ours during this phase. The same neurological activity that creates our dreams appears to be creating something similar in them. What do cats dream about? We can't know for certain, can never truly access their subjective experience. But based on the behaviors they exhibit during REM sleep, we can guess. Those twitching paws might be dream running, or chasing dream prey through dream grass. The tiny mews might be dream hunting calls. The whisker trembles might be dream investigation of dream territory. Studies on rats, which also dream, have shown that their brain activity during REM sleep replays the day's activities, running mazes, finding food. If cats are similar, they might be dreaming about their day. The bird outside the window, the play session with the feather toy, the exploration of the new box, the interaction with their person. Or perhaps they dream about things they've never experienced. Genetic memory, instincts playing out in sleep. Indoor cats who've never hunted might dream of hunting anyway, running through scenarios encoded in their DNA. Cats who've been indoor all their lives might dream of outdoor territories they've never seen, landscapes that exist only in their sleeping minds and in their evolutionary history. There's something tender about watching a cat dream. They're vulnerable in sleep, especially deep REM sleep, when their bodies go slack, when the usual vigilance drops away. And in that vulnerability, we get glimpses of their inner life, the twitches and sounds that suggest an ongoing narrative, a story playing out behind closed eyes. We share this with them, this dreaming. It's a commonality across the evolutionary divide. Whatever else separates us, we both spend portions of our unconscious hours creating internal narratives, replaying events, processing experiences through the strange logic of dreams. When you and your cat sleep near each other, you're both dreaming, both navigating internal landscapes, both existing in private worlds that the waking never fully remembers. And maybe those dreams serve similar purposes for them as ours do for us, processing the day, consolidating memories, working through challenges, or just the brain entertaining itself during downtime. We share not just our homes, but this nightly journey into unconsciousness, into the strange territories of sleep where reality bends and the impossible becomes normal, where cats hunt and humans fly and both of us wake up remembering only fragments. The colour of a cat's eyes is determined by melanin, the same pigment that colours skin and hair. Blue eyes contain the least melanin, while copper and gold eyes have the most. Look into a cat's eyes. The colours are remarkable. Blue like summer sky, green like new leaves, gold like honey, copper like autumn, odd-eyed with one of each. This spectrum of colour, all from the same mechanism, melanin. Melanin is the pigment responsible for colouring throughout the animal kingdom. Skin, hair, eyes, it's all melanin in various concentrations. In cat eyes, melanin in the iris determines colour. Very little melanin produces blue eyes, the same pale blue you see in human babies before their melanin develops. This blue isn't actually a pigment, it's structural colour, the same phenomenon that makes the sky blue. The iris scatters light, and with minimal melanin to absorb it, blue wavelengths scatter back out. Add more melanin and you get green, then yellow, then orange, then copper. The more melanin present, the warmer and darker the colour. Copper-eyed cats have irises packed with melanin, absorbing most wavelengths and reflecting back warm tones. Eye colour and coat colour sometimes link. White cats often have blue eyes because the gene that creates white fur also affects melanin production in the iris. The same gene can affect the inner ear, which is why many blue-eyed white cats are deaf. The lack of melanin affects development of structures needed for hearing. Kittens are often born with blue or blue-grey eyes that change as they age. the melanin develops over weeks or months, gradually shifting the colour from blue to whatever their genetics determined. By about 3 months, most cats have reached their permanent eye colour, though some breeds continue developing into adulthood. Odd-eyed cats, one blue eye, one gold or green, have asymmetric melanin distribution. Usually this happens in white cats or cats with significant white markings. The genetics get complicated, but essentially one eye developed with melanin and one without. It's striking, memorable, often considered lucky in some cultures. There's no correlation between eye colour and personality or health, except the white cat deafness issue. A copper-eyed cat isn't different in temperament from a green-eyed cat. But we respond to eye colour. We find certain colours more striking, more beautiful, more appealing. Breeders select for specific eye colours in specific breeds. We've created preferences, standards, ideals around something that's just melanin concentration. When you look into your cat's eyes, you're seeing chemistry. Pigment molecules reflecting and absorbing specific wavelengths of light, creating the particular shade of green or gold or blue that becomes that individual cat's signature. It's biology creating beauty, evolutionary randomness creating something we perceive as aesthetic. The cats don't care what colour their eyes are. But we do, and so we notice, and we remember, and we attach meaning to these different concentrations of the same simple pigment. Cats can develop a condition called pica, where they compulsively eat non-food items. Some cats become obsessed with wool, plastic or rubber, possibly due to early weaning or nutritional deficiencies. Pica, from the Latin for magpie, a bird known for eating anything, is the compulsive consumption of non-food items. In humans, it's usually nutritional deficiency or psychological disorder. In cats, it's similar but more mysterious. Some cats develop obsessions with specific materials. Wool is common. They'll chew, suck, and sometimes ingest wool sweaters, blankets, socks. Plastic bags are another target. Rubber items, paper, cardboard, even concrete or litter. The cat isn't hungry. They're not confused about what's food. They're compulsively driven to eat these things despite them having no nutritional value and potentially causing harm. Early weaning is one suspected cause. Kittens separated from their mothers too young sometimes retain nursing behaviours into adulthood and seeking out soft materials to suckle and chew. Wool might trigger this response. It's soft, has a texture similar to fur, perhaps smells vaguely right. The behaviour starts as comfort-seeking and becomes compulsive. Nutritional deficiencies might play a role. Cats lacking certain nutrients might seek them in odd places, though this doesn't explain why they'd consistently choose materials that don't contain those nutrients. Still, switching to higher quality food sometimes reduces pica behaviours, suggesting some dietary connection. Stress and anxiety contribute. Pica behaviours often increase when cats are stressed, serving as a kind of anxious displacement activity. Like humans biting nails or picking at skin, cats might chew and eat inappropriate things when they're emotionally distressed. Some breeds seem more prone. Oriental breeds, particularly Siamese and Burmese, show higher rates of wool-sucking and pica behaviours. This suggests genetic components, inherited predispositions toward these compulsions. The danger is real. Ingesting non-food items can cause intestinal blockages, poisoning from chemicals in plastics or fabrics, dental damage, or choking. Cats with severe pica need environmental management, keeping dangerous items away, providing alternative chewing options, sometimes medication to manage anxiety or compulsive behaviors. There's something sad about watching a cat compulsively chew plastic or wool, knowing they're driven by something they can't control or understand. They're not choosing this behavior in any meaningful sense. They're compelled, the same way humans with OCD are compelled to perform their rituals. It's dysfunction, a system misfiring, instincts or needs getting crossed with inappropriate targets. Treatment involves addressing underlying causes when possible, improving diet, reducing stress, enriching environment, and managing symptoms when causes can't be eliminated. And some cats respond well and the behaviors decrease. Others manage it their whole lives, owners constantly vigilant, removing temptation, redirecting the compulsion towards safer outlets. It's a reminder that behavior isn't always logical, isn't always under conscious control. Sometimes the brain just misfires, creates drives that don't serve survival, compulsions that make no sense, and the cat, unable to understand why they need to eat this rubber band, just knows they need to. Feels compelled by something stronger than reason. Cats' retinas contain many more rod cells than cone cells, optimizing for motion detection over color. They see the world in muted colors but can spot the tiniest movement in dim light. The retina, the layer of light-sensitive cells at the back of the eye, contains two types of photoreceptors, rods and cones. Rods detect light and dark, motion and shapes, and work well in dim light. Cones detect color and fine detail, but need brighter light to function. Humans have a roughly even distribution, maybe a slight rod advantage. Cats, their retinas are packed with rods. They have about 25 times more rods than cones. This creates a fundamental difference in how they see the world versus how we see it. The advantage: extraordinary motion detection in low light. Those rods, so sensitive to even tiny amounts of light, can detect the slightest movement. A mouse twitching in grass, a bird's wing adjusting, the subtle shift of a toy being pulled across the floor. Combined with their tapetum lucidum reflecting light back through the retina, cats can see movement in light levels where we see almost nothing. The trade-off: reduced color perception and less detailed vision. Cats probably see color, but it's muted, washed out, not as rich or varied as our color vision. They can distinguish some colors, blues and greens primarily, but reds and oranges likely look brownish or greyish to them. The world they see is less saturated, less vibrant in hue. Detail suffers too. All those rods are great for detecting movement, but cones handle fine detail. Cats' visual acuity is estimated at about 20/100 to 20/200. What we can see clearly at 100 or 200 feet, they need to be within 20 feet to see with the same clarity. They're mildly nearsighted by our standards, seeing distant objects as blurrier than we would. But again, this is optimization for their needs. They're ambush predators. They need to detect prey movement more than they need to see distant detail or appreciate color variation. A mouse moving in twilight grass is more important to a cat than the precise colour of a flower or the sharpness of a distant sign. This creates an interesting question about subjective experience. When you and your cat look at the same scene, you're seeing different versions. You see rich colours and fine details but might miss subtle movement. They see muted colours and softer details but catch every tiny motion, every flutter and twitch. Same scene, different data extracted, different emphasis, different reality. Neither version is more true than the other. They're just different sensory priorities playing out through different retinal architecture. The world is what it is, but our experience of it is filtered through the specific equipment we have for perceiving it. Cats got equipment optimized for hunting in low light, while we got equipment optimized for color discrimination and detail in bright light. And so we live in the same world but see it differently, each of us certain our version is reality, both of us right, and both of us seeing only part of what's actually there. Cats are thought to see some ultraviolet light that's invisible to humans. This means they might see patterns on flowers and in urine trails that we can't perceive at all. The human eye blocks most ultraviolet light. Our lens filters it out, preventing it from reaching the retina. This protects our eyes from UV damage, but also means we can't see those wavelengths. Some animals don't have this filtering. Their lenses allow UV light through to photoreceptors that can detect it. Cats appear to be among them. Studies suggest that cat lenses don't block UV the way human lenses do, and their retinas can detect at least some UV wavelengths. This means they might see things invisible to us, patterns and contrast that exist only in the ultraviolet spectrum. What would this look like to them? We can't know directly. We can't see UV ourselves, so we can't imagine the subjective experience. But we can measure what UV does, what patterns it reveals. Many flowers have UV patterns invisible to us but visible to pollinating insects, guidelines pointing to nectar, patterns that attract the right pollinators. Cats might see these patterns too. They're seeing flowers not as uniform colours but as marked, patterned, decorated with designs we're completely blind to. Urine reflects UV. Many animals' urine creates trails and marks that are far more visible in UV light than in visible light. A field that looks empty to us might show a complex network of trails and territories to a cat seeing in UV. Highways of scent marks made visible, showing who's been where, creating a map of recent activity across the landscape. This UV vision might make hunting easier. Some prey animals have fur or feathers that contrast differently in UV than in visible light. A mouse that's camouflaged to our eyes might stand out to a cat seeing UV patterns. The world becomes more legible, more readable, when you can access additional wavelengths. Or maybe UV vision is just a side effect, not particularly useful, but not harmful enough to evolve away. Evolution is good at optimizing, yeah, but it doesn't always eliminate features that are merely neutral. The UV sensitivity might just be there, providing occasional additional information, creating a slightly richer visual world without being crucial for survival. Either way, it means cats are seeing things we aren't. When they stare at something that looks blank to us, they might be seeing UV patterns, contrasts, information that exists but is invisible to our eyes. We're looking at the same physical space but receiving different data, like two radios tuned to different frequencies, each picking up different signals from the same transmission source. It's humbling, this reminder that our perception isn't complete or definitive. We miss entire categories of visual information that other creatures access routinely. Cats walk through our homes seeing additional layers of reality, the UV patterns in sunlight streaming through windows, the invisible marks left by other animals, contrasts and highlights that our eyes skip over entirely. They're living in an enhanced version of the visual world, seeing more frequencies, accessing more data, perceiving dimensions of light that we can understand intellectually but never experience directly. The average cat has about 12 whiskers arranged in 4 rows on each cheek. Each whisker is individually mapped in the cat's sensory cortex like fingers on a hand. 12 whiskers per side, arranged in 4 horizontal rows. This isn't random, it's precise, consistent, developmentally programmed. Each whisker grows from a specific follicle in a specific location, creating a symmetrical array that covers the maximum sensory field. What's remarkable is how these whiskers are represented in the brain. In the sensory cortex, the brain region that processes touch, each whisker has its own dedicated neural map. When a specific whisker is touched or moved, a specific region of the brain activates. The brain knows with precision which whisker detected what stimulus. This is similar to how our fingers are mapped in our brain. We have exquisite control and awareness of each finger individually, because each has substantial dedicated brain space. Cats have the same detailed mapping for their whiskers. Each one is like an individual sensory finger, independently controlled and monitored. This granular mapping allows for incredibly sophisticated sensory processing. The cat's brain can integrate information from all 24 whiskers simultaneously, creating a detailed 3-dimensional map of nearby space. When multiple whiskers deflect, the brain calculates object position, shape, possibly even texture based on how different whiskers are responding differently. The whiskers aren't all the same length either. The middle rows tend to have longer whiskers, extending further out. The top and bottom rows are shorter. This creates a sensing field that's roughly oval, matching the cat's head width and providing maximum coverage of the area directly ahead of the face. Losing even one whisker probably creates a noticeable gap in sensory coverage. Like losing a finger doesn't mean you can't use your hand, but you notice the absence, feel the diminished capability. Cats whose whiskers are damaged or cut off become noticeably less confident in their movements, or less accurate in their spatial judgments. They haven't gone blind, but they've lost crucial sensory input that they rely on constantly. There's something beautiful about this neural dedication, the brain devoting significant processing power to these 24 hairs, treating them as importantly as we treat our fingers. It speaks to how crucial whiskers are to being a cat, how fundamental this sense is to their navigation of the world. We might think of whiskers as minor features, as decorative almost, but to cats they're essential equipment, worth dedicating serious brain resources to monitoring and interpreting. Each whisker is a sophisticated sensor, and together they create a tactile map of the world that's as important as vision, maybe more so in certain contexts. Cats can't taste food that's colder than room temperature as well as warmed food. This is why they often reject refrigerated food. It doesn't just feel wrong, it tastes less flavorful. And take food straight from the refrigerator and offer it to a cat. Many will sniff it, maybe lick tentatively, then walk away. Warm that same food to room temperature or slightly above, and suddenly it's acceptable, maybe even enthusiastically eaten. The food hasn't changed composition, just temperature. But to the cat, it's significantly different. Cats' taste receptors are temperature sensitive, working optimally at around body temperature. Remember, that's 100 to 102 degrees Fahrenheit for them. When food is colder than about 85 to 90 degrees, those taste receptors don't function as efficiently. The chemical reactions that create taste sensations slow down. Aromatic compounds that carry flavor don't volatilize as readily from cold food, so there's less scent to enhance taste. This makes evolutionary sense. In the wild, cats eat fresh prey, which is body temperature. Room temperature or warmer food signals freshness, safety, appropriateness. Cold food is unusual, potentially wrong, possibly dangerous. The temperature itself becomes a quality indicator, and their taste system is calibrated accordingly. This is why many cats are picky about refrigerated wet food. It's not just texture preference, it literally tastes less good to them when it's cold. Warming it brings out flavors, activates taste receptors more fully, makes the food more palatable. Some owners discover this by accident and think they've found a magic trick. Really? They've just aligned the food temperature with the cat's sensory optimum. The pickiness about temperature extends to water too. Many cats prefer water that's room temperature, or slightly cool, not cold from the tap or refrigerator. Again, this might relate to what their systems are optimized to process, what temperatures signal appropriate consumables versus inappropriate ones. It creates an interesting challenge for cat owners. We store food in refrigerators for safety and freshness, but then we serve it cold, at temperatures where cats can't fully taste it, where it seems less appealing to them. The solution is simple. Warm it slightly, let it come to room temperature, make it match what their taste system expects. But many people don't realize this is necessary, leading to cats being labeled picky, when really they're just responding normally to food served at suboptimal temperatures. Perhaps there's a larger lesson here about perspective, and what seems like unreasonable pickiness might be legitimate sensory response to conditions we're creating without realizing it. The cat isn't being difficult. They're responding to genuine differences in how food tastes at different temperatures, differences we don't experience as intensely because our taste system is calibrated differently. Understanding this doesn't just solve a feeding problem, it reminds us that their sensory world is different from ours in ways that matter, in ways that affect basic experiences like eating, in ways we need to account for if we want to provide appropriate care. A cat's hearing is one of the broadest ranges of any mammal, detecting frequencies from 48 Hz to 85 kHz. They can hear ultrasonic sounds made by rodents, opening a sonic world completely closed to us. Humans hear from about 20 Hz to 20 kHz. That's our range, from the deepest bass to the highest treble we can perceive. Cats hear from 48 Hz to 85 kHz. They give up a bit of the lowest bass. They can't hear quite as deep as we can, but on the high end, they blow us away. 85 kHz is more than 4 times higher than our upper limit. This means cats hear sounds we're completely deaf to. Ultrasonic sounds, too high-pitched for human perception, are perfectly audible to cats. And this isn't just theoretical. It has practical implications for how they hunt and navigate. Rodents, mice, rats, voles communicate using ultrasonic vocalizations. They squeak to each other at frequencies between 30 and 110 kHz, well above human hearing. To us, a mouse running through grass is silent except for rustling. To a cat, that mouse might be broadcasting its location, squeaking ultrasonic calls that other mice can hear. The cat triangulates on those calls, follows the sound directly to the prey. It's like hunting with sonar, following signals the prey doesn't realize are giving away its position. This ultrasonic hearing probably also helps them detect electrical devices, mechanical systems, anything creating high-frequency sounds. That hum you can't hear from your computer or TV. Your cat might hear it clearly. That ultrasonic pest deterrent device? To us it's silent. To cats, it's probably incredibly annoying. The broad frequency range means cats live in a sonic landscape far richer than ours. They hear both the lower frequencies we hear, voices, traffic, music, plus an entire ultrasonic dimension invisible to us. It's like having access to additional radio stations, additional channels of information constantly broadcasting, but accessible only if you have the right receiver. Those independently mobile ears we discussed earlier make even more sense in this context. With such a broad hearing range and so much sonic information available, being able to point each ear independently at different sound sources becomes even more valuable. They can monitor ultrasonic sounds from one direction while listening to normal frequency sounds from another, processing multiple sound streams across multiple frequency ranges simultaneously. Sometimes when a cat seems to react to nothing, they might be responding to ultrasonic sounds, a rodent outside, a machine humming, something creating high-frequency noise that we're completely unaware of. We see the reaction without perceiving the stimulus, and so it looks like random behavior. It's like they're chasing invisible things, but they're responding to real stimuli, just stimuli outside our sensory range. It's another reminder that we share physical space with our cats while inhabiting different sensory realities. The room we're both sitting in sounds different to each of us. They hear layers of sound we're deaf to, frequencies we can't access, a sonic richness that we can measure instrumentally but never experience objectively. And they navigate this richer soundscape casually, is constantly using hearing we can't match to monitor a world we can only partially perceive. Cats have a scruff reflex where being grabbed by the neck skin triggers a relaxation response. Mother cats use this to carry kittens, and the feeling persists into adulthood as a calming trigger. There's a specific patch of loose skin at the back of a cat's neck, the scruff. Grab it gently and something interesting happens. Many cats go still, their bodies relaxing, sometimes even going limp. This is the scruff reflex, a behavior that begins in kittenhood and often persists throughout life. Mother cats carry their kittens by the scruff, gripping that loose skin in their teeth and lifting. The kitten's response is to curl up, pull in their legs, go still and quiet. This makes them easier to carry, reduces the chance they'll struggle and fall, ensures safe transport when the mother needs to move them. It's an evolved response. Kittens who relaxed when scruffed were more likely to survive being moved to safety. The reflex typically fades as cats mature. Adult cats are too heavy to be carried this way safely. The skin isn't meant to support full adult weight. But the neurological response often remains, at least partially. Many adult cats, when scruffed, will still relax somewhat, still exhibit that instinctive calm that the grip triggers. The veterinarians sometimes use scruffing to handle difficult cats, to reduce struggling during examinations or procedures. The cat's autonomic nervous system responds to the grip with relaxation, making them easier to manage temporarily. But this is controversial now. Many vets are moving away from scruffing, recognizing that while it may reduce struggling, it also causes stress, fear, and can damage trust. The scruff reflex isn't consent or enjoyment. It's an involuntary response. Like how we can't prevent our knee from jerking when tapped in the right spot. The cat isn't choosing to relax. Their nervous system is executing a program written in kittenhood, whether they want it to or not. And for some cats, especially as they age, the reflex weakens or disappears entirely. They no longer respond to scruffing with relaxation, and attempting it just creates stress and discomfort. There's something interesting about reflexes that persist past their usefulness. This one made sense for kittens being carried. For adults, it's vestigial, a response to a situation that shouldn't really occur anymore, yet it remains, at least partially, written into their neurology. The body remembering what it once needed, even when those needs have passed. For cat owners, understanding this reflex means recognizing what it is and isn't. It's not a magic calm button. It's not a comfortable experience for most cats. It's an involuntary response that can create temporary compliance, but at the cost of trust and comfort. Better to handle cats in ways that don't trigger reflexes, that treat them as adults capable of cooperation, rather than kittens to be managed through evolutionary programming. The domestic cat genome contains about 2.7 billion DNA base pairs. Mapping this sequence revealed that cats share disease genes with humans, making them valuable medical research models. In 2007, these scientists completed the first full sequencing of the domestic cat genome. All 2.7 billion base pairs, the complete genetic blueprint for building and operating a cat. This wasn't just an academic exercise. It opened up practical applications for both feline and human medicine. What they found was remarkable similarity to human genetics, particularly in genes related to disease. Cats and humans share many of the same genetic mutations that cause illness. Genes for polycystic kidney disease, retinal degeneration, certain cancers, heart disease, immune disorders. We share these vulnerabilities, these genetic weak points that evolution hasn't eliminated. This makes cats valuable research models for human disease. When a cat develops a genetic disorder similar to a human one, studying the progression and treatment in cats can inform human medicine. It's more ethically complex than using mice. Cats are companion animals, not lab animals in the same way. But when pet cats naturally develop these conditions, studying them and developing treatments helps both species simultaneously. The genome sequencing also revealed insights into cat evolution, domestication history, breed development. We could track genetic markers that show how domestic cats spread from the Middle East across the world. We could see which traits are controlled by single genes versus complex genetic interactions. We could understand why certain breeds are prone to certain health problems. It's written in their DNA, traceable through their genome. For cat health specifically, genomic understanding has enabled better breeding decisions, genetic testing for hereditary diseases, more targeted medical treatments. Breeders can test for genetic markers that predict disease risk, reducing the chance of passing on harmful mutations. Veterinarians can use genetic information to predict which cats are at risk for which conditions, enabling preventive care. There's something profound about having the complete instruction manual for building a cat. Those 7 billion letters of genetic code contain everything: eye color, coat pattern, body size, disease susceptibilities, behavioral tendencies, everything that makes a cat, and that particular cat that specific individual. It's all encoded, waiting to be expressed, be influenced by environment but fundamentally determined by this vast sequence of base pairs. And yet, knowing the genome doesn't mean understanding it completely. We have the text, but we're still learning the language, still figuring out what most genes do, how they interact, what environmental factors influence their expression. The genome is a starting point, not an end point. It's the raw data from which we're still extracting meaning, still learning to read what's written in those billions of base pairs. When you look at your cat, you're looking at 2.7 billion base pairs made manifest, turned into flesh, fur, personality, behavior. The abstraction of genetic code translated into the physical reality of a living creature. Its information architecture made tangible, written instructions becoming a being that purrs and hunts and sleeps in sunbeams. The genome is impressive, but the translation of that genome into the actual, living animal, that remains almost magical. Cats are obligate carnivores, meaning they can't survive long-term on a vegetarian diet. They require taurine, an amino acid found only in animal tissue, and will go blind without it. Obligate carnivore. Not just a preference, a biological requirement. Cats must eat meat to survive. They cannot, unlike humans and dogs and many other mammals, thrive on plant-based diets. Their bodies are too specialized. Their metabolism too committed to processing animal tissue. The key is taurine, an amino acid that's essential for cats, but that they cannot synthesize themselves in sufficient quantities. Taurine is found almost exclusively in animal tissue, particularly in muscle and organs. Without adequate taurine, cats develop severe health problems, retinal degeneration leading to blindness, heart disease, reproductive failure, developmental abnormalities in kittens. Most animals either produce their own taurine or can convert other amino acids into taurine. Cats lost this ability somewhere in their evolutionary history. As their diet became increasingly meat-based, the selective pressure to maintain taurine synthesis decreased. Why spend biological resources making something that's always available in your diet? The metabolic pathway atrophied, and cats became dependent on external sources. They also require preformed vitamin A, which they get from animal tissue. Unlike omnivores who can convert beta-carotene from plants into vitamin A, cats can't perform this conversion efficiently. They need the already formed vitamin A that exists in prey animals' livers and tissues, and arachidonic acid, an essential fatty acid. Other animals synthesize it from linoleic acid in plants. Cats can't. They need it preformed from animal sources. The pattern is clear. Over millions of years of eating almost exclusively meat, the cat's metabolism's optimized for that diet by eliminating biochemical pathways that were redundant. Why synthesize what you always consume? Why maintain backup systems when the primary source is constant? This makes cats fundamentally different from dogs, who are omnivorous and can thrive on varied diets, including plant-based ones if properly formulated. Cats cannot. Their biology doesn't allow it. A vegetarian diet, no matter how carefully formulated with supplements, is fighting against millions of years of evolutionary specialization. This obligate carnivore status raises ethical questions for some owners who want vegetarian lifestyles but also want cats. There's tension between human ethical choices and feline biological needs. Some try anyway, feeding vegetarian or vegan cat food supplemented with synthetic taurine and other nutrients. The long-term health effects are debated, but veterinary consensus is clear. Cats are not built for this, and it's not recommended. Perhaps there's a lesson here about accepting what creatures are rather than trying to make them conform to what we'd prefer them to be. Cats are carnivores. It's not cruelty or choice, it's biology, determined before they were domesticated, before they ever met humans. They're specialized hunters who lost the ability to live on anything but meat because their ancestors never needed to. We can wish this were different, but wishing doesn't change metabolism. Biology is what it is, and cats are committed at a fundamental level to eating animals. That's simply what they are. A cat's grooming releases endorphins, making it a self-soothing behavior during stress. However, excessive grooming can indicate anxiety or medical issues, creating bald patches. We've talked about grooming as maintenance, temperature regulation, coat care, hygiene. But there's another dimension: psychological comfort. The act of grooming itself produces endorphins, those natural opioid chemicals that create feelings of pleasure and calm. For cats, licking fur isn't just cleaning, it's literally drugging themselves with their own neurochemistry. This is why stressed cats often groom more. When anxious, when frightened, when uncomfortable, they lick. The repetitive motion is soothing. The endorphin release provides relief. It's self-medication, a coping mechanism written into their neurology. The cat feels bad, grooms, feels slightly better, reinforcing the behavior. But like any coping mechanism, it can become maladaptive. Some cats groom too much, licking compulsively until they create bald spots, until they damage their skin, until they're doing it constantly, unable to stop. This is psychogenic alopecia, hair loss caused by excessive grooming, driven by anxiety or obsessive-compulsive tendencies. The behavior becomes self-perpetuating. Stress triggers grooming. Grooming provides temporary relief, but the underlying stress remains, so they groom more. The cycle intensifies. The bald patches appear, usually on the belly, inner thighs, flanks, areas the cat can easily reach with their tongue. The skin underneath might be normal or might be irritated from constant licking. Sometimes the excessive grooming is medical rather than psychological. Allergies, parasites, pain, skin conditions can all trigger increased grooming as the cat tries to address discomfort. But when medical causes are ruled out and the behavior persists, it's psychological. The grooming has become a stress response, an anxiety outlet, a compulsion. Treatment involves addressing the underlying stress when possible. Changes in environment, more enrichment, anxiety medication in severe cases. Sometimes just identifying and removing the stressor is enough. Sometimes the behavior is too ingrained and requires longer intervention. Behavioral modification, environmental changes, and sometimes medication to break the cycle. There's something sad about watching a cat groom compulsively, knowing they're trying to comfort themselves but actually causing harm. They're using the only coping tool they have, but it's not working, not really. The endorphin release provides brief relief, but it's not addressing the root problem, and the compulsive behavior itself becomes another problem layered on top. It's similar to human anxiety behaviors, nail biting, hair pulling, skin picking. The behavior provides temporary relief, releases tension, produces some neurochemical reward, but it's destructive, creates physical consequences, doesn't solve the underlying issue, and once it becomes habitual, it's hard to stop. The pattern ingrained in neural pathways that fire automatically when stress levels rise. Understanding this dual nature of grooming, necessary maintenance and psychological comfort, helps cat owners recognize when normal behavior crosses into concerning territory. A cat grooming for 2 hours daily is normal. A cat grooming constantly, creating bald spots, focused on specific areas obsessively, that's a sign something's wrong, that the self-soothing has become self-harm, that they need help addressing whatever is driving the anxiety that's driving the grooming. Cats have a relatively poor sense of taste, with only about 470 taste buds compared to humans' 9,000. They rely much more heavily on smell to evaluate food, which is why sick cats with nasal congestion often stop eating. 470 taste buds, that's what cats have on their tongues. We have around 9,000. They're tasting with less than 5% of the sensory equipment we use for the same function. This means taste, for cats, is a much less detailed sense than it is for us. What they can taste is limited too. We mentioned they can't taste sweet. They can taste bitter, important for detecting toxins. They can taste sour, helps identify spoiled food. They can taste salty, though not as sensitively as we do, and they can taste umami, that savoury, meaty taste, probably more sensitively than we can, since that's the taste of their primary food source. But overall, their gustatory sense is simple, limited, not particularly nuanced. So how do they evaluate food? Primarily through smell. That nose with sway 100 million scent receptors is doing most of the work. When a cat approaches food, they smell it first, extensively. The scent tells them more about the food than taste ever could. Freshness, composition, safety, palatability. The taste is almost confirmation. A final check after smell has already made the primary evaluation. This is why sick cats, especially cats with upper respiratory infections, often stop eating. It's not that they're not hungry. It's that they can't smell the food properly. Their congested nose blocks scent, and without scent, then food loses most of its appeal. They might taste it slightly, but taste alone isn't enough to make food interesting or desirable. It would be like us trying to eat while holding our nose, technically possible but unappetizing, stripped of most of what makes food enjoyable. For cat owners, this explains some puzzling behaviors. Why cats are so particular about food freshness. They smell changes we can't detect. Why warming food makes it more appealing. Heat releases aromatic compounds, strengthening smell. Why some cats won't eat food that's been out for a while even though it seems fine. To them the smell has changed, degraded, becoming less appealing even if it's not actually spoiled. It also suggests that force feeding, or trying to trick cats into eating food they've rejected, is fighting an uphill battle. If the smell isn't right to them, taste won't compensate. Their primary food evaluation system is scent, and if that's saying no, the limited taste sense isn't going to override it. Understanding this shift from taste to smell as the primary food sense helps explain why cats and humans sometimes have such different food preferences. We're operating from different sensory priorities. We judge food heavily by taste, by flavor complexity, by the interplay of sweet, salty, sour, bitter, umami. Cats judge primarily by smell, by aromatic compounds, by chemical signatures that tell them about protein content, freshness, composition. We can both eat the same food and be evaluating it through fundamentally different sensory lenses. The pattern of a tabby cat's stripes is encoded in individual hair follicles during development. Each hair knows what color to be, creating patterns that look painted but emerge from microscopic instructions. Look at a tabby cat's stripes. They're precise, complex, beautiful. They look painted on, like someone took a brush and carefully applied pattern to fur, but no one painted anything. Those stripes emerge during development, each hair following instructions encoded in its follicle. During fetal development, a cat's coat pattern is determined by a complex interplay of genes. These genes don't work like a blueprint. They work more like a recipe, creating gradients of proteins and chemicals across the developing skin. Where concentrations are high, follicles produce dark pigment. Where they're low, follicles produce light pigment or no pigment at all. The result is patterns, stripes, spots, swirls, rosettes. Each hair follicle receives its instructions based on its position in these chemical gradients. One follicle might be told, produce black hair, while the follicle right next to it is told, produce orange hair. Together, millions of follicles following their individual instructions create coherent, beautiful patterns. What's remarkable is that this patterning happens at the microscopic level but creates macroscopic designs. No follicle knows the overall pattern. Each just knows its own instruction, dark or light, this colour or that colour. But when all those individual decisions are executed simultaneously, stripes emerge, swirls form, complex patterns appear, seemingly designed, actually self-organizing from local rules. This is why tabby patterns are so varied yet so consistent. All tabby cats have the same basic genetic instructions, but small differences in timing, in the gradient's shapes, in developmental conditions create different pattern expressions. Classic tabbies have swirls, mackerel tabbies have stripes, spotted tabbies have broken stripes that form spots. Same underlying mechanism, different parameter variations, different outcomes. It's a beautiful example of emergent complexity, simple rules. Follicle produces pigment based on local chemical concentration, creating complex results, intricate patterns. No central planning, no overall design, just local instructions being followed simultaneously, producing patterns that look intentional but are actually emergent. And every time a hair falls out and a new one grows in, that follicle follows the same instruction it received during development. The pattern persists, with each hair regenerating with the correct colour, maintaining the stripes or swirls or spots across the cat's lifetime. The instructions were written once during fetal development, but they're executed continuously throughout life, each hair follicle remembering its role in the larger pattern. When you pet a tabby cat, running your hand along stripes, you're feeling the physical manifestation of developmental biology, of chemical gradients made visible, of microscopic instructions translated into macroscopic design. The pattern isn't decoration, it's information encoded, a visible record of the genetic and developmental processes that built this particular cat, and each hair, each follicle, is a pixel in an image that emerges only when you step back and see them all together. Cats can become addicted to catnip. Though not all cats respond to it, sensitivity is genetic. About 70 bis 80% of cats react to nepetalactone, the active compound, we inheriting the trait from their parents. Catnip, Nepia cataria, is a plant in the mint family. Its leaves contain a chemical compound called nepetalactone. When cats smell this compound, about 70 to 80% of them have a distinctive behavioral response: rubbing, rolling, purring, sometimes drooling, displaying what looks like euphoria or intoxication. The response lasts about 10 minutes, then fades, and the cat typically becomes temporarily immune, as unresponsive to catnip for an hour or more before sensitivity returns. Why do cats respond this way? The leading theory suggests that nepetalactone binds to receptors in the cat's olfactory system that trigger a response similar to feline pheromones, particularly sexual pheromones. The cat's brain interprets the signal as something exciting, arousing, pleasurable. They're essentially experiencing artificially triggered euphoria, a drug response but from smelling a plant compound. The sensitivity is genetic, inherited as an autosomal dominant trait. If one parent responds to catnip, roughly half the offspring will too. Kittens under about 3 months old don't respond. The sensitivity develops as they mature. Some cats never develop it at all, remaining perpetually uninterested in catnip regardless of exposure. For cats that do respond, the behavior can become somewhat compulsive. They seek out catnip, become excited when they smell it, engage in repetitive behaviors while under its influence. But it's not addiction in the harmful sense. Catnip doesn't cause withdrawal, doesn't create tolerance beyond that temporary refractory period, doesn't lead to health problems. It's more like a legal high, a safe intoxicant that provides temporary pleasure without apparent downside. There are other plants that create similar responses in cats: silver vine, valerian root, Tartarian honeysuckle. Each contains different compounds but triggers similar behavioral reactions in susceptible cats. And interestingly, cats who don't respond to catnip sometimes respond to these alternatives, suggesting multiple genetic pathways for these types of reactions. The evolutionary purpose, if there is one, remains unclear. Why would cats evolve receptors that respond to these plant compounds? Maybe it's accidental. The compounds happen to mimic pheromones, tricking receptors that evolved for different purposes. Maybe there was some selective advantage we don't understand, some benefit to seeking out these plants. Or maybe it's just neutral, neither helpful nor harmful, persisting simply because there's no strong pressure to eliminate it. For indoor cats, catnip provides enrichment, stimulation, play, activity. For outdoor cats, it might be occasional entertainment, a brief interlude of rolling in interesting plants. Either way, it's a quirk of feline neurology, a response to plant chemistry that creates visible behavioral changes, harmless indulgence in a world that doesn't offer many safe intoxicants. A cat's night vision is about 6 times better than a human's. They need only 1/6 the amount of light we need to see, making twilight as bright to them as full daylight to us, 6 times better. In practical terms, this means a cat can see clearly in conditions where we're essentially blind. A room that's nearly dark to us, where we're fumbling for light switches, is adequately lit for a cat. They navigate, jump, hunt, play in light levels we can't function in. This comes from everything we've discussed. Those rod-heavy retinas optimized for low-light vision, the tapetum lucidum reflecting light back through the retina for double exposure, the large eyes relative to head size gathering maximum available light, the elliptical pupils that can open very wide to admit light. All these adaptations working together create extraordinary night vision, but night vision is slightly misleading. Cats can't see in complete darkness. They need some light, however minimal. In truly pitch-black conditions with zero light, they're as blind as we are. But give them even tiny amounts of light, starlight, moonlight, the faint glow from a distant street lamp, and they can see. They're maximizing whatever light is available, using it far more efficiently than our eyes can. This is why cats are so confident at night, why they race around darkened homes while we shuffle carefully. They're seeing the environment clearly, processing visual information we're not receiving. To them, it's not that dark. The world looks dim but navigable, shadowy but detailed enough for movement and action. The trade-off, which we've mentioned, is reduced visual acuity in bright light and potentially some decrease in colour vision. But for a crepuscular hunter, this is an optimal trade. Sharp daytime vision matters less than being able to see in twilight, in dawn and dusk when prey is active and light is limited. This superior night vision probably contributes to why cats seem mysterious, why they're associated with nighttime and shadows in human culture and mythology. They move confidently through darkness we're afraid of, see things in the dark we can't see, behave as if the night is no obstacle. To pre-electric humans, this would have seemed almost supernatural. How do these creatures navigate so well when we can't see? Now we know it's biology, not magic, but there's still something impressive about it, something that commands respect. They're equipped for an environmental condition that limits us severely. When the lights go out, cats gain advantage. The darkness that handicaps us barely affects them. They're seeing a version of nighttime that's literally 6 times brighter than our version. They're living in a world where night is not much different from dusk, where shadows aren't obstacles but just slightly dimmer spaces, easily navigated, fully visible. Cats have episodic memory, allowing them to recall specific events, locations, and associated emotions. This is why they can remember traumatic vet visits or the specific cabinet where treats are kept. Episodic memory, the ability to remember specific events in context, to recall what happened, where it happened, and how it felt. Humans have this. We remember our 10th birthday party, our first kiss, the day we moved into our current home. These are episodes complete with context and emotion. For a long time, it wasn't clear if animals had episodic memory or just semantic memory, facts without context, and procedural memory, learned skills. But research has shown that many animals, including cats, do form episodic memories. They remember specific events with associated context. This explains behaviors that puzzled people before we understood this. A cat that becomes anxious when they see the carrier isn't just responding to the carrier itself. They're remembering the specific experience of being taken to the vet, the car ride, the examination, the fear they felt. It's not abstract. It's a specific, accessible memory of a bad experience. Similarly, a cat that runs to the kitchen when they hear a particular cabinet open isn't just responding to a learned association. They remember that specific cabinet contains treats, remember getting treats from there before, possibly remember the taste and the positive feeling associated with it. They're accessing episodic memory, recalling past specific instances of getting treats from that location. This capacity for episodic memory means cats can hold grudges, remember mistreatment, recall positive experiences with particular people. They're not living entirely in the present. They're carrying a history with them, a collection of remembered events that influence current behavior. It also means they can experience anticipation based on past events. A cat who knows that a specific time of day means feeding can anticipate that feeding, feel excitement or impatience based on remembering previous feeding times. They're not just responding to hunger, they're recalling the pattern, anticipating based on memory. This creates ethical dimensions for how we treat cats. If they remember specific events, then traumatic experiences aren't just momentary. They create lasting memories that can affect behavior long term. A cat who has a terrifying experience with a particular person might remember that person specifically, might become anxious or aggressive when that person appears years later. but it also means positive experiences build too. Episodic memories of play, of affection, of comfort. These accumulate, creating a reservoir of positive associations that strengthen the bond between cat and person. Each good interaction is a memory added, a specific recalled event that contributes to the cat's overall attitude toward their human. Understanding that cats have episodic memory changes how we think about their cognitive life. They're not just reacting to stimuli in real time. They're carrying a personal history, a collection of remembered experiences that shape their responses, their preferences, their relationships. They're remembering us specifically, recalling interactions we've had, judging current situations against past experiences. They have a story they're living, events they remember, a past that informs their present. That's a richer mental life than we often credit them with. The average domestic cat weighs between 8 and 10 pounds, though this varies widely by breed. The heaviest cat on record weighed 46.8 pounds, roughly the size of a medium dog. 8 to 10 pounds, well, that's average for a domestic cat, small enough to carry easily, large enough to feel substantial when they jump onto your lap. But there's enormous variation around this average. Some breeds are naturally small. Singapores average 4 to 6 pounds fully grown. They're petite, delicate-boned, permanent kitten-sized. Other breeds are massive. Male Maine Coons can weigh 15 to 25 pounds without being overweight. They're just large cats, with big frames, substantial muscle, heavy bones. And then there are outliers. Himi, an Australian cat, weighed 46.8 pounds when he died in 1986. That's not a cat. That's nearly the size of a medium dog, a weight so extreme it's hard to imagine on a feline frame. The Guinness Book of World Records stopped recording heaviest pet categories because they didn't want to encourage overfeeding, but Himi's record from before that policy remains. At that weight, basic cat movements become difficult. Jumping is hard or impossible. Grooming can't reach all areas. The heart struggles, joints deteriorate. Obesity in cats creates serious health consequences: diabetes, liver disease, arthritis, respiratory problems, shortened lifespan. A cat that heavy isn't just overweight, they're in medical crisis. Most heavy cats aren't that extreme, but obesity is common. Free feeding, high-calorie foods, indoor lifestyle with limited activity, all these contribute to cats gaining weight beyond what's healthy. Studies suggest around 50 to 60% of domestic cats are overweight or obese. We're loving them, perhaps, but we're also overfeeding them, not providing enough activity, allowing weight gain that undermines their health. There's a tension here between our desire to indulge them, to show love through food, to respond to every plea for treats, and their long-term welfare. Food is easy affection, requires no effort from us, and cats often beg for it enthusiastically. But capitulating to every request, leaving food available constantly, offering high-calorie treats frequently, all this creates cats who are overfed and under-exercised. Weight management requires more effort than just filling a bowl. It means measured portions, scheduled feeding, active play to provide exercise, monitoring body condition, resisting those pleading meows. It's less convenient than free feeding, requires more attention than automatic feeders dispensing endless food. but it's also fundamental to health, is as to quality of life, to potentially adding years to a cat's lifespan. The variation in natural size from 4-pound Singapuras to 25-pound Maine Coons is genetic, structural, not about obesity. These cats are appropriately sized for their breed, but a 20-pound domestic shorthair isn't a large breed. They're an average-sized cat carrying too much weight. Learning to distinguish between naturally large and overweight, between substantial frame and excessive fat, is part of responsible cat care. Cats can develop a condition called hyperesthesia syndrome, where their skin becomes overly sensitive. Affected cats will suddenly start rippling their back skin, attacking their tail, or running frantically for no apparent reason. Feline hyperesthesia syndrome. It's sometimes called rolling skin disease or twitchy cat syndrome, and it's as unsettling to watch as the name suggests. A cat will be resting normally, then suddenly their back skin ripples like water, with waves of muscle contraction moving from shoulders to tail. They might whip around and attack their own tail as if it's a separate creature. They might bolt across the room at full speed, pupils dilated, seemingly fleeing from something invisible. The episodes are brief, usually lasting only a few seconds to a couple of minutes. Then they stop as abruptly as they started, and the cat returns to normal, sometimes seeming confused about what just happened. But while they're occurring, the cat appears genuinely distressed. The skin movements aren't voluntary, and the experience seems frightening or painful or both. We don't fully understand what causes hyperesthesia syndrome. Some theories suggest it's neurological, abnormal nerve firing creating sensations of pain or irritation on the skin. Others propose it's psychological, a manifestation of anxiety or obsessive-compulsive disorder in cats. Some cases seem related to seizure disorders, the episodes being a type of partial seizure affecting the sensory and motor systems. Diagnosis is difficult because there's no definitive test. It's a diagnosis of exclusion, ruling out other causes like fleas, allergies, skin infections, pain from arthritis or injury. If all medical causes are eliminated and the characteristic symptoms remain, hyperesthesia becomes the working diagnosis. Treatment varies because the underlying cause is unclear. Some cats respond to anti-anxiety medications. Others improve with anti-seizure drugs. Environmental enrichment helps some. More play, more routine, less stress. Dietary changes occasionally make a difference. But some cats don't respond to anything, continuing to have episodes despite intervention. There's something particularly sad about this condition because the cat can't explain what they're feeling, can't tell us what's wrong. They just experience these sudden, overwhelming sensations that make them attack themselves or run wildly. And we can only observe, try different treatments, hope something helps. It's also relatively rare, or at least rarely diagnosed. Many cases probably go unrecognized, dismissed as weird cat behavior, quirks rather than medical issues. Unless episodes are frequent or severe enough to prompt veterinary investigation, they might just be part of that cat's normal, strange, unexplained moments that happen sometimes without clear cause or cure. For cats who do have diagnosed hyperesthesia, management becomes part of daily life, learning to recognize triggers if they exist, avoiding situations that precipitate episodes, medicating if that helps, just providing comfort and security when episodes occur. It's a chronic condition, usually managed rather than cured. A mystery that modern veterinary medicine has acknowledged but not solved. A cat's territorial range varies by gender. Males roam about 3 times farther than females. Tomcats might patrol several acres, while females maintain much smaller, more defendable territories. Territory, for cats, isn't just where they live. It's resource space, hunting ground, social structure made geographical, and the size of that territory depends heavily on gender and reproductive status. Intact males, tomcats, maintain the largest territories. They might roam several acres, sometimes much more in rural areas. Their territory often overlaps with multiple female territories, which is the point: reproductive access. They're not just claiming hunting space, they're claiming mating opportunities, establishing ranges that encompass as many females as possible. These large territories require constant patrolling, marking, defending. Tomcats spray urine on boundaries, fight rivals who intrude, vocalize to assert presence. It's exhausting, dangerous work. Fights cause injuries, infections, abscesses. The constant roaming exposes them to cars, predators, other hazards. This is why intact male outdoor cats have the shortest average lifespans. Their biology drives them to behaviors that are high risk. Females maintain smaller territories, often 1/10 the size of male territories or less. They're focused on resource defense rather than mate access. They need enough space to hunt successfully, to find shelter, to raise kittens safely. But larger territories mean more to defend, more energy expenditure, more risk, whereas they optimize for sufficiency rather than maximum coverage. Neutering dramatically reduces territory size in males. Without the reproductive drive, they no longer need to patrol huge ranges. Their territories shrink to female typical sizes, focused on resources rather than reproduction. They roam less, fight less, take fewer risks. This is one of the main reasons neutering extends lifespan. It removes the biological imperative for high-risk ranging behavior. In multi-cat households, territory gets more complex. Cats establish hierarchical access to resources, time-sharing favorite spots, creating invisible schedules of who's allowed where when. They might not have outdoor territories at all, but they still maintain territory. It's just contained within the home's boundaries, divided among residents through a combination of dominance, negotiation, and learned patterns. Understanding territorial drives helps explain some problematic behaviors. A cat who sprays indoors might be trying to mark territory they feel is under threat. A cat who fights with other household cats might be defending resources or asserting territorial claims. A neutered male who still wants outside might be responding to instinctive territorial drives even though the reproductive imperative is gone. Territory is fundamental to feline psychology. They're not pack animals like dogs, not comfortable in tight social groups with shared space. They're more solitary, as more territorial, more focused on maintaining their own defended space. Even indoor cats, even neutered cats, even cats who seem perfectly social, they still think in terms of territory, of space and resources, and who has access to what. It's wired deep. deeper than domestication, deeper than indoor living, an ancient pattern that persists because it's central to what being a cat means. Cats are one of the few animals that have domesticated themselves through natural selection. And the cats that were friendlier to humans had better access to food, gradually creating a self-selected population of sociable cats. Most domestication stories involve humans actively selecting animals, breeding for desirable traits, shaping species to serve human needs. We domesticated dogs, cattle, sheep, pigs, horses, choosing which animals bred, which traits continued, actively managing the evolutionary trajectory. Cats are different. They domesticated themselves. The story goes back about 10,000 years. Humans developed agriculture, began storing grain. Grain attracted rodents in unprecedented numbers, and rodents attracted wild cats, small felines that hunted these abundant prey animals. The cats moved closer to human settlements, drawn not by humans but by the ecosystem humans accidentally created. Humans noticed the cats were solving their rodent problem, but they didn't capture cats, didn't cage them, didn't breed them. They just tolerated them. And the cats that were more tolerant of human presence, less skittish, more willing to remain near people, those cats had better access to this concentrated food source. They had higher survival rates, more offspring. Generation by generation, the friendlier cats outcompeted the fearful ones. Not because humans were selecting for friendliness, because friendliness itself was adaptive in this new niche. It was natural selection, but the selective pressure was created by proximity to humans. The cats who could tolerate being near people thrived. The ones who couldn't, didn't. This self-domestication created something unusual, a domestic animal that retained much of its wild nature. Dogs changed dramatically from wolves, smaller, more childlike, more dependent. Cats remained remarkably similar to their wild ancestors. They're still capable of surviving independently, still retain most wild behaviors, still fundamentally solitary hunters. This is why cats seem half wild, why they're less trainable than dogs, why they maintain independence even in domestic settings. They never fully submitted to human control because humans never fully controlled their domestication. It was a negotiation, an arrangement that benefited both species, but cats remained cats, choosing to stay, not compelled to stay, maintaining the option to leave if the arrangement stops being beneficial. Where some scientists now call it self-domestication, to distinguish it from traditional domestication. The cats domesticated themselves by gradually adapting to human proximity, by natural selection favouring the individuals who could handle the stress of being near these large, noisy, unpredictable primates. Over 10,000 years, this created genetic changes, shifts in temperament, in fear responses, in social tolerance, but without the dramatic morphological and behavioural changes seen in other domestic animals. Perhaps this explains the unique cat-human relationship. Dogs were made by us, for us, shaped to fit our needs and purposes. Cats made themselves, for their own benefit. And we're just part of their environment, large, useful creatures who provide food and shelter, and sometimes companionship. They're partners more than pets, cohabitants more than possessions. And that partnership has always been somewhat on their terms, because they're the ones who initiated it, who chose proximity, who decided that living with humans was advantageous enough to be worth the cost of tolerance. A cat's pregnancy lasts approximately 63 to 65 days from conception to birth. The entire arc from conception to weaning takes only about 3 months. Remarkably fast mammalian development. 63 to 65 days, just over 2 months from conception to birth. For comparison, human pregnancy is about 280 days, roughly 9 months. Dogs are about the same as cats, maybe a bit shorter, but still, 2 months to go from conception to a fully formed, viable kitten ready to be born, and then rapid postnatal development. Kittens are born helpless, eyes closed, ears folded, unable to walk, completely dependent on mother. But by 3 weeks, eyes are open and they're starting to walk. By 8 weeks, they're eating solid food, playing, climbing, exploring. By 12 weeks, they're functionally independent, capable of surviving without mother if necessary. 3 months. The entire process from conception to functional independence takes about 3 months. It's compressed development, fast maturation, rapid transition from non-existence to independent organism. This speed is part of why cat populations can explode so quickly. Short gestation, rapid maturation to breeding age. Remember, 4 months old, multiple litters per year possible. The reproductive cycle is efficient, optimized for producing many offspring quickly. But there's a cost to this speed. Kittens born to young mothers, mothers under 8 to 10 months old, have higher mortality rates. The mother isn't fully grown herself, and pregnancy taxes a still developing body. Similarly, rapid successive pregnancies exhaust mothers, leaving them malnourished, weakened, less able to care for subsequent litters. The compressed timeline means development has to happen fast. And organs form, nervous system develops, body structures emerge, all in 9 weeks. There's less time for error correction, less buffer for developmental problems. Kittens with genetic abnormalities or developmental issues might not survive to birth, or might die shortly after. The speed creates efficiency, but also vulnerability. For mother cats, pregnancy is demanding. They need significantly increased calories, particularly protein for building fetal tissue. They experience hormonal changes, physical discomfort as their abdomen swells, the exhaustion of supporting multiple developing fetuses, and then birth itself, labor, delivery, the immediate transition to nursing multiple hungry kittens, and then the weaning process. Kittens start eating solid food around 4 weeks, but continue nursing for comfort and supplemental nutrition. Mother gradually reduces access, spends less time with them, encourages independence. By 8 to 12 weeks, weaning is complete, and the kittens are on their own, ready to start their own lives. 3 months from nothing to independence. It's remarkable efficiency from an evolutionary perspective. Quick reproduction means quick adaptation, rapid response to environmental pressures, faster evolution of beneficial traits. But from a welfare perspective, it creates challenges. Cats reproduce too easily, too often, too many offspring per cycle. Without human intervention through spay/neuter programs, as populations grow exponentially, quickly overwhelming available resources, cats can recognize their owner's voice but often choose not to respond. Studies show cats distinguish their owner's voice from strangers, but exhibit less social responsiveness than dogs. Scientists did studies where they played recordings of various people calling a cat's name. The cat was in another room, couldn't see who was calling, just heard the voices. Brain activity and behavioral responses were monitored. Results: cats showed more brain activity when hearing their owner's voice versus strangers. They recognized the voice, distinguished it from others, showed neurological evidence of processing it differently. So far, this seems positive. They know us. They recognize our voices specifically. But behaviorally, many cats didn't bother responding. No coming when called, no meowing back, no visible acknowledgement. Their brain knew it was their person calling, but they just didn't care enough to respond. Or more accurately, didn't feel compelled to respond the way dogs do. This isn't because cats don't understand or don't care about their owners. It's because they're not socially motivated in the same way dogs are. Dogs were bred for thousands of years to be responsive to humans, to please us, to care deeply about our approval. Cats weren't. They remained more independent, less driven by social hierarchy, less concerned with responding to human direction. And a cat that doesn't come when called isn't being stubborn or spiteful. They're just being a cat, hearing the call, processing it, making a decision about whether responding serves any purpose from their perspective. If there's no obvious benefit, food, play, attention they want at that moment, they might choose to ignore it. It's not defiance, it's just different social priorities. This frustrates some cat owners who expect dog-like responsiveness. But it's also part of what many people love about cats. They're not constantly seeking approval, not desperately eager to please. They're their own entities, making their own decisions, granting their presence and attention when they choose to rather than when commanded. Understanding this selective responsiveness helps set appropriate expectations. You can't train a cat the same way you train a dog because the motivation structure is different. Dogs work for praise and approval, like cats work for tangible rewards, food, play, or don't work at all if they're not interested. They're transactional, practical, less moved by social approval or disapproval. But this doesn't mean they don't bond or don't care. Studies on cat-human attachment show cats do form genuine bonds, do prefer their owners to strangers, do seek proximity and comfort from their people. They just don't show it through obedience or responsiveness to calls. They show it through choosing to be near you, through purring, through slow blinks, through bringing prey or toys, through sleeping on or near you. It's a different language of affection and bonding. Not better or worse than dogs, just different. And part of respecting cats as they are means accepting that they won't come when called, won't always acknowledge you, won't demonstrate their attachment through responsiveness. They're demonstrating it through presence, through choosing to share their territory with you, through tolerating touch and proximity. That's their version of devotion, quieter, less obvious, easily missed if you're looking for dog-like behavior. The slow blink that cats give is considered a sign of trust and affection. Narrowing eyes in the presence of another makes them vulnerable, so it's a gesture of comfort and bonding. Watch a cat watching you. Sometimes they'll meet your gaze, hold it for a moment, Then slowly close their eyes, hold them closed briefly, and then open them again slowly. It looks like they're falling asleep with their eyes open, or like they're savouring something. This is the slow blink, and in cat language, it's significant. Eyes are vulnerable. Closing them, even briefly, is a risk. You can't see threats, can't react to sudden movement, can't monitor your environment. In the wild, closing eyes around another creature signals trust, signals that you don't perceive them as dangerous enough to require constant visual monitoring. When a cat slow blinks at you, they're saying in effect, "I trust you. I feel safe enough with you to briefly close my eyes. You're not a threat." It's a gesture of comfort, of affection, of social bonding. They're deliberately making themselves slightly vulnerable, as a demonstration of how comfortable they are in your presence, and it's reciprocal. You can slow blink back at cats, and many will respond. It becomes a conversation. "I trust you, you trust me, we're both comfortable here." Some cats will initiate slow blink exchanges, making eye contact and blinking as if inviting you to participate in this mutual acknowledgement of safety and affection. This is particularly meaningful because cats aren't naturally social with non-family members. In the wild, they're solitary except during mating and kitten rearing. Exchanging trust signals with someone outside your immediate genetic family isn't common cat behavior. The fact that domestic cats do this with humans suggests genuine social bonding, genuine incorporation of humans into their social circle. The slow blink is also useful knowledge for interacting with unfamiliar or fearful cats. Staring at cats can be threatening. A predator's intense gaze, a signal of aggression. But a slow blink is the opposite. It's soft, non-threatening, communicating peaceful intent. When meeting a new cat, slow blinking while avoiding direct stares can help establish you as non-threatening, can ease the cat's anxiety, can begin building trust. Some researchers call it the cat kiss or cat smile, and while anthropomorphizing can be problematic, there's truth to it being a positive social signal, a gesture of warmth. In a species that's generally reserved with affection, that doesn't do big demonstrations of emotion. The slow blink is as close as many cats get to saying "I love you" with their eyes. When your cat looks at you and slow blinks, they're offering you something valuable, a gesture of trust from a creature that doesn't trust easily, an expression of comfort from an animal that's often cautious, a moment of vulnerability from a being that generally maintains careful control. It's worth recognizing, worth appreciating, worth reciprocating. In that brief closing of eyes, there's communication happening, bond being acknowledged, relationship being affirmed through the simple act of deliberately not looking. Cats have been shown to grieve the loss of companion animals and humans. They may search for the deceased, vocalize more, change eating habits, or become withdrawn, signs of processing loss. When a bonded companion dies, another cat, a dog, a human, surviving cats often show behavioral changes. They search the house, checking the deceased's favorite spots. They vocalize more, sometimes calling out as if trying to locate the missing individual. They might lose interest in food, in play, in their normal routines. They might become withdrawn, sleeping more, interacting less. or they might become clingy, seeking more attention from remaining family members. These are signs of grief. We can't know the cat's subjective experience, can't access their emotional state directly. But the behavioural patterns are consistent with mourning, with response to loss, with processing the absence of someone who was present and is now gone. The duration varies. Some cats show grief behaviours for a few days, then adjust. Others grieve for weeks or months, gradually returning to normal as they adapt to the loss. Factors that seem to influence duration include the strength of the bond, the cat's personality, whether other companions remain, how the household handles the loss. Cats who witness death, who see the deceased's body, who understand that death occurred rather than just disappearance, sometimes grieve less intensely. This has led some veterinarians to recommend allowing surviving pets to see a deceased companion's body to understand concretely that death happened. Without this, the cat might continue searching indefinitely, unable to understand why their companion has simply vanished. There's debate about whether what cats experience constitutes true grief in the human sense, emotional processing of loss, understanding of death's permanence, sadness about absence, or whether it's disruption of routine, stress from changed environment, confusion about disappearance of a familiar presence. Perhaps it's both. Perhaps the distinction doesn't matter. The behavioral response is real regardless of the underlying emotional experience. Supporting a grieving cat involves maintaining routine as much as possible, providing extra attention if they seem to want it or space if they prefer that, monitoring food and water intake to ensure they're not declining into dangerous territory. Some cats benefit from pheromone diffusers that reduce stress. Some respond well to new companions, though timing matters. Too soon, and they might not be ready. Too late, and they've adapted to solitude. There's something humbling about recognizing that cats grieve, that they form bonds strong enough that breaking them creates observable distress. We sometimes think of them as aloof, independent, not particularly attached, but the grief behaviors tell a different story, that they do form deep connections, that loss affects them, that they carry relationships that matter enough to mourn when they end. When a cat loses a companion and searches for them, calls for them, waits in their favourite spots, they're demonstrating that the bond was real, that it mattered, that absence creates a void. It's evidence of an emotional life richer than we sometimes credit them with, of capacity for connection deep enough that severance creates genuine suffering, and perhaps that should change how we think about them, how we value their relationships, how we support them through the inevitable losses that come with living, with loving, with forming attachments that time and death eventually break. A cat's claws are curved and retractable, unlike a dog's fixed blunt nails. This retraction keeps them razor sharp and silent during stalking, extending only when needed for grip or combat. Dog claws are always out, always contacting the ground, gradually dulling from constant wear. You hear dogs walking on hard floors, click, 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 their nails tapping with each step. Cat claws are different, fundamentally different in design and function. Cat claws retract into protective sheaths when not in use, Elastic ligaments hold them in the retracted position naturally. The cat has to actively flex muscles to extend them for climbing, as gripping, defense, attack. When relaxed, claws are hidden, protected, not touching the ground during normal walking. This retraction serves multiple purposes. First, it keeps claws sharp. Without constant ground contact, without continuous dulling, claws maintain razor edges. When extended for hunting or fighting, they're effective weapons, sharp enough to grip prey, to pierce skin, to inflict serious damage. Second, it enables silent stalking. Those toes we talked about, walking on tiptoes for quiet movement. That only works if claws aren't clicking on surfaces. Retracted claws make cats nearly silent, allowing them to approach prey without acoustic warning. Third, it protects the claws from damage. Sharp points and edges are fragile. Constant exposure would chip them, break them, reduce effectiveness. Retraction when not needed preserves them for when they are needed. The mechanism is elegant. The last bone in each toe holds the claw. Normally, ligaments hold this bone in retracted position, claw tucked into a protective sheath. When the cat flexes the flexor digitorum profundus muscle, tendons pull the bone forward and down, extending the claw out and downward. Release the muscle. Ligaments pull the claw back up into the sheath. Only one cat species can't retract claws: cheetahs. Their claws are always extended, more dog-like, providing traction for their incredible running speed. But for the rest of cats, from house cats to lions, retractable claws are standard equipment. This retractability creates maintenance needs. The outer sheath of each claw gradually loosens as new claw grows underneath. Cats need to shed these sheaths, which is what scratching does. They're not sharpening claws when they scratch. They're removing old outer layers to expose fresh, sharp claw beneath. It's molting essentially, but for claws. Without scratching opportunities, cats experience discomfort as old sheaths build up, sometimes growing into paw pads if severely neglected. This is why scratching posts aren't optional. They're necessary for claw health. Cats will scratch something. Providing appropriate surfaces just directs this necessary behavior toward acceptable targets. Declawing, surgical removal of the claws, doesn't just remove claws, it amputates the last bone of each toe, the equivalent of cutting off human fingers at the last knuckle. It's banned in many countries as inhumane. Cats without claws can't engage in normal behaviors, often develop chronic pain, sometimes become aggressive biters because they've lost their primary defense mechanism. Those retractable claws are sophisticated equipment, evolution's solution to the problem of keeping weapons sharp while remaining silent and protecting the weapons from damage. They're defining feline features, part of what makes cats effective predators. And they're beautiful in their engineering. Simple mechanisms creating elegant solutions, evolution finding answers through millions of years of selection, creating tools that are still sharp, still silent, still perfectly functional 10,000 years into domestication. Cats can learn through observation, watching and imitating other cats or even humans. They've been observed learning to open doors, flush toilets, and operate light switches purely by watching. There's social learning by watching others rather than through trial and error, is relatively rare in animals. It requires observing another's actions, remembering them, understanding cause and effect well enough to replicate them, and having the physical ability to execute what you've observed. Cats have this capacity. There are documented cases of cats learning to open doors by watching humans operate handles. They observe that pushing down the handle makes the door open. They remember this association. When they want the door open, they jump up, push down the handle with their paws and push the door. They've never been taught this. They figured it out by observation. Similarly, some cats learn to flush toilets by watching humans. They see that pushing the handle makes interesting water movement and sounds. Some then start flushing toilets themselves, sometimes repeatedly, much to their owner's frustration and water bills. Light switches, faucets, your drawer handles. If a cat sees a human operating something repeatedly and it creates an interesting result, some cats will experiment with operating it themselves. They're not just mimicking randomly, they're understanding the relationship between action and result, then applying that understanding. Kittens learn from mothers through observation. Hunting techniques, appropriate prey, litter box use. Mothers demonstrate, kittens watch and imitate. This is more efficient than each kitten discovering everything through trial and error. Social learning allows accumulated knowledge to pass between generations. Cats also learn from watching other cats. Multi-cat households often show behavior matching. One cat learns something, others observe and adopt the behavior. If one cat learns that jumping on counters leads to interesting smells and occasional food, others often start doing it too. The behavior spreads through observation. This observational learning capacity suggests more sophisticated cognition than cats are often credited with. They're not just reacting to stimuli, they're processing what they observe, extracting cause and effect relationships, remembering those relationships, and applying them in new contexts. That requires memory, reasoning, understanding of physical causation. It also creates challenges for cat owners. You can't just hide how you operate things if you want to keep cats from learning. They watch, they remember, they experiment. Child locks that require you to demonstrate the opening mechanism. The cat might learn it. Automated feeders that dispense at specific times. The cat might figure out how to trigger them manually. There's something impressive about this capacity to learn from observation, to extract meaning from watching, to understand enough about cause and effect to replicate what they've seen. It speaks to flexible cognition, to problem-solving ability, to brains that do more than execute instinct. Cats are watching, learning, remembering. Everything you do around them is potentially a lesson they're absorbing, a technique they might later apply. They're students of their environment, constantly observing, constantly learning, using observation to expand their behavioral repertoire beyond what instinct alone provides. The pattern of whiskers on a cat's face is as unique as a fingerprint. No two cats have exactly the same whisker arrangement, creating a kind of facial signature. We've talked about whiskers extensively, their functions, their sensitivity, their importance. But here's another remarkable detail. The specific arrangement of whiskers on each cat's face is unique. The number, the exact placement, the length ratios, the specific pattern they create. All individual, all distinctive, all different from every other cat. This isn't planned or useful necessarily. It's just developmental variation. As the kitten develops in the womb, whisker follicles form based on genetic instructions and developmental processes, but there's enough randomness, enough individual variation in how those processes play out, that the exact result is never quite the same twice. Some cats have more whiskers than average, some fewer. The arrangement might be slightly more forward or backward, higher or lower. The lengths vary, creating different proportions. Put all these variables together and you get a unique configuration, this cat's whisker pattern, unlike any other. Theoretically, you could identify individual cats by their whisker patterns, the way you identify humans by fingerprints. Take detailed photos, map the positions and lengths, create a whisker profile unique to that cat. It's not practical for most purposes, but it demonstrates how much individual variation exists in features we might think are standardized. This uniqueness extends to other features too, nose prints we mentioned earlier, iris patterns, the specific distribution of coat coloration. Every individual cat is a unique combination of variations, no two exactly alike even within the same litter, even in identical twins. Yes, cats can have identical twins, though it's rare. There's something philosophically interesting about this. These tiny variations that make each individual unique, do they matter? The cat certainly doesn't care how their whiskers are arranged. The variations don't significantly affect function. Whiskers work the same regardless of exact positioning. But the uniqueness remains, written into physical structure, making each cat individually identifiable if you look closely enough. Perhaps it's a reminder that uniqueness doesn't require purpose. Not everything that's individual is individual for a reason. Sometimes variation is just variation. The result of developmental processes that can't produce exactly the same output every time, randomness in biological systems, the impossibility of perfect replication. Each cat is unique not because nature intended them to be, but because nature can't help but make them that way. When you look at your cat's face, at the specific arrangement of their whiskers, you're seeing something that exists nowhere else, will never exist again. That exact configuration is theirs alone, a pattern as individual as they are, created once by chance and development, and now defining part of what makes that cat specifically themselves. Cats have a bunting behaviour, where they headbutt to show affection and mark ownership. The scent glands on their forehead and cheeks leave a chemical signature that says, "This is mine." Your cat approaches you, raises slightly on their back legs, and gently bumps their forehead against your hand, your leg, your face. This is bunting, sometimes called head bonking or head butting, and it's one of the clearest signs of feline affection and trust. We've mentioned the scent glands on a cat's cheeks, but they have them on their forehead too, concentrated around the temples and between the ears. When they press their head against you, they're depositing pheromones marking you with their scent. But bunting is more than just marking. The behaviour itself carries social meaning. In cat-to-cat interactions, Bunting is a bonding gesture, something cats do with family members and close companions. Mother cats bunt their kittens, kittens bunt their mothers, cats from the same social group bunt each other. It's intimate, affiliative, a way of maintaining social bonds through physical contact and scent exchange. When cats bunt humans, they're incorporating us into their social circle, treating us like they'd treat other cats they care about. They're not just marking us as property, though that's part of it. They're expressing genuine affection, initiating social contact, asking for interaction. The force of bunting varies. Some cats give gentle presses, barely perceptible contact. Others deliver enthusiastic headbutts with surprising force, enough to knock glasses off faces or push hands aside. The intensity seems to correlate with the cat's personality and the strength of the bond. Confident, affectionate cats often bunt harder, putting more enthusiasm into the gesture. Bunting often precedes or accompanies other affiliative behaviours: purring, slow blinking, rubbing the body along your legs or arms. It's part of a suite of bonding behaviours, ways cats communicate affection and strengthen social connections. You can't really teach a cat to bunt. It's not a trainable behaviour, it's social expression, emotion made physical. Cats bunt when they feel moved to, when the bond and the moment align. When they want to express something that bunting communicates. Forcing it or trying to elicit it doesn't work. It has to be offered freely to mean anything. This makes bunting special when it happens. It's voluntary, genuine, a choice the cat makes to initiate contact and express connection. In animals that are often reserved, that don't always show affection openly, bunting is an unambiguous statement. I trust you. I claim you. I want to be close to you. When your cat bunts you, they are pressing their forehead against you with that soft or not so soft contact. They're doing something that carries weight in cat social language. They're treating you like family, like someone they've chosen to bond with, like a member of their social group worth maintaining connection with. It's simple behaviour, just a head press, but it's loaded with meaning, with affection, with the kind of trust cats don't give lightly. A cat's spine is incredibly flexible due to 53 loosely fitting vertebrae. Humans have only 34 vertebrae, and they're much more rigidly connected, limiting our contortionist abilities. 53 vertebrae, each one connected to the next through joints that allow significant movement. We have 33 or 34 vertebrae, connected more rigidly for the stability our bipedal posture requires. Cats have almost 20 more vertebrae, and each joint between them has more range of motion than ours do. This creates extraordinary flexibility. These cats can arch their backs into nearly perfect curves, can twist their spines 180 degrees or more, can compress themselves into impossibly small spaces by rounding their spine, can extend themselves to incredible lengths by fully stretching it. Watch a cat stretch, really stretch, the full body extension they do after waking up. The spine extends from a compressed curve to nearly straight, adding inches to their body length. Then they arch it backward, creating a deep curve the opposite direction, stretching muscles and ligaments that shorten during sleep. Or watch them groom themselves, twisting their spine to reach their back, their tail, areas that seem anatomically impossible to access. But with that flexible spine, nothing is out of reach. They can curl into complete balls, spine forming nearly a complete circle. They can twist the front half of their body one direction, while the back half goes another. This flexibility is crucial for their signature maneuvers. The righting reflex, twisting in mid-air to land on feet, requires incredible spinal rotation. They're essentially rotating the front and back halves of their body independently, using the spine as the pivot point. Without that flexibility, the reflex wouldn't work. It's also what allows them to fit through tight spaces. A cat can compress their profile by rounding their spine, hunching shoulders, tucking legs close to body. They become narrower, more compact, able to squeeze through gaps that look too small for their volume. The flexible spine makes this compression possible. There's a price for this flexibility. Spinal injuries, though relatively rare, can be devastating because the spine is less rigidly protected than ours. And some breeds, particularly those bred for specific body types, have spinal problems. Scottish folds with their cartilage disorder, your Manx cats with spinal defect related to their taillessness. But for most cats, that flexible spine is pure advantage. It's what makes them seem almost boneless, what allows their flowing movement, their ability to contort into strange positions that look comfortable, but would be impossible for us. They move like fluid because their spinal column isn't a rigid rod. It's a chain of loosely connected pieces, able to curve and twist and compress in ways we can only envy. When a cat curls up in that perfect circle, head tucked near tail, they're demonstrating spinal flexibility we couldn't approach. When they twist mid-leap to adjust their landing angle, they're using rotation we're not capable of. When they stretch out across a sunny spot, elongating until they seem twice their usual length, they're showing the full range of extension their spine allows. It's gymnastic equipment built into their skeleton, flexibility as fundamental structure, emotion as intrinsic capability. Cats can be right or left-pawed, with a tendency for females to be right-pawed and males left-pawed. Observing which paw they use to reach for food or toys reveals their dominant side. Like humans, cats show paw preference. Lateralization, the tendency to favor one side over the other for skilled tasks. Not all cats are strongly lateralized, but many consistently use one paw more than the other for reaching, batting, manipulating objects. Determining paw preference requires observation. Watch which paw your cat leads with when reaching for food, which they use to bat at toys, which they extend first when climbing or stepping over obstacles. Consistency across multiple observations suggests true paw preference rather than random variation. Research has found interesting patterns. Female cats tend to be right-pawed more often than males. Male cats tend to be left-pawed more often than females. The reasons for this sex difference aren't entirely clear. It might relate to hormonal influences on brain development, to sex-linked genes affecting neural organization, or to something else we haven't identified yet. Paw preference isn't trivial. It reflects brain lateralization, specialization of one brain hemisphere for certain motor tasks. In humans, handedness correlates with language centers, with spatial processing, with various cognitive functions. In cats, a paw preference might correlate with cognitive differences too, though we know less about what those differences might be. Some researchers have found correlations between paw preference and personality. Cats with strong paw preferences, highly lateralized, might handle stress differently than cats with weak or no preference, non-lateralized. There are hints that lateralization might affect boldness, reactivity, problem-solving approaches. But the research is preliminary. The correlation's not definitive. Practically, paw preference doesn't matter much for most cat care. Whether your cat is right-pawed or left-pawed doesn't change how you feed them or what toys they prefer. But it's another individual variation, another way cats differ from each other, another dimension of their uniqueness, and it's fun to observe, to notice which paw your cat favors, to see this consistent handedness that you might never have noticed without specifically watching for it. It's one of those small details that makes individual cats who they are. Not just a cat, but this specific cat who happens to be left-pawed, who consistently reaches with that paw, whose brain is organized in this particular way that manifests in this observable preference. Lateralization reminds us that brains aren't symmetrical, that left and right hemispheres don't always do exactly the same things, that even in cats this specialization exists, creating preferences, patterns, the consistent behaviors that reflect underlying neural organization we can observe but don't fully understand. The practice of cats kneading comes from kittenhood, when they pushed on their mother's belly to stimulate milk. Adult cats retain this comforting behavior, often purring while kneading on soft surfaces or their favorite humans. Watch a kitten nursing. They press rhythmically on mother's belly with alternating paws, a steady push-push-push motion. This kneading stimulates milk flow, makes nursing more effective, creates a physical connection between kitten and mother. The behavior is instinctive, present from birth or developing within days. Kittens who can't nurse, orphaned kittens bottle-fed from birth, still often knead, pressing against blankets or their caretaker's arm while feeding. The behavior is hardwired, not learned, a reflex that serves clear evolutionary purpose during the nursing period. But here's what's interesting. Most cats never stop kneading. They continue into adulthood, kneading on soft surfaces, blankets, pillows, your lap, your stomach while you're lying down. They often purr while kneading, sometimes drool, their eyes half closed in apparent bliss. They're performing a behavior from kittenhood that no longer serves its original purpose, but persists because it's comforting, because it's associated with positive feelings, because it triggers nostalgia for a time of safety and satisfaction. Adult kneading seems to be self-soothing, a way to relax, to comfort themselves, to recreate the feeling of nursing from mother. The rhythmic motion, the soft surface, the purring, all of it evokes kittenhood, triggers the same neural pathways that were active during nursing, produces similar feelings of contentment and security. Cats often knead on their favourite people, treating us somewhat like surrogate mothers. They're regressing to kitten behaviour, seeing us as sources of comfort and security. We're using this infantile behaviour to express contentment and trust. It's a compliment, really. They feel safe enough with you to behave like kittens, to engage in vulnerable behaviors they'd never show to threats or strangers. The kneading can be uncomfortable when cats use their claws, pushing them in and out of your skin or clothing with each press. This is why some people call it making biscuits or making bread. The motion resembles kneading dough, pushing down and pulling back repeatedly. And trimming claws, placing a blanket between cat and your vulnerable skin, or gently repositioning them can make it more tolerable. Some cats need more than others, some never need at all. Individual variation in how much this kitten behavior persists into adulthood. But for cats who do need, it's one of the most endearing behaviors, this return to infantile comfort-seeking, this retention of actions that once meant survival and warmth and fullness. When your cat needs on you, purring, eyes half closed, they're in a state of profound contentment, feeling secure enough to regress, comfortable enough to be vulnerable. They're telling you that you represent safety, comfort, the kind of security they felt as kittens with their mother. It's deep trust made visible through rhythmic pressing, ancient behavior repurposed as adult expression of contentment and bond. Cats have lower social intelligence than dogs, but higher problem-solving abilities. They're less interested in what we want them to do and more focused on figuring things out independently. Intelligence isn't monolithic. It's multifaceted, with different aspects that can be strong or weak independently. Cats and dogs excel at different types of intelligence, optimized by evolution for different cognitive strengths. Dogs have high social intelligence. They read human emotions well, respond to pointing and gaze direction, work cooperatively with humans, care deeply about pleasing us. This makes them easy to train, responsive to direction, excellent partners for tasks requiring human-animal teamwork. But individual problem-solving? Dogs often wait for human help, look to us for solutions, rely on social cooperation rather than independent reasoning. Cats are the opposite. Their social intelligence is lower. They're less good at reading human emotions, less responsive to social cues, less motivated by our approval or disapproval. But their individual problem-solving abilities are stronger. When faced with a challenge, cats tend to work through it themselves rather than looking to humans for help. They experiment, observe, reason, persist until they figure it out or decide it's not worth the effort. This makes cats harder to train but better at independent problem-solving. They're not asking, "What does my human want me to do?" They're asking, "How do I get what I want?" The motivation is internal. The process is independent. The solution is self-directed. Studies have shown this repeatedly. Give dogs and cats similar puzzle boxes with food inside. Dogs try for a while, then look to humans for help, essentially asking us to solve it. Cats keep working at it, trying different approaches, testing mechanisms, figuring out solutions through experimentation. They're less likely to ask for help, more likely to persist independently. This reflects evolutionary history. Dogs evolved from wolves. Yes, pack animals where cooperation and social hierarchy are crucial for survival. Intelligence that served pack functioning was selected for, reading social cues, responding to pack leader direction, working cooperatively. Cats evolved from solitary hunters where individual problem solving was crucial. Figuring out prey behavior, navigating terrain, solving hunting challenges alone. Intelligence that served individual success was selected for. Neither type is superior, they're just different cognitive profiles. Dogs are brilliant at social cognition, cooperation, reading human intent. Cats are brilliant at physical reasoning, mechanical problem solving, independent goal achievement. We value dog-type intelligence more because it's easier to work with, more responsive to our direction, more obviously useful for tasks we want done. But cat-type intelligence is equally sophisticated, just less cooperative, less socially motivated. Understanding this helps explain why cat training is different from dog training. You can't motivate cats with praise and approval the way you motivate dogs. They don't care enough about pleasing you, but you can motivate them with tangible rewards, with making solving the problem more appealing than not solving it. Clicker training works with cats when done correctly, but it requires understanding their independent motivation structure. When your cat figures out how to open doors or cabinets despite your efforts to keep them closed, they're demonstrating this problem-solving intelligence. They're not doing it to please or annoy you. They're solving a problem they've set for themselves, how to access what's behind this barrier. And they persist, experiment, reason, until they find the solution. That's cat cognition. Independent, persistent, focused on their own goals rather than yours. Sophisticated in ways we don't always recognize or value. A cat's sense of balance is controlled by its inner ear and tail working in coordination. The tail acts as a counterweight, shifting position to maintain equilibrium during complex acrobatics. The inner ear contains the vestibular system, 3 semicircular canals filled with fluid and tiny hairs that detect motion and orientation. When a cat moves their head, fluid shifts, hairs bend, as signals travel to the brain reporting position and movement. This is how cats know which way is up, how they maintain balance, how they detect when they're tilting or falling. But the inner ear isn't alone. The tail plays a crucial role in balance, particularly during complex movements. Watch a cat walk along a narrow fence or balance on a thin branch. Their tail moves constantly, shifting position to counterbalance body movements, keeping the center of gravity over the support point. During jumps, the tail adjusts mid-air, helping fine-tune landing position. During the righting reflex, the tail moves in opposition to body rotation, providing counterweight and helping control the spin rate. During sharp turns while running, the tail extends outward as counterbalance, preventing the cat from toppling over from their own momentum. Cats without tails, Manx cats, or cats who've lost tails to injury, can still balance, but they have to compensate differently. They adjust their body position more dramatically, use different movement strategies, work harder to maintain equilibrium. The tail isn't essential for balance, but it makes balance easier, provides an extra tool for managing stability. The tail's effectiveness as counterweight comes from its length and mass distribution. It's long enough to create significant leverage, heavy enough to matter when shifted, flexible enough to position precisely. It's a biological stabilizer, The balance bar that's part of the body, constantly adjusting to maintain equilibrium. This is also why cats move their tails when they're sitting still. The tiny movements, the tip twitching, the slow swishing. Some of this is emotional expression, but some is balance adjustment. Even sitting, cats are making micro corrections, keeping themselves centered, maintaining stability through tiny tail movements that we might interpret as mood, but are partly just balance maintenance. The coordination between inner ear and tail is unconscious, automatic. The cat doesn't think about moving their tail for balance. The vestibular system detects tilt. The brain automatically commands tail adjustment. The tail moves. Balance is maintained. It's a closed feedback loop, constantly running in the background, keeping the cat stable through whatever acrobatics they attempt. When a cat makes an impressive jump, from floor to refrigerator top, now landing perfectly balanced on a 4-inch wide surface, they're demonstrating this balance system in action. Inner ear detecting orientation, tail adjusting position, body making micro corrections, all working together seamlessly to achieve stable landing on an implausibly small platform. It looks effortless because the system is so well developed, so thoroughly integrated, that balance becomes almost automatic. Cats can suffer from separation anxiety, though it manifests differently than in dogs. They may overgroom, urinate outside the litter box, or become destructive when their person leaves. We think of separation anxiety as a dog problem. Dogs who bark constantly, destroy furniture, panic when left alone. This is familiar territory. Cats, we assume, are independent, unaffected by our comings and goings, perfectly content alone. But some cats develop separation anxiety too. It just looks different. And cats with separation anxiety might overgroom when left alone, creating bald patches or skin damage. They might urinate or defecate outside the litter box, particularly on items that smell like their absent person, the bed, clothing, shoes. They might vocalize excessively, yowling for extended periods. They might become destructive, scratching furniture more than usual, knocking things over, engaging in compulsive behaviors. These behaviors stop when the person returns, distinguishing separation anxiety from other problems. A cat who's sick or has litter box issues will have problems regardless of whether you're home. A cat with separation anxiety is fine when you're present, problematic only when you're gone. Causes vary. Some cats are genetically predisposed to anxiety, more reactive to stress, more bonded to specific people. Cats who are orphaned or separated from mothers early sometimes develop stronger attachment to humans, seeing us as surrogate parents and experiencing distress at our absence. Changes in routine, new work schedule, travel, changes in household composition can trigger anxiety in previously stable cats. The anxiety is real. The cat isn't being spiteful or difficult. They're genuinely distressed by separation, experiencing fear or anxiety that manifests in these problematic behaviors. They're not choosing to urinate on your bed to punish you for leaving. They're so stressed that normal litter box routines break down, and they're seeking comfort by surrounding themselves with your scent. Treatment involves addressing the underlying anxiety. Gradual desensitization, leaving for progressively longer periods, teaching that departure doesn't mean permanent abandonment. Environmental enrichment, more toys, puzzle feeders, window perches, things to engage with while alone. Sometimes pheromone diffusers help reduce general anxiety. In severe cases, the anti-anxiety medication might be necessary. Understanding that cats can have separation anxiety changes how we interpret certain behaviours. That cat who seems clingy, who follows you room to room, who protests when you leave, they might not just be affectionate. They might be anxious, worried about separation, bonded strongly enough that your absence creates distress. It's another way cats are more emotionally complex than we often recognize. They form deep attachments, feel genuine distress at separation, experience anxiety that affects their behavior and welfare. They might not show it the way dogs do, might not panic obviously or destructively in the same ways, but the anxiety is real and the suffering is real. And recognizing this, understanding it, treating it with the seriousness we'd give any anxiety disorder, that's part of responsible care for creatures whose emotional lives are deeper and richer than their independent reputation suggests. The texture preference for food is often more important to cats than the flavour. Some cats will only eat pâté, others only chunks in gravy, revealing that mouthfeel matters immensely. You offer your cat premium food, same flavour they ate yesterday, same brand, same ingredients. They sniff, maybe lick tentatively, then walk away. You check the label, it's the same chicken, same formulation, but it's a different texture. Yesterday was pâté, smooth and uniform. Today is chunks in gravy. And apparently that matters more than the actual flavour. Cats are notorious for texture preferences, sometimes rejecting perfectly good food because the physical consistency is wrong for them. This seems irrational until you remember they have only 470 taste buds, rely heavily on smell for evaluation, and their mouths are extremely sensitive to physical sensations. Texture becomes a primary food evaluation criteria when taste isn't providing much information. The mouthfeel, how food feels against tongue, palate, teeth, becomes crucial data. Is it smooth or chunky, firm or soft, wet or dry? These physical properties might matter more than subtle flavour variations the cat can barely taste anyway. Some cats strongly prefer smooth pâté, rejecting anything with chunks or pieces. The uniform texture is pleasing to them, easy to eat, consistent throughout. Others prefer chunks in gravy, enjoying the texture variation, the firm pieces they can chew. Yes, some like flaked food, small pieces in liquid. Others want dry kibble, the crunch and firmness so different from wet food. These preferences can be strong enough that cats will refuse to eat if only the wrong texture is available. They're not being difficult. The texture genuinely affects their eating experience more than flavour does. Offering food they can't taste well enough to care about, in a texture that's unpleasant to them, is like asking us to eat something flavourless with terrible mouthfeel. We'd refuse too. This creates challenges for owners trying to manage health through diet. The prescription food your vet recommended, your cat might refuse it solely because it's pâté and they prefer chunks, even though the health benefits are significant. You're stuck trying to find the same formulation in a different texture, or trying to gradually transition them to accept the needed texture. Yeah, or giving up and choosing between health and getting them to eat at all. Understanding texture preference helps explain picky eating. It's not that cats are being difficult, they're responding to genuine sensory preferences that matter more to them than they might to us. A cat who won't eat certain foods might not dislike the flavour, which they barely taste anyway, but the texture, which they experience intensely. The solution involves finding what works for each individual cat. Experiment with textures, notice what they prefer, accommodate that preference when possible. When you can't, when health needs require a specific food, transition slowly, mixing textures gradually, helping them adapt rather than forcing immediate change. Texture preference is one more dimension of feline individuality. Not all cats care equally. Some eat anything regardless of texture. But many have strong preferences, reliable patterns in what mouthfeel they find acceptable. It's personal. Specific. Another way each cat is uniquely themselves in their sensory experiences and preferences. Cats can recognize their own names among other words, but may not always acknowledge it. Brain scans show they distinguish their name from similar sounding words. They just exercise their right to ignore us. Japanese researchers conducted studies testing whether cats recognize their own names. They played recordings of various words, including the cat's name, similar sounding words, and words of similar length and rhythm. Then they measured behavioral responses and in some studies brain activity. Results were clear. Cats distinguished their names from other words. Brain activity showed different patterns when hearing their name versus similar words. They recognized it neurologically as distinct and meaningful, but behaviorally, many cats didn't respond at all. No looking toward the speaker, no approaching, no visible acknowledgement. This seems to confirm what cat owners have long suspected. Cats know their names, they just don't care to respond. It's not lack of comprehension, it's lack of motivation. They heard it, processed it, recognized it, and chose to continue napping or staring out the window or doing whatever they were doing. Why don't they respond? Because unlike dogs, cats aren't socially motivated to acknowledge humans calling them. Dogs have been bred for thousands of years to be responsive to human direction, yet to care about our attention and approval. Cats haven't. They're more independent, less concerned with pleasing us, more focused on their own priorities. The cat's name probably carries information. It signals that attention is directed at them, that something involving them is about to happen. But whether that something is interesting enough to respond to depends on context, on what the cat is currently doing, on whether they want interaction at that moment. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. This selective responsiveness can be frustrating for owners accustomed to dogs who reliably come when called. But it's also authentic. When a cat does respond to their name, it's because they chose to, because they wanted the interaction, not because they felt compelled by social obligation. There's something honest about that, about interaction that's chosen rather than automatic. Interestingly, cats seem to respond more to their names when spoken by their owners versus strangers, and suggesting they've learned to associate their name specifically with their person. It's not just a sound, it's a sound that means something in the context of their relationship with you. The name recognition demonstrates learning, memory, discrimination between similar sounds, all cognitive functions that require a certain level of mental sophistication. Cats are paying attention, processing language, remembering what specific sound patterns mean. They're just not always willing to demonstrate this knowledge through obedience. Perhaps there's something fitting about cats knowing their names but choosing when to acknowledge them. It's very cat, aware, intelligent, capable, but ultimately self-directed, unwilling to perform on command, granting responses when and if they feel like it. Your cat knows you're calling them. They've heard their name hundreds of times, know it means you want their attention. Whether they grant that attention is their decision, made fresh each time based on their own inscrutable priorities, and that's just how cats are. A cat's whiskers are also located above the eyes, on the chin, and on the back of the front legs. These additional sensors create a complete spatial awareness system around their entire body. We've focused on the prominent cheek whiskers, the ones most visible on a cat's face. But whiskers exist in other locations too, each serving specific functions, together creating comprehensive sensory coverage. Above each eye are several whiskers, the superciliary whiskers. They protect the eyes by triggering a blink reflex when anything gets too close. They're early warning systems, detecting approaching objects before they can contact the vulnerable eye surface. Touch one gently while a cat is relaxed and watch their eye close automatically. It's reflex, not choice. Under the chin are shorter whiskers, the mandibular or submandibular whiskers. These help the cat sense surfaces close to their face from below, particularly useful when eating or drinking. They detect bowl edges, ground level, objects directly beneath the face that the main whiskers might miss. On the back of each front leg, near where the paw meets the leg, are carpal whiskers. These are easy to miss, often hidden in fur, but they're functional and important. They help cats sense prey they're holding with their paws, provide information about objects they're manipulating, might help with navigation during climbing by detecting branch or surface proximity. Together, all these whisker sets create a comprehensive sensory field. The cheek whiskers cover forward and side areas. The eye whiskers protect from above. The chin whiskers sense below. The carpal whiskers provide information about what the front paws are near or touching. The cat is surrounded by sensory input, able to detect proximity and contact from multiple directions simultaneously. This is part of why cats seem so aware, so quick to react to things approaching them. They're not just using vision and hearing, they have this entire whisker array providing constant tactile information about their immediate environment. They feel the world through these specialized hairs, creating a bubble of awareness that extends beyond their physical body, where damage to any whisker set reduces this awareness. A cat missing cheek whiskers becomes less confident navigating tight spaces. A cat missing carpal whiskers might be less effective at manipulating prey or objects with their paws. The system is redundant to some degree. Other senses compensate, but optimal function requires all components working together. When a cat is exploring new territory, all these whiskers are active, collecting data. As they move through space, whiskers are deflecting slightly from air currents, brushing against surfaces, providing continuous stream of tactile information. The cheek whiskers map the area ahead, the eye whiskers protect from overhead obstacles, the chin whiskers sense ground level, the carpal whiskers monitor what the paws are contacting. It's a complete sensory system, comprehensive coverage, awareness from all angles. Looking at a cat, we see the prominent cheek whiskers and might think that's all. But closer inspection reveals this more complex array, these additional whisker sets performing specialized functions, all working together to give cats their characteristic spatial awareness and environmental sensitivity. Every whisker matters, every location serves a purpose, the whole system greater than the sum of its parts. Cats experience a phenomenon called whisker fatigue from overstimulation of these sensitive hairs. Eating from deep bowls can overwhelm their whiskers, which is why many cats prefer shallow, wide dishes. Whisker fatigue, sometimes called whisker stress, happens when whiskers are repeatedly stimulated over extended periods, creating sensory overload. Remember, each whisker is connected to proprioceptors and nerve endings, transmitting constant information to the brain. Too much stimulation becomes overwhelming, uncomfortable, even painful. Deep food bowls are common culprits. When a cat eats from a narrow, deep bowl, their whiskers constantly brush against the sides. Each contact sends signals. Over the course of a meal, that's hundreds of whisker contacts, hundreds of signals, continuous sensory input that becomes irritating. Some cats respond by eating only from the center of the bowl, leaving food around the edges where accessing it would require whisker contact with the bowl sides. The owners interpret this as pickiness. The cat won't eat unless the bowl is full, when actually the cat is avoiding whisker overstimulation. The food on the edges requires brushing whiskers against the bowl, and that's become unpleasant enough to outweigh hunger. Other cats show signs of stress around feeding time. They approach the bowl reluctantly, eat quickly and leave, or pour food out onto the floor where they can eat it without bowl contact. These are all potential whisker fatigue responses. The cat is hungry, but the eating process has become uncomfortable. The solution is simple: shallow, wide bowls or plates. When food is served on a surface that doesn't contact whiskers during eating, the sensory overload disappears. Many cats eat more readily, finish their meals more completely, show less stress around feeding when bowl shape changes. The same principle applies to water bowls. Cats often prefer wide, shallow water sources, hence their interest in drinking from sinks, bathtubs, or running water from faucets. These sources don't require putting their face into a confined space where whiskers are constantly stimulated. Not all cats experience whisker fatigue to the same degree. Some seem unbothered by deep bowls, eating normally without apparent stress. Others are so sensitive that even moderate whisker contact during eating creates problems. Individual variation in sensory sensitivity means some cats need special accommodation while others don't. Understanding whisker fatigue helps explain behaviors that might otherwise seem irrational. A cat who won't finish food in a bowl but eagerly eats food placed on a plate isn't being difficult. They're avoiding discomfort we might not even notice, but that's real and unpleasant for them. Sensory experience differs between us, What's neutral to us can be overwhelming to them. It's a reminder to consider the cat's sensory world, not just our own convenience. Deep bowls are easier to store, less likely to spill, more convenient for us. But if they cause whisker fatigue, they're making eating, something that should be pleasant, into something stressful. Switching to cat-friendly dishes is a small accommodation that can significantly improve their eating experience and reduce unnecessary stress. The average cat can live comfortably in temperatures ranging from 86 to 97 degrees Fahrenheit. This warmth preference explains why they seek out sunny spots and warm laps even on hot days. 86 to 97 degrees Fahrenheit. That's the thermoneutral zone for cats, the temperature range where they don't need to expend extra energy to maintain body temperature. For us, that range is roughly 68 to 77 degrees. Cats prefer it about 15 to 20 degrees warmer than we do. This explains so much about cat behavior. Why they sleep in sunbeams that feel too hot to us, why they crowd around heating vents, drape themselves over warm electronics, seek out the warmest spots in the house. What feels excessively warm to us is optimal for them. They're not overheating, they're finally comfortable. Remember, cats run hot. Their normal body temperature is 100 to 102 degrees. Maintaining that requires either generating heat internally through metabolism or absorbing it from the environment. External heat sources are energy efficient. Why burn calories generating warmth when you can just lie in a sunbeam? This warmth seeking becomes even more pronounced in older cats, in cats with arthritis, in cats who are ill. Warmth feels good to aching joints, to bodies fighting infection, to systems that aren't regulating temperature as efficiently as they once did. The cat curled up on the heating pad isn't just being lazy, they're self-medicating using warmth to ease discomfort. In cold weather, cats seek out heat more actively. They burrow under blankets, press against warm humans, find the cozier spots in the house, and defend them fiercely. Without external warmth, they'd need to increase food intake to generate more metabolic heat, spend more energy maintaining temperature. Finding warm spots is conservation strategy, but cats can overheat too. They have limited cooling ability, only those paw pad sweat glands, panting as a backup mechanism that's less efficient than dogs. In temperatures above their comfort zone, they sprawl out to maximize surface area for heat dissipation, seek cool surfaces like tile floors, become lethargic to reduce heat generation from activity. Indoor temperature control matters for cat comfort. We often keep houses at temperatures comfortable for us, 68 to 72 degrees, which is cooler than cats prefer. Providing warm spots, heated cat beds, sunny window perches, blankets in warm areas gives them options to thermoregulate, to find the warmth their bodies prefer without forcing the whole house to be warmer than humans want. This temperature preference is ancient adaptation, genetic legacy from desert ancestors who evolved in warm climates. Modern cats living in climate-controlled homes in various latitudes still carry that desert preference. We still seek warmth that matches what their ancestors experienced in Middle Eastern heat. Evolution doesn't change quickly enough to adapt to air conditioning in just 10,000 years. When your cat chooses to sleep on you instead of the empty couch beside you, temperature might be part of the calculation. Your warm, radiating body heat, maintaining that 98,6 degree surface that feels pleasant to them. The couch is room temperature, cooler than they prefer. You're the better option thermally. Yeah, regardless of whether you're also the emotionally preferred companion. Though perhaps those are the same thing for cats. Warmth and affection, comfort and security, all bundled together in the choice to sleep against someone who's both loved and warm. Cats have a special hunting sequence hardwired into their brain. Stalk, pounce, kill, eat. Even well-fed indoor cats will execute these steps with toys, driven by instinct rather than hunger. The hunting sequence is innate, a present from birth or developing in early kittenhood through maturation rather than learning. It's a behavioral program written in neural circuitry, executing in specific order: stalk, pounce, kill, bite, consume, watch a cat hunt, even hunting a toy. First, the stalk, low crouch, slow approach, eyes locked on target, body tense and focused. This is about closing distance without alerting prey. Then the pounce, that explosive launch we've discussed, covering final distance in one burst of speed. Then the kill bite, if it's a real prey animal, the bite to the back of the neck that severs the spinal cord. With toys, this becomes shaking, biting, batting. The final step, consumption, only occurs if the cat is hungry. Well-fed cats execute the entire sequence up to eating, then lose interest. The toy mouse gets stalked, pounced on, killed, then abandoned. The sequence completed, but for the final step that requires actual hunger to motivate. This is why indoor cats play. They're not playing. Really, they're hunting. The instinct is so strong that it activates regardless of need. Food bowl full, hunger satisfied, but the hunting program still runs. The toy becomes prey, the sequence executes, the cat experiences satisfaction from the behavior itself, not from obtaining food. Kittens practice hunting through play, but the basic sequence is instinctive. Mother cats bring live prey to kittens, allowing them to practice the killing portion they can't learn from toys. But the overall pattern, stalk, pounce, kill, that's hardwired, not taught. This explains some frustrating behaviours. Cats who hunt successfully but don't eat their prey aren't being wasteful. They're not hunting from hunger. The hunting sequence can run without the final consumption step. They kill because killing completes the sequence, satisfies the instinct, not because they need food. It also explains why some cats become more aggressive or destructive when understimulated. The hunting drive needs outlet. Without appropriate targets, toys, play, cats might redirect it toward inappropriate targets. Your feet under blankets, your hands, other pets. They're not being mean, they're trying to satisfy an instinctual need that isn't being met. Providing hunting-like play is essential for indoor cats. Toys that trigger the stalking instinct, play sessions that allow pouncing and catching, opportunities to execute the hunting sequence. These satisfy deep needs. Puzzle feeders that require working for food engage the hunting program. Toy rotation keeps prey objects novel and interesting. The sequence is so fundamental that disrupting it can cause stress. A cat who can't complete the hunting behavior, who's prevented from stalking, from pouncing, from the satisfaction of executing this ancient program, becomes anxious, frustrated, sometimes aggressive. It's like having an itch you can't scratch, a drive you can't satisfy, a program trying to run that keeps getting interrupted. Understanding the hunting sequence as hardwired instinct, not optional behavior, changes how we provide for indoor cats. It's not enough to feed them. We need to let them hunt, even if the hunting is simulated, even if the prey is fabric and feathers. They need to stalk, to pounce, to complete the sequence that's written into their neurology, that activates whether they're hungry or not. That's part of being cat in ways deeper than consciousness, older than domestication. A cat's territorial behavior is controlled by hormones, particularly in unneutered males. Testosterone drives spraying and roaming behaviors that decrease dramatically after neutering. Intact male cats are driven by testosterone to maintain large territories, to mark boundaries extensively, to fight rivals, to roam constantly seeking mates. It's not choice or personality. It's hormones commanding behavior, compelling actions that serve reproductive purposes. Spraying, backing up to a surface and releasing small amounts of pungent urine, is territorial marking behavior primarily driven by testosterone. Intact males spray frequently, marking boundaries, advertising presence, competing chemically with other males. The urine contains pheromones that communicate sexual status, territorial claims, individual identity. The spraying behavior is controllable to some degree. Stressful situations increase it, secure territories reduce it, but the underlying drive is hormonal. As long as testosterone levels remain high, the urge to spray persists. The compulsion to mark territory remains strong. Neutering removes the primary testosterone source, dramatically reducing the hormonal drive for these behaviors. Most neutered males stop spraying within weeks or months of surgery. Some continue if the behavior became habitual, but the frequency and intensity typically decrease significantly. The compulsion lessens, the drive weakens, territory maintenance becomes less urgent. Roaming behavior follows similar patterns. Intact males wander extensively, driven to patrol large territories and seek receptive females. Neutering reduces this drive. The male's territory shrinks to resource-focused areas rather than mate-focused ranges. The compulsion to wander decreases. They stay closer to home, take fewer risks, live safer lives. Female territorial behavior is also hormone-influenced, though less dramatically. Intact females mark less than males but increase marking when in heat, advertising their receptive status. Spaying reduces this, creating more stable, less hormone-fluctuating behavioral patterns. Understanding hormonal influences on behavior helps separate personality from biological drive. An intact male who sprays and roams isn't being bad. He's responding to powerful hormonal signals that command these behaviors. Punishing him is pointless. The behavior is compulsive, driven by chemistry he can't control. Neutering is often framed as population control, which it is, but it's also behavioral intervention, removing hormonal drives that create problematic behaviors and dangerous roaming. The neutered male isn't just unable to reproduce. He's freed from testosterone-driven compulsions to spray, fight, and wander into traffic. When the behavior changes after neutering are dramatic enough that some owners report their cat's personality changed. Really, the personality was always there. It was just obscured by hormone-driven behaviours. Remove the testosterone, and the cat's actual temperament becomes more visible, less overwhelmed by territorial and reproductive imperatives. Some argue neutering changes what cats naturally are, that we're imposing our preferences on their biology. But unneutered cats living indoor lives experience constant hormonal drives they can't satisfy, can't patrol territories, can't find mates, can't execute the behaviours their hormones are commanding. That's frustrating, stressful, potentially cruel. Neutering doesn't just prevent reproduction. It removes drives that create suffering where they can't be satisfied. Cats can form complex social hierarchies in multi-cat households, often invisible to their humans. Resources, resting spots, and even human attention are negotiated through subtle social signals. Multi-cat households have social structures, hierarchies determining who has access to what when. But unlike dog hierarchies with obvious dominant and submissive behaviours, cat hierarchies are subtle, operating through small signals humans often miss. One cat might have priority access to the favourite window perch, not because they fight for it, but because other cats yield, choosing other locations without overt conflict. Another cat might eat first, others waiting their turn without any visible assertion of dominance. Access to the human's lap, sleeping spots, certain rooms, all might be hierarchically organised through agreements worked out in feline social language. The signals are small, a direct stare that makes another cat look away, a positioning choice that blocks access without actual aggression, a slow approach that causes another cat to leave before confrontation occurs. The hierarchy is enforced through these micro-interactions, rarely escalating to actual fighting. Cats seem to establish hierarchies partly based on confidence and resource control, partly on age and resident duration. Older resident cats often maintain priority through established claim, even if younger cats are larger or more physically capable. The hierarchy isn't always about physical dominance, it's about social agreement, worked out through years of interaction. This creates problems when owners don't recognize the hierarchy exists. Placing food bowls right next to each other might force cats to violate hierarchical space rules, creating stress. Providing only one litter box might create conflict over a resource that's hierarchically contested. Not understanding who has priority might lead to forcing interactions that the cats have specifically negotiated to avoid. The hierarchy can shift. New cats might eventually rise in status. Older cats might yield as they age and become less assertive. Conflicts can emerge when hierarchical balance is disrupted. New cat introduced, resident cat dies. Household changes create instability. Sometimes the hierarchy includes favourite humans. One cat might have claimed primary access to a specific person, others yielding that relationship while maintaining stronger claims on other resources. The person might not realise they're a resource being negotiated over, might not see the subtle signals that determine which cat approaches when. Reading cat hierarchy requires attention to subtle cues. Who walks away when another approaches? Who waits and who goes first? Who claims what spaces and when? The answers reveal social structure that's always there, operating beneath the surface, organising multi-cat life through agreements and understandings we rarely notice. Respecting the hierarchy once understood can reduce stress, by providing enough resources that cats don't have to compete. Arranging spaces so lower-ranking cats have access without confronting higher-ranking ones. Understanding that some interactions the cats have worked out shouldn't be forced differently, just because we think they should all be equal. Cat hierarchy isn't democracy. It's negotiated social order, agreements that reduce conflict by establishing who gets what when. It's functional, generally peaceful, maintained through subtle communication rather than constant fighting. And it's invisible to us until we learn to see it, to notice the small signals, to understand that what looks like random cat choices is actually organized social structure playing out in ways we're not naturally equipped to perceive. The mechanism behind a cat's purr is still not entirely understood by science. The leading theory involves rapid twitching of the laryngeal muscles, but some aspects remain mysterious even now. We know purrs happen. We know the frequency range, we know some functions, we know cats can purr continuously while breathing in and out. But the exact mechanism, how cats create this sound, remains somewhat mysterious despite decades of research. The leading theory suggests rapid twitching of muscles in the larynx, the voice box. These muscles contract and relax rhythmically, about 25 to 150 times per second, creating vibrations in the laryngeal apparatus. As air moves through during breathing, both inhaling and exhaling, these vibrations create the purring sound, but details remain unclear. What triggers the muscles to contract at these specific frequencies? How do cats maintain such precise rhythmic control? Why can they purr continuously without interruption while breathing, when other vocalizations require specific breath control? How do they modulate the frequency to create different types of purrs? Some researchers have proposed alternative theories. Perhaps the purr is generated by turbulent blood flow in a large vein passing through the chest, vibrations transmitted through the body creating the sound. Perhaps it involves structures beyond the larynx, complex coordination of multiple anatomical systems. But evidence for these theories is weaker than for laryngeal muscle twitching. What we do know: the purr is unique to cats and a few related species. The mechanism, whatever it precisely is specific to this family of animals. It's not found elsewhere in the animal kingdom in quite this form. Dogs don't purr, despite having similar laryngeal anatomy. Something about cat physiology enables this specific sound production that other animals can't replicate. The fact that we don't fully understand purring after all this research is humbling. It's a common behavior, something cats do daily, something easily observed and studied. Yet the precise mechanism remains partly mysterious. We can't fully explain how it works, can't completely model the biomechanics, can't answer all the questions about control and modulation. Perhaps there's something fitting about purring remaining partially mysterious. It's one of the most intimate sounds cats make, one of the most emotionally meaningful, one of the clearest signs of contentment and trust. And we can't fully explain it, can't reduce it entirely to mechanism, can't answer all the questions about how this ancient beautiful sound is created. When your cat purrs against you, vibrating softly or loudly, you're experiencing a phenomenon science hasn't completely solved. The sound that seems so simple, just a rumble, a vibration, involves processes we're still working to understand. There's complexity hidden in that simplicity, mysteries wrapped in the familiar, questions unanswered despite how common and beloved the purr is. And maybe that's fine. Maybe some things can remain partially mysterious, can be experienced and appreciated without being completely understood. The purr works. It communicates contentment, facilitates healing, strengthens bonds. Whether we can explain every detail of its production seems less important than the fact that it exists, that it continues, that millions of cats are purring right now, creating this sound that's both completely familiar and still, in some ways, beautifully unexplained. Cats have been shown to affect the brain chemistry of their owners, reducing stress hormones. Simply petting a cat lowers cortisol and releases oxytocin in humans, creating a biochemical bond. The relationship between cats and humans isn't just emotional, it's chemical, affecting our brain chemistry in measurable ways. Studies have demonstrated that interacting with cats produces real physiological changes in humans, changes that promote bonding and reduce stress. Petting a cat lowers cortisol, the primary stress hormone. Your body produces cortisol in response to stress, anxiety, perceived threats. Elevated cortisol over extended periods causes health problems, high blood pressure, weakened immune function, anxiety disorders, depression. Regular cat interaction measurably reduces cortisol levels, creating physiological stress reduction. Simultaneously, petting cats increases oxytocin, sometimes called the bonding hormone or love hormone. Oxytocin promotes feelings of trust, connection, calmness. It's released during breastfeeding, creating mother-infant bonds, during hugging between partners, during positive social interactions, and during petting cats. The effect is mutual. Cats petting by humans they're bonded with also show increased oxytocin levels. The interaction creates reciprocal biochemical responses, both species experiencing hormone changes that promote bonding and positive feelings. It's a feedback loop. Petting feels good. Hormones reinforce that good feeling, and making both parties want more interaction. This explains why cat videos reduce stress, why therapy cats work, why people report feeling calmer after spending time with cats. It's not just psychological, it's biochemical. Your brain is literally producing different chemicals in response to cat interaction, chemicals that affect mood, stress levels, sense of connection. The purring might amplify this effect. The vibration frequency, combined with physical contact, might enhance the stress reduction and oxytocin release. The sound, the feeling, the warmth, the rhythmic breathing, all creating multi-sensory experience that triggers beneficial biochemical responses. This has practical implications for people with anxiety, depression, high stress. Regular cat interaction might provide measurable therapeutic benefit. Not cure, not replacement for professional treatment, but supplementary support. The cortisol reduction is real. The oxytocin increase is real. The effects on mood and stress are measurable and significant. The bond between humans and cats isn't just cultural, isn't just emotional preference. It's written in chemistry, in hormones, in neurological responses that create physical experiences of connection and comfort. When you feel better after petting your cat, you're not imagining it. Your brain is producing different chemicals, your stress response is dampening, your bonding systems are activating. Like 10,000 years of cohabitation have created this, a relationship that works at biochemical level, that triggers beneficial responses in both species, that's rewarding not just emotionally but physiologically. The cats affect our chemistry, we affect theirs, and this mutual chemical influence creates bonds that feel real because they are real. Written not just in behavior and emotion, but in hormones and neurotransmitters. A cat's relationship with humans may be more complex than pure domestication. Some scientists call it self-domestication. They retain more wild behaviors than dogs, suggesting a partnership rather than true domestication. We use the word domestic for cats, but increasingly, scientists question whether it's accurate. Cats haven't been domesticated in the same way dogs, cattle, or chickens have been. They're something else, something harder to categorize. True domestication involves significant genetic and behavioral changes. Dogs are dramatically different from wolves, smaller, more neotenous, puppy-like as adults, dependent on humans, unable to survive well in the wild without human support. Domestic animals are fundamentally altered from their wild ancestors. Cats, though. Cats are remarkably similar to their wild ancestors. Genetically, they're almost identical to wild Felis silvestris, the wild cat species they descended from. Behaviorally, they retain most wild patterns: solitary hunting, territorial maintenance, independence, ability to survive and reproduce without human intervention. They haven't been selectively bred for specific tasks the way dogs have. Most cat breeds are recent inventions, last few hundred years, focused on appearance rather than behavior. For most of their 10,000-year association with humans, cats were just cats, breeding themselves, selecting their own mates, and maintaining wild behavioral repertoires. This is why feral cat populations exist and thrive. Domestic cats released into the wild don't die. They hunt, establish territories, reproduce, create self-sustaining populations. They're still equipped for wild living in ways domestic dogs aren't. The domestic part is superficial, hasn't fundamentally changed what they are. Then some scientists now describe cat domestication as self-domestication, or semi-domestication, or even commensalism, a relationship where both species benefit but neither is fundamentally changed by the other. Cats chose to live near humans because it benefited them. Humans tolerated cats because they benefited us. But neither party actively shaped the other into something different. Yet the genetic changes that have occurred are mostly around temperament. Cats who could tolerate human proximity without excessive stress outbred those who couldn't. This created selection for friendlier temperaments, lower reactivity to human presence. But it didn't change what cats are, didn't make them dependent, didn't remove their capacity for independent living. This explains why cats are so different from other domestic animals. They're not really domestic in the traditional sense. They're wild animals who chose proximity to humans, who adapted just enough to tolerate us, who maintained their independence while accepting benefits we provide. They're partners, not pets, cohabitants who find mutual advantage in the relationship but maintain separate identities, separate capabilities, the option to leave if the arrangement stops serving them. Understanding this changes the relationship dynamic. Cats aren't with us because we domesticated them, because we made them depend on us. They're with us because it's advantageous for them, because the benefits outweigh the costs, because 10,000 years ago their ancestors made a choice that their descendants continue making every day, to stay near these strange, large, useful primates who provide food and shelter and sometimes affection. They're choosing this continuously, not compelled by domestication, not unable to survive without us, not fundamentally altered from their wild nature, just making the same calculation their ancestors made. Proximity to humans is worth it. And perhaps that makes the relationship more valuable, not less. They're here by choice, staying by preference, offering companionship, not because they must, but because they're willing. And that's a different kind of bond. Less ownership, more partnership. Less domestication, more mutual accommodation between species who found ways to coexist without either having to fundamentally change what they are. Cats can develop dementia-like conditions as they age, including confusion and altered sleep cycles. Feline cognitive dysfunction affects up to 50% of cats over age 15, changing their personality and memory. Cognitive decline in aging cats is common, though often unrecognized or attributed to just getting old. Feline cognitive dysfunction syndrome, essentially dementia for cats, involves progressive deterioration of mental processes affecting memory, learning, spatial awareness, sleep-wake cycles, social interactions. Symptoms include disorientation, getting lost in familiar spaces, staring at walls, appearing confused about where they are, changes in interaction, becoming withdrawn or clingy, altered responses to family members, forgetting trained behaviors, sleep disruption, wandering at night, vocalizing, sleeping more during day and less at night, reversed circadian rhythms. Litter box problems often emerge. The cat forgets where the ox is, or forgets what it's for, or can't remember the route to reach it. Accidents increase, not from physical inability but from cognitive confusion. They don't remember the rules, the locations, the learned behaviors that once were automatic. Activity changes occur, decreased exploration, reduced play, less grooming, more aimless wandering. The cat seems present but not engaged, existing without participating, going through motions without purpose or enjoyment. By some estimates, up to 50% of cats over age 15 show some cognitive decline symptoms. It's not rare, it's common, perhaps even expected with advanced age. But because cats hide symptoms, because we expect old cats to be less active, because we don't recognize the signs, it often goes undiagnosed. There's no cure. Cognitive decline is progressive, degenerative, eventually terminal. But there are interventions that can slow progression or improve quality of life. Environmental enrichment, new toys, puzzle feeders, play sessions, keeps the brain engaged. Dietary supplements, antioxidants, omega-3 fatty acids might provide some neuroprotective benefits. Medications can address symptoms like anxiety or sleep disruption. The personality changes are perhaps hardest for owners. The cat you've lived with for 15 years starts seeming like a different animal, confused where they were confident, withdrawn where they were social, anxious where they were calm. It's grief. Yeah, watching someone you know become someone you don't fully recognize. Dementia stealing personality piece by piece, but care can make difference. Maintaining routine provides security when memory fails. Using night lights helps with nighttime disorientation. Providing multiple litter boxes in obvious locations accommodates confusion. Speaking soothingly, maintaining physical contact, being patient with behaviors that seem strange or difficult. All these help the aging. Confused cat navigate a world that's becoming increasingly incomprehensible to them. Understanding that this is medical condition, not willful misbehavior, changes how we respond. The cat eliminating outside the box isn't being bad. They're confused. They've forgotten. Their brain isn't working right anymore. They need compassion, patience, accommodation, not frustration or punishment. Cognitive decline in senior cats is a heartbreaking reminder that time affects minds as well as bodies. That consciousness and memory and personality aren't permanent, that even cats can lose themselves to neurological deterioration, but it's also opportunity to provide care when it's needed most, to support them through confusion and fear, to be the stable, patient presence they need as their mental world becomes uncertain and strange. Despite living with humans for 10,000 years, cats remain genetically very close to their wild ancestors. Unlike dogs, who diverge significantly from wolves, cats are essentially tiny tolerant versions of wild cats, carrying the ancient world inside them still. This is where we end, with perhaps the most profound fact about cats. They haven't really changed. 10,000 years of living with humans, of adapting to our homes and cities and lives, and they remain fundamentally what they were. Small wild hunters who chose proximity to strange primates because it served their purposes. The genetic distance between a house cat and a wild cat is minimal. They can interbreed, produce fertile offspring, are considered the same species in most taxonomic systems. The behavioral distance is equally small. House cats hunt like wild cats, mark territory like wild cats, maintain social structures like wild cats. They're not transformed. They're accommodated, adjusted just enough to tolerate us without fundamentally changing what they are. This means every domestic cat carries wilderness inside them, the instincts, the capabilities, the wild awareness, all still present, still functional, still ready to deploy if circumstances require. They're not dependent on us in the way dogs are dependent. They haven't lost their wild skill through domestication. They've just chosen, temporarily, to not use them, because living with humans is easier, safer, more reliable than living wild. This creates interesting tension. They're wild animals living in houses, predators sleeping on beds, hunters eating from bowls. They exist in two worlds simultaneously, the domestic sphere we've created for them, and the wild nature they've never really left. And perhaps that duality is part of their fascination, part of what makes them compelling. When you watch your cat stalk a toy, you're seeing behavior unchanged from ancestors 10,000 years ago, from wild cats hunting actual prey in actual grasslands. When they groom themselves meticulously, when they mark territory by rubbing, When they maintain vigilance even while resting, you're seeing wild patterns, ancient behaviors, instincts that evolution wrote so deeply they persist despite everything being different about the cat's current environment. They carry the ancient world inside them. The desert, the grasslands, the wild territories where their ancestors lived, all encoded in instinct, in behavior, in genetic programming that 10,000 years hasn't significantly altered. They remember, or in their bodies if not their minds, what it was to be wild, and they've chosen to be here, with us, without forgetting what they were, without losing the capacity to return to wildness if necessary. Perhaps this is the final lesson cats teach us, that you can adapt without changing, can accommodate without surrendering yourself, can live in two worlds without fully belonging to either. They've made a bargain with us, but it's conditional, reversible, are maintained only as long as both parties benefit. They remain themselves, small predators tolerating large ones, wild creatures accepting comfort, hunters who've temporarily chosen to hunt toys instead of prey. And in that choice, renewed daily through 10,000 years of cohabitation, there's something remarkable. They didn't have to stay. They stay anyway. Not because we made them, not because they can't survive without us. Nay, but because the relationship works well enough to be worth maintaining. That's partnership. That's respect. That's a bond based on mutual benefit rather than domestication. When your cat sleeps beside you tonight, purring softly in the darkness, they're choosing to be there. Wild animal, ancient hunter, descendant of desert cats who first approached human settlements millennia ago, making the same decision their ancestors made. This strange arrangement with these hairless primates is acceptable, be beneficial, worth continuing, and perhaps that makes it more meaningful than any forced domestication could ever be. They're here by choice, carrying the ancient world inside them, still wild beneath the surface, still themselves despite everything, and they've given us 10,000 years of companionship, of small grace notes in daily life, of purring and hunting and sleeping in sunbeams, all while remaining fundamentally what they've always been. That's the miracle. Not that we domesticated them, but that they domesticated themselves just enough to stay, just enough to share our lives, just enough to create these bonds without surrendering their essential wildness. And maybe that's the real meaning of cats, living proof that wildness and domesticity can coexist, that ancient and modern can inhabit the same small body. That partnership doesn't require either party to stop being what they fundamentally are. And so we've travelled through 100 facts about cats, from their ancient domestication to their modern mysteries, from the structure of their bones to the chemistry of their bonds with us, from the obvious to the subtle, from the well-known to the strange. Perhaps you're drifting now, pulled gently towards sleep by the rhythm of these facts, by this accumulation of knowledge about creatures who've been with us for 10,000 years, yet remain beautifully themselves. Perhaps your own cat is sleeping nearby, or perhaps you're thinking of cats you've known, or perhaps you're just letting these facts settle into your mind like snow, soft and quiet and accumulating. What we know about cats is vast and growing. What we don't know is vaster still. but maybe that's fitting. They've lived beside us for 100 centuries, and they're still mysterious, still surprising us, still revealing new depths and complexities the more we study them. They're hunters and companions, wild and domestic, independent and affectionate, ancient and modern. They're contradictions made flesh, paradoxes purring in our laps, small fragments of wilderness that chose to stay close enough to touch. If you've learned something tonight, if you've seen cats slightly differently, if you've appreciated them more deeply, then these 100 facts have done their work. If you're falling asleep thinking about whiskers and purrs and the flexible spines that let cats squeeze through impossible spaces, then perhaps this was time well spent. Thank you for listening, for learning, for letting these facts about cats accompany you towards sleep. May your dreams be gentle, your rest deep, your morning bright, and maybe, when you wake, you'll look at cats, your own or those you encounter, with slightly new eyes, seeing not just pets but partners, not just animals but ancient creatures who've given us the gift of their proximity without surrendering their essential wildness. Good night.